Yeah, the food is really great.
Alhamdulillah.
I'm also learning how to cook Turkish food. I follow the, YouTube.
Dr. Sheila, are you from Malaysia?
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tabii bu da büyük bir imkan. Yani video konferans yöntemiyle.
And of course, the video conference is a very big opportunity and chance. But of course, being face to face and physical is more efficient,
Of course.
both in terms of attendance, and we'll have the opportunity to establish more better dialogues. Maybe we can organize it in 2020. I'm not sure, but for 2023, I'm pretty much sure that we'll be able to be physically. And with this talk, I want to greeting all of you and wish you a good morning. I truly hope it's morning in there. And I hope that we'll have a very fruitful and effective day, and we'll have great results.
İnşallah.
Inshallah, let's start.
Yes. Kolay gelsin.
Okay, in 10 seconds we start to broadcast. Assalamu alaikum, esteemed participants. We are on the second day of our Congress, and regarding to the first day of our Congress, when we look retrospectively, we think that we have very nice results. As you know, yesterday we are talking on the phone until midnight, and everybody said that they were very pleased with the talks, with the speeches, and I also want to extend my greetings and thanks to you. And we are just here to moderate your participation. May Allah bless you, and thank you very much for your efforts and for your impressive talks and contributions that you added to our Congress today. In terms of the presentation of our statements, we have Professor Dr. Ayhan Orhan. He is coming from Kocaeli University. He is an academician, and I want to give the session to Professor Dr. Ayhan in order to moderate this very next session. Thank you. Meanwhile, I'm so sorry for this very small delay because I've changed my laptop and I'm trying to reach the new program. I think that we'll have another participant. So we are going to start with Professor Dr. Gulan. First of all, let me say that ASSAM is a very important and significant project. And I truly believe that we may gather valuable knowledge and information from this Congress. And I saw the topics, I really enjoyed them. And after my moderations and today, I'm going to listen to the continuation of the Congress. So today we are going to talk about America's interventions, policies into Kashmir. And we'll be listening to the Kashmir topic from Mr. Professor Gulhan perspective. Professor Gulhan, we are listening to you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, let me thank the leadership of Assam, in particular Ustaz General Adnan Tanrivedi, for bringing the galaxy of speakers together in order to address the challenges which the Muslim Ummah is facing. And as we all know that one of the most important challenge which Muslim Ummah is facing is the foreign policy of world powers towards the Muslim countries. Since I am going to talk about the issue of Kashmir, and we have been listening to our brother and my very dear friend, Dr. Shahid Hashmat yesterday, who talked about the history of Kashmir. So I will not go into the history of Kashmir. I will directly go to the American foreign policy towards Kashmir, what it has been in the past and what it is today. Dear brothers and sisters, as we all know that Kashmir is an international issue. But let me clarify here, it is not an international issue because India brought it to the United Nations. Yes, historically it is true that it was India which brought the issue of Kashmir to the United Nations. But United Nations could have rejected that appeal, and United Nations did not reject it. Do you know why? Because it was under the instructions of President Harry Truman, who was the President of America. He instructed his ambassador to the United Nations. His name was Ambassador Warren Austin. And the instructions were very clear that America must initiate a resolution in the Security Council. So the resolution number 47, which was adopted on April 21st of 1948, it was drafted by none other than American ambassador to the United Nations. And the co-sponsors were United Kingdom and the France. This is the resolution which gave the right to self-determination to the people of Kashmir. Let me also tell you a very interesting story, and that is the April of 1948. April of 1948 is very important for the Muslim Ummah. Why? Because on April 1st, 1948, the Security Council adopted the resolution number 44. Then 17 days later, on April 17, 1948, Security Council adopted another resolution, which is resolution number 46. Then 3 days later, on April 21st, Security Council adopted another resolution, which is resolution number 47. Then 2 days later, on April 23rd, Security Council adopted another resolution, which is resolution number 48. Why it is important? It is important because resolution number 44 and the resolution number 46 and the resolution number 48 that were adopted on the issue of Palestine. And the resolution number 47 was adopted on the issue of Kashmir. So dear brothers, sisters, ladies and gentlemen, that makes Palestine and Kashmir the oldest unresolved issues pending on the agenda of the United Nations Security Council. Then later on, it was none other than President Harry Truman who wrote to the Security Council, if there is any contentious issue between India and Pakistan, that must be submitted to the arbitration. So it was again the President of the United States. Then few years later, that was in 1951, the American ambassador to the United Nations, John Foster Dulles, in 1951, he spoke in the Security Council. He said, unless India and Pakistan, they agree upon some solution, till then, the solution that was recommended by the Security Council must prevail. Then he said, that means there must be plebiscite in Kashmir. Then in 1962, another ambassador of United States to the United Nations, his name was Adlai Stevenson. He was one of the geniuses, one of the greatest intellectuals of America, Adlai Stevenson. But he was American ambassador to the United Nations. He spoke in the Security Council in 1962. He said the best approach to resolve the issue of Kashmir are the United Nations Security Council resolutions. Then he said, because these resolutions have given us two choices. Number one, to demilitarize Kashmir, and number two, there must be plebiscite in Kashmir. Then again in 1962, something very important happened. That time the American ambassador was John F. Kennedy. In 1962, John F. Kennedy, he wrote to his counterpart in Ireland, the president of Ireland, because of two reasons. Number one, John F. Kennedy, his roots are in Ireland. He has Irish heritage. And number two, in 1962, Ireland was the non-permanent member of the Security Council. So John F. Kennedy wrote to the president of Ireland to initiate a resolution in the Security Council. To do what? To reaffirm our commitment to the cause of Kashmir. So there has been really consistently American foreign policy as the people of Kashmir would like them to do. I am only telling you the principal policy of America. I am not telling you whether they have implemented that policy or not. Then what happened? President Clinton. In fact, President Clinton is the only president in the modern century, I mean in 2021, who mentioned Kashmir when he was addressing the United Nations General Assembly. In fact, he said, we must bring peace to Kashmir. Then came George W. Bush. George W. Bush, something very interesting and very important happened. Because American foreign policy is, even today when I'm talking to you, American foreign policy is that India and Pakistan must resolve the issue of Kashmir after taking into account the wishes and the will of the people of Kashmir. So in other words, India and Pakistan cannot resolve the issue of Kashmir by ignoring the people of Kashmir because Kashmiris are the party. But what happened during George W. Bush, he was on his way to India. So he gave a speech in Washington, to be exact, it was in Mayflower Hotel. It is on Connecticut Avenue. It is just 3 minutes walk from the White House. And the topic is India-America relations. And he gave this speech under the banner of Asia Society. And he mentioned, whatever India and Pakistan decides, we are going to accept that. And as I told you, it is not the foreign policy of America. Foreign policy of America is not whatever India and Pakistan decide. Foreign policy of America is the wishes of the people are supreme. To be exact, he left the Mayflower Hotel. This is a very important story because that really gives the hope to the people of Kashmir. He left Mayflower Hotel at 21 minutes past 11 in the morning on February 22nd, 2006. Then I was really there. I felt really shocked. I said, what is going to happen? Because he's saying that India and Pakistan has all the right to decide the future of Kashmir. Then within less than 2 hours, if you go to the website of the White House, you will find all the details. Then within less than 2 hours, he called the Indian press to the White House because next day he is leaving for India. And these are the opening remarks of George W. Bush. And I will quote him correctly. He said, let me clarify what I said at the Asia Society. Then he said, let the whole world listen. Then he said, we will accept that solution of Kashmir, which is acceptable not only to India and Pakistan, but also to the people of Kashmir. My point is that George W. Bush, he made a mistake, but he could have ignored it. But his foreign policy advisors from Pentagon, from CIA, from Foreign Office, we don't know from where, they told him, no, Badshah Salamat, Your Excellency, you have to make a correction. So he made the correction. Then came President Obama. There's a very interesting story in the Time magazine. It is written by Joe Klein. Joe Klein wrote a story in the Time magazine that when President Obama was contesting the election, first election of the presidency, he was still the senator. He had a meeting with Joe Klein in Harlem. Harlem is a small area in New York City, Harlem. It's a black area, very important area. He said, I had an interview with President Obama, although he was not the president that time. And Obama told me, if I am going to become the president, I am going to appoint President Clinton as a special envoy on Kashmir, because President Clinton is very friendly to India. So he can bring India and Pakistan together and he can resolve the issue of Kashmir. This is even before he became the president. Then 1 week before he became the president, on October 30th, 2008, he was on one of the most important channels in America. It is known as MSNBC. And the host of the program is Rachel Maddow. To be exact, it was 10 minutes past 9. If you go to Google, you will find all the things. 10 minutes past 9 in the evening. I was watching him in New York that time, live. And here goes the President Obama. He said, I will facilitate an understanding between India and Pakistan to help resolve the issue of Kashmir. Again, I am telling you the foreign policy of America. I am not telling you whether they are implementing that foreign policy or not. Then when President Obama became the president, he visited New Delhi. In New Delhi, he made such an important statement, which is an inspiration for all the world leaders. He said on November 8, 2010, in New Delhi, right in front of then the Prime Minister of India, his name was Dr. Manmohan Singh. President Obama said, Kashmir is a long-standing issue. I have talked to the Prime Minister that we have to resolve it. If I can be of any assistance, I am going to help you. Then President Obama said, because the resolution of Kashmir, it is in the interest of India and Pakistan. It is in the interest of region, and it is also in the interest of United States of America. Again, he did not do anything, but at least he articulated the foreign policy of America. I am sure all the distinguished intellectuals, they have heard the name of President Donald Trump. President Donald Trump said not once, not twice, he said 5 times. And let me quote him correctly. President Donald Trump said, I will be honored to mediate between India and Pakistan to help resolve that hot, tender bugs of Kashmir. Again, he did not do a damn thing, but at least he articulated the foreign policy of America. I will give you one more example, that is Lloyd Austin. I'm sure you know Lloyd Austin today is the Defense Minister of America. We call him Secretary of Defense. But when he was the chairman of CENTCOM, he was at the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. And he said during Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Lloyd Austin, he said the long-standing dispute between India and Pakistan, which is Kashmir, is threatening the stability of region of South Asia. So what I am saying, that America has really come to the conclusion that Kashmir is not the integral part of India. Kashmir is not the issue of terrorism. Kashmir is not the issue of fundamentalism. Kashmir is basically an international issue which has been approved and sanctified by the Security Council, and the people of Kashmir have the right to decide the future of Kashmir. I will give you just 2 more examples other than America. Dr. Nelson Mandela. Dr. Nelson Mandela, not only as the president of South Africa, but as the chairman of NAM, as you know, Non-Aligned Movement. There was a conference of Non-Aligned Movement in Durban when Dr. Nelson Mandela was the president. And as a host, he gave the opening remark. Dr. Nelson Mandela, these are his opening remarks. We must be concerned to resolve the issue of Kashmir through peaceful negotiations. Then he said, we must lend all the strength we have for the resolution of Kashmir crisis. Vladimir Putin, the president of Russia, he said India and Pakistan must resolve the issue of Kashmir, not only for the sake of peace and security of South Asia, but rest of the world. And we have no word, the people of Kashmir have honestly no words to thank the president of Turkey, not only as the president of Turkey, but as the prime minister of Turkey. But I do not know whether you brothers and sisters know. When he was the mayor of Turkey, we had an international conference of American doctors. It is known as IMA, Islamic Medical Association of North America. We had a conference in Istanbul. I think it was 1994 or 1995. So he invited all of us to the dinner as a mayor of Istanbul. And his topic in 1994 or 1995, it was on the issue of Kashmir. So he did not say it only while having a dinner, but he said it, he raised it in the United Nations, not once, not twice, not thrice. What he said Kashmir issue has to be resolved under UN Charter and under applicable United Nations Security Council resolution. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a question here. Question is, it is not that there is no understanding of the world leaders. There is no understanding of America towards Kashmir. They have fully understood what is the issue of Kashmir. Then what is the problem? The problem is that they have yet to articulate their foreign policy into action. They have yet to articulate their foreign policy into tangible strategy. Otherwise, you tell me, ladies and gentlemen, when Donald Trump offered the office of mediation, we knew it. The people of Kashmir knew it, that India is going to reject it. We were never surprised that India said no when Donald Trump offered the office of mediation. But we were really, truly surprised that Donald Trump took the no of India as an answer. Ms. Michelle Bachelet, the United Nations High Commissioner on Human Rights, she has been the president of Chile for 10 years. She said, we must send a fact-finding mission to Kashmir. In her report, which was issued on July 8, 2019, 47-page report, we must send a fact-finding mission to Kashmir to find out what is going on there. India said no. Again, we were not surprised India said no. But Ms. Michelle Bachelet, the custodian of human rights, the United Nations High Commissioner on Human Rights, she took the no of India as an answer. So what needs to be done, ladies and gentlemen? Never ever underestimate the power of pen and power of intellect. Ustad Adnan Tanwaredi, you know how many pens we have? We have 1.5 billion pens. The Muslim Ummah, they have 1.5 billion pens. We have to use it, whether it's on social media, it is on Twitter, it's on Facebook, it's on whatever shape and form of social media, not just for the case of Kashmir. The people of Rohingya, the children of Gaza, and likewise Yemen and other people, they are really looking towards the Muslim Ummah. So we have to use every single pen we have on social media just to hide the situation, because you do not really need to be a Palestinian to support the Palestinian cause. I really do not need to be from Myanmar to support our Rohingya Muslims, because our beloved Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, what a beautiful advice he has given, that if there is one part of your body that is in pain, the whole body has to feel the pain. So if there's a pain on the streets of Rohingya, the brothers and sisters in Istanbul, I am right now in Sarajevo, we have to feel that pain. So second thing is intellect. What is intellect? Wallahi, if you really understand, if we are going, and we does not mean every Muslim, but those intellectuals, alhamdulillah, everybody who is right now on the Zoom, they are intellectuals. We must write to the newspapers, opinion editorials, give them the facts, what is going on the streets of Gaza, give them the facts, what is going on the streets of Rohingya. Brothers and sisters, it is not really that difficult. I am nobody, but my opinion editorials, my letters to the editor, they were published in New York Times and Washington Post and whatnot and Daily Guardian. So what I am saying, it seems to be very difficult, but once you keep it writing, and it is going to be published, inshallah, once it is going to be published.
Bir şey sorabilir miyim?
May I have a question for you, Professor
Yes,
Gulam?
please.
And I'm the kid of a family who immigrated from Bosnia. So you are in my city, in my country right now. I want to ask you this. Back in 2019, with the support of Western countries, why is India trying to do this with another way? Because as far as I understood, they are trying to put them into a fight, into a war, but there is this dispute of powers. And I know that India is staying back. But what was the basic reason of India for they to want to remove the independence? Can we sum up this presentation within 5 minutes? Thank you.
Yes, inshallah. So, you know, it is really ironic. As I told you, the foreign policy of America, every brother and sister who is listening to me, they say, mashallah, it is excellent. But let me tell you what happened. As our brother, Dr. Arhan, by the way, I am here in Sarajevo with my family. We have visited the Museum of Ali Izzatbo. We have visited the War Memorial, and we have visited the old and new city. We are really delighted to be here. But let me also tell you that when abrogation of Article 370 and 35A took place on August 5th, 2019, it did not take place out of nothing. You did not know it, and I did not know it, why it happened. But we have a Congressional Research Institute, which is funded by the Congress. They issued a report on August 15, 2019. Listen carefully. The abrogation of Article 370, 35A took place on August 5th. And the Congressional Research Institute says that 3 days earlier, the Foreign Minister of India, Jai Krishna, he met with the Foreign Minister of America, Pompeo, in Thailand. And they talk about this development. I am not saying it, Dr. Orhan. This is the Congressional Research Institute saying that the Foreign Minister of India sensitized the Pompeo about the latest development. What does that mean? That means this initiative, this development took place. At least America was in know of that. But let me tell you, Dr. Orhan, you mentioned about Sarajevo. The Dayton Accord did not take place because Clinton wanted to do it. Dayton Accord took place because of Joe Biden. Ladies and gentlemen, Joe Biden, who is the president right now. Joe Biden was the chairman of Foreign Relations Committee. Anybody who knows how American Congress works, chairman has all the powers. And he spoke in the Senate of America for 18 minutes. He said, what happened? Where are our moral values? Where are our ethical initiatives? Because Bosnia is burning and our children are going to ask us, what did you do about this Bosnia? So he is the one who took the initiative that we must intervene in Bosnia. And obviously, I do not need to go into details. What I am saying, if you and I and everybody, we will prick the conscience of Joe Biden. What happened to your conscience when you are saying that our values are moral values and moral values are highest values, which we obviously endorse? And those values were only in 1995. Why not in 2001? Why not 2021? So what I am saying that someone has to prick the conscience of world leaders. Someone has to, you see, we are really so fortunate that we have at least one voice. And that voice, which is really being listened everywhere, whether they like it or not, that is our President Tayyip Erdogan. But we need to have a little bit more than that, so that they can really convince these world leaders that they have to come to the, because we have the international sanctity. And you tell me that there was a resolution in the European Parliament There was a resolution even in the American Congress about the Rohingya Muslims, but practically they are not doing much. So that's why, in order to conclude, that the Muslims all over the world, we have to sensitize our members of parliament, because if every member of parliament is going to write to the world leaders and just shake their conscience, because I am sure that no matter how the person is behaving, he has that conscience, but someone has to prick that conscience, like Joe Biden, that you were so morally world leader in 1995, and you have to behave as a moral leader in 2021. With that, ladies and gentlemen, God bless you. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Teşekkür ederim Mr. Gulam. Umarım sizi kızdırmadım bu söylediklerim.
Thank you very much. I truly believe that I didn't make you angry with or sad. The president of our country, Mr. Recep Tayyip Erdogan, is always saying that we want to have the Muslim ulema and ummah with us. Do you have any other questions for our professor? From the audience, any other questions? Okay, thank you very much to you, and we expect to see in Turkey as well. I want to see them as well. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. We will continue with the second speaker. I think that the speaker is here. Muhammed Nazirhan, is he here? Yes, I'm here. The potential role of Islam economies in Pakistan-China corridor. This is a subject that I'm very curious about, because China economic corridor, the effect of Pakistan and the other countries cannot be seen in the Belt and Road part, and because the corridor goes through Uyghur part as well, and the corridor in the Silk Road going through the Silk Road, the ocean, the Indian Ocean, there will be a corridor. I will be very curious and excited to listen to your presentation. Cannot you open your camera? I can't see it.
Tamam hocam.
Muhammed Nazır hocam kameranız açık değil şu anda.
Muhammed Nazır, your camera is not on right now. It is not on. So I opened, but I don't know why this is happening. Should I re-enter? You can continue. If you do not have a presentation, you can continue. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Alhamdulillah wa salatu wa salam ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man wala. Amma ba'd. First of all, we sincerely acknowledge that the only one worthy of all praise and worship is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And we send our greetings and salutations upon his messenger, Sayyidina wa Maulana Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, who has been sent as a mercy for each and every particle of the universe. Blessings of Allah be upon him, his entire household, family, each and every companion. And secondly, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks and gratitude to the head of the International Islamic Congress, who granted us this great opportunity, and all the participants, the doctors, the professors in the audience. May Allah bless all of us. Dear brothers and sisters, I'm going to present my humble words about China-Pakistan economic corridor and the potential role of Islamic finance in it. So in abstract, let me share my screen, sir, if I could. Hope you see my screen. Okay. So the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, or CPEC, is a major economic project aimed at building a wide motorway, the railway line from Xinjiang in northwestern China to Gwadar in southwestern Pakistan. The project is looking forward to being and administer Gwadar port also. This project will not only shorten the distance of remittance of oil, gas, and other goods and to and from China, but also enable China to approach the Western world via Gwadar port, which is under construction on the Arabian Sea. According to the experts, CPEC project will serve as a cornerstone not only Pakistan-China bilateral economic and commercial relations, but also for the political relationship of both neighboring countries. In this regard, what would be the potential role of Islamic finance in this project? Or does Islamic finance have the capability to take an active part in this project? If the answer is yes, then how? Subsequently, how it will be better or at least distinguished from the conventional finance? To seek out the answer to this question is the prime concern and purpose of this paper. So then I quickly will move to the historical background and importance of this project. Background, historical outlines of CPEC and why China, Pakistan need to build it. Belt and Road Initiative, or BRI, also known as One Belt, One Road, is amongst the largest projects in the world, as 124 countries have signed an agreement with China to be associated with it. And the project's worth range from 1 to 8 trillion and cover almost 30% of the world's GDP. And 62%, according to reports, 62% of the world's population will belong to it, and 75% of the world's energy resources are linked to this project. This project consists of 6 corridors. The detail of these corridors is under. Number 1, the China-Mongolia-Russia Economic Corridor, the China-Central Asia-Western Asia Economic Corridor, the China-Indonesia Peninsula Economic Corridor, the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, and the new Eurasia Land Bridge Economic Corridor. And 6, Bangladesh, China, India, Myanmar Economic Corridor. The project could be potentially divided into 2 parts. The lands, economic belt, and other is the maritime Silk Route. But the Pakistan-China or China-Pakistan Economic Corridor is the safest and shortest one and has a unique significance that made China calling it flagship project. Like many other countries, China is also receiving a big chunk of petroleum products from Gulf countries, as it imports 15.9% of crude oil from Saudi Arabia, which costs about $28.1 billion, and 10.9% from Iraq, 7.3% from Oman, and 5.5% from UAE. So where the shipping China passes through Malacca one of the world's busiest passages. Strait of Malacca is key choke point for oil trade. In recent years, 85 to 90% of the total annual flow of petroleum has been transported through choke point. The Chinese for the first time has introduced the term State of Malacca dilemma in 2003, which probably denotes that the Chinese concern over the presence of the large number of troops of powerful countries in Malacca state and their political influence on Malacca's policies can create problems for China, especially in the unforeseen situation. So in unforeseen situation, shipment must travel 13,000 usually unfavorable circumstances. Rival countries could easily cut off China's supply line to shut down China. In addition, energy, for example, oil and gas shipment must travel 13,000 kilometers to reach China, which is itself is a long, expensive, and time-consuming process. With the completion and functionality of CPEC project and having a reliable alternative route, China will be relieved on of the expected hassle by powerful players, as energy will be remitted to China through 25 kilometers distance instead of 13,000 kilometers. It will enable China to save huge expenses and distance of 10,500 kilometers. Similarly, any shipment in case of emergency, which usually takes 45 days, will be reduced to 10 days period. And similarly, it will help China developing its western province. These provinces, especially the Muslim majority province of Xinjiang, are relatively underdeveloped, where periodically freedom movements arise, and China has been suppressing them very often in a very cruel way. Now, China believes that with the development of these areas, the people will prefer to live in a peace, enjoying the development rather than fighting. Another important point is that China and Pakistan through CPEC will have easy access to car countries like Afghanistan, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan. And Central Asian republics have abundance of energy, but due to their geographical locations, they cannot enjoy proper access to world's markets as they are landlocked countries. For example, a small strip of Afghanistan, namely Wahan, is written as some place in 13 kilometers only, separates Pakistan from Tajikistan. Once the road is built, Tajikistan would have a great opportunity to import its gas and oil to the world's market. At this junction, we should notice that under the One Belt, One Road initiatives, to get a leverage political influence and maintain its active role in the polity of the region, China will simultaneously try to tame neighbor countries like Bangladesh, Malaysia, and Indonesia by investing money in establishing new developmental and commercial projects, as very emerging superpower has to do so. China has problems with its increasing influence in regional countries. For the past 2 decades, Pakistan faces 2 major problems. One, energy crisis, and terrorism. Due to collective efforts of its government, security forces, religious scholars, and the Pakistan nation, Pakistan has succeeded in eradicating terrorism. But the energy crisis has not yet been overcome. This project will provide Pakistan an opportunity to get rid of this problem, as the major chunk of this project, $34 billion has been allocated for energy projects, which potentially adds 16,500 megawatt to the country's national grid. And rest of amount is reserved for the infrastructure project. Number two, although the country's previous government paid considerable attention to improving the infrastructure, yet a lot of work needs to be done. This project will help Pakistan to make its infrastructure better. Number three, Pakistan is one of the countries with a large young population. The new generation is facing unemployment despite graduating from reputable educational institutions. To accommodate such a large number of young people, it is necessary to increase the national GDP up to at least 10 to 12%. The completion of CPEC project is expected to provide a good opportunity to Pakistan in this regard. So this was a brief about historical. So why should Pakistan choose Islamic finance? The question is that why should Pakistan choose Islamic finance? So in my opinion, CPEC is the largest and game-changing project in the history of Pakistan, which undoubtedly has the potential to change the entire region's fate, provided that it is completed on time and all necessary actions are precisely taken. It is also a fact that the larger a project is, the more significant are its pros and cons. Therefore, although CPEC could be a developmental milestone project for the country, but the slightest negligence can be detrimental for the whole nation also. Due to it, Pakistan has to work very keenly in this matter. And as we live in the age of propaganda and media war, a lot of disinformation is rapidly being spread by the rumors to draw a spoiled picture of such a big project in the eyes of people. It is done to separate media and concerns among the people, and consequently, the government would strip of public support. The best cure for such a problem is to restore public confidence and unwavering support. The government should preserve the right of access to accurate information. Being the largest project in history, CPEC faces the same propaganda war. Hence, people often express a fear that the CPEC would not be an East India company for Pakistan, as that was also a commercial company which came to United India in the form of commercial company and gradually expanded its influence by recruiting its own army, building logistics areas, and eventually occupies the whole country. So therefore, if CPEC is built on public-private partnership, and Islamic finance would have been given a chance to play its essential role therein, it would have been more democratic way, as Islamic finance likely does not represent any specific country or any specific region. Rather, it is as this would have given the investors from all over the world, including Pakistan, and the best opportunity of sound invest, as the competition would have resulted in the better work is at lower cost, and as well as it would have been an easier response to the concerns of people. According to these critics, the lack of public-private participation in CPEC project consolidate this concern, as the project monopolized either by Chinese-based companies or companies their identification is not cleared. On the other hand, China's lease for 99 years due to non-repayment of loan after construction of Sri Lankan port is also presented in support of this agreement, although it's not correct, and the correct thing is Chinese embassy and other scholars have mentioned. So, but people who are claiming that they are representing this evidence as their supporting evidence. So, it also worth mentioning here that
Kaan,
yes sir.
5-6 dakikanız var. Toparlayabilir miyiz?
Tamam hocam. So,
You have 5 to 6 minutes.
mentioning that according to Pakistan CPEC authority, the project is based on public-private partnership, and so any company from all over the world, and including international financial institutions, IMF, World Bank, and Asian Development Banks are welcome to partake in this project, provided that meet the conditions of project. So in the last, I would like to share my conclusions and recommendations due to the lack of time. This study has reached the following conclusions after investigating both the CPEC project and Islamic finance detail. CPEC is a game-changing project, not only for Pakistan and China, but for the entire region. The economic future of the entire region depends on it. So every effort should be made to complete it promptly and ensure its transparency, impartiality, and business image. Number 2, local Pakistani companies may also be allowed to participate in this project as much as possible, because it safeguards the interest of the people, flourishes local trade, and keep the rival power of critics away to have the opportunity to propaganda against it. Number 3, participation of private companies in the project should be done following the principles of Islamic finance as a Pakistan and Islamic country. Scholars belonging to various subjects, economics, business, social studies, political sciences, etc., should be encouraged to conduct research on CPEC project from different angles and write their master's and PhD's dissertations. Number 5, information regarding CPEC is available only in English on its official website, where most of Pakistani do not know English language. Therefore, the authorities should provide the necessary information in Urdu as well. So thank you so much. Jazakumullahu khairan.
Biz de teşekkür ederiz Mr. Khan. Şu not alabiliyorsanız.
We'd like to thank you, Mr. Khan. There are a few questions.
Türkiye projenin neresinde diye bir soru var. Bunu not alın.
There's a question, where is Turkey positioned in the project? I'd like to say two things. Within your speech, you talked that the IMF and the World Bank, I mean, they are the destructive institutions. They should be within the system, and I don't want to have we shouldn't talk about IMF and World Bank. They shouldn't be in our Islamic countries. This is my perspective as an academician. I don't prefer them to be involved. There are two important areas. So one is the Gwadar port studies, and the other one is against the Kashmir, the Pakistan region. It's about the status changing. However, Pakistan, because of Kashmir, do not come close to that. So about the One Belt road, the port and the region, about the status, what do you think of it? But I'll be very happy if you give short answers. Where is Turkey positioned here in this project? Thank you very much.
So far about Turkey, I'm not sure, and I wish Turkey also should participate in such a big project. And not only Turkey, all Muslim countries should participate in such big, and even I wish that. And the second thing is also Islamic Development Bank And also central banks even or big companies from Muslim countries, they are welcomed, and as government of Pakistan declared openly, they should participate. And as far as changing the status of Gilgit-Baltistan, hojam ben Gilgit-Baltistan liyim, and I belong to Gilgit-Baltistan, and Silk Road starts from my region. So I think it won't be the case. And although people of Gilgit-Baltistan want to be, although they are affiliated with Pakistan, but they want to make their region a part of Pakistan or the province of Pakistan. But I think so far it's not possible, according due to UN resolutions and the disputed status of Jammu Kashmir.
Peki, teşekkür ederim. Ama şu Birleşmiş Milletler'de Dünya 5'ten büyüktür.
Okay, thank you. And in the United Nations, we shouldn't remember that the world is not bigger than 5. I don't think that the United Nations decisions are ethical. I've got to thank you.
Sound minds and sound yani güzel fikirli olan hocalara, so we get new energy, new courage from you.
Buradan
Thank you so much. And iyi ki varsınız. Allah razı olsun.
Very happy that you are there. God bless you. We'd like to thank you, and we wish you support from this work. Any the other participant here?
Değerli arkadaşlar, bir sonraki konuşmacımız buralarda mı? Ben göremedim.
Burada
Muhammed İlyas Bey burada hocam. Burada hocam, duymuyor galiba.
Muhammed İlyas is here, Professor.
Yes.
Şimdi ahlakının sürdürülebilir kalkınma hedefleri çevresel kriz çözümüne katkısı İslam dünyasında ortak.
We are going to talk about the presentation about the environment. We will listen to your presentation with joy, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, my issue is about the protection of the environment. Particularly, my propose is that how Muslim countries or the Muslim world can be able to form a policy, a common policy toward a common environmental policy in the Muslim world. So everyone well aware that the urgency of the climate change nowadays is a common concern of all humanity, particularly I think many people may follow the Conference of the Parties or COP26, which was organized in the Glasgow in Scotland early last month. My issue is that the proposition or the urgency of the environmental issues must be taken seriously by Muslim countries. Let me share my screen. My topic is that the contribution of Islamic ethics on environmental crisis resolution of SDG or Sustainable Development Goals toward a common environmental policy in the Muslim world. One of the region that hardest hit by climate change is the Middle East. There are several and abundant information that state that in many countries, particularly the Muslim country, have been highly affected from the climate change, particularly Kuwait, for example. In June 2021, Kuwait recorded a temperature of about 53.2 Celsius. Oman, UAE, and Saudi Arabia also recorded a very high temperature. Iraq, Iran also follow suit. The Middle East is warming at twice the global average, and by 2050 will be 4 degrees warmer as compared with the 1.5 degree mark that scientists have prescribed to save humanity. Many cities in Middle East may literally become uninhabitable before the end of the century. This is according to the German Max Planck Institute. Not only these countries, but also particularly the Malaysia nowadays. Brother and sister who are from Malaysia, may I convey my support today, the Kuala Lumpur, which experienced the hardest flooding within 20 years or 30 years something. Jakarta, for example, also the capital of the Indonesia, sink as 1.5 centimeter every year. So within 20 years, almost all of Jakarta will be sunk entirely. So that's why the Indonesian government evacuated or changed the capital city from Jakarta to Kalimantan. So not only countries that I mentioned, but also in China, Japan, and particularly the United States also suffer from extreme catastrophic of the environment effect. So the Muslim world has every right to take a leadership in conserving natural environment and protecting our planet Earth from climate change disaster. As most of the Muslim countries, except those of small number of rich Gulf countries, are poor, they are the ones who suffer most from environmental disruption. And nowadays, we know very well that poverty is related directly to the environment, to the climate change. Many wars and conflicts actually caused by environmental effect from the catastrophe. So why we are in Muslim world, I cannot be able to take a lead to protect environment, but to let the United Nations, which is comprised of the polluter, the industrial a nation which is one of the main polluter in the world, the European, the United States, the Russian, and nowadays they are, setting the regime of their own environment protection. They are the one who destroy the environment and come to save the earth. So it is quite ironically, even though in the Muslim world there are many scholars who talking about the Islamic ethic for the protection of the environment, particularly such as those Professor Sayyid Hussein Nas, Professor Usman Bakar, Professor Ibrahim Osdemer, and many others. But it seems that the Muslim country haven't take this seriously. Maybe because of the many factors. In this slide, I would like to show that Islamic ethics toward environment, or what we call it eco-theology, have been well established in the scholarly circle. And many Quranic verses and the Sunnah. I just show you one of the Quranic verse, which is many people very well aware about this. Indeed, in the creation of heaven and the earth, and the alternation of the night and the day are signs for those who understanding, who remember Allah while standing or sitting or lying on their sides, and give thought to the creation of heaven and the earth, saying, "O Lord, you did not create this aimlessly. Exalted are you above such a thing. Then protect us from the punishment of the fire." Of course, there are many verses in Quran, particularly as associated with the protection, with the when God Himself talking about Himself, He always talking about creations, so that we can be able to reflect on His creation. So when we're talking about His creation and we're talking about Tawheed, and usually in the curriculum in the Muslim country, when we're talking about Tawheed, we're talking only belief in one God, but we rarely are talking about the responsibility of God creations as part and parcel of Tawheed. And this is one of the example that maybe we are not take environmental problem seriously. Or another concept in in Islamic tradition is a Khalifa, the concept of Khalifa, as man, as a Khalifa on earth, which is come with Khalifa is amana, a responsibility and justice. I just show some concept which is underlying of the Islamic ethic on environment. My argument is that a environmental crisis or climate change crisis is a value crisis. Unless we are talking about value, the crisis cannot be able to really solve, particularly when we talking about the modern thought, which is derived from the Enlightenment and industrial revolution. Capitalism itself is the itself destroying the environment. Otherwise, unless we criticize or reconstruct it, we cannot be able to solve the crisis of the environment. And my arguments, and of course our scholars' argument, is that we have to talking about the value, which is in Islam a rich value on environment protection. So my proposal is that the Muslim country must form a environmental policy in Muslim world, or what I call it, the environmental regime, free from the dictate of industrial powers, who ironically themselves being the major polluters, but they are setting terms and conditions, enforcing weak countries to follow. This regime must be formed. Otherwise, the Muslim country will be dictated as other regime which is set up by the superpower. And my proposal is that the Republic of Turkey, with her great historical treasuries, her current achievement in cultural, technological, and military might, is suitable for assuming the leadership in bringing Muslim country to form such a regime. I see no country that can be able to take a lead in this challenge. The UAE, for example, try to initiate this kind of activities, but I don't think UAE have a credential to be able to lead, because UAE itself one of the big polluter in the world also, but not Turkey. So this is my proposal, and I think Turkey is suitable to take a lead in forming this policy. Thank you very much.
Biz de çok teşekkür ederiz. Ben küçük bir
We
katkı-
thank you very much. I will have a small contribution.
Tamamen merhamet duygusu üzerine-
As you know, the Islamic ethics is mostly based on the compassion and mercy and on the preservation of our heritage.
Bununla ilgili sanıyorum kadınların öncü hareketi
And I think that the leadership movement of the females, of the woman, it is very important.
kadınların öncü faaliyetleri buradan
And there are a lot of leadership movements of the woman in the Muslim world. Because they are rising their kids and children with mercy, with compassion. And I think that this is truly very important in order to convey those morals, those ethics for the future generation, in order to preserve our world. I mean, it's not like nothing it is done. Of course, things are done. There are contests, about the climate change. People are trying to do things. So I think that this is pretty much all. And I want to pass to our next speaker. He will be talking about the priorities of the changing foreign policies. And there are actually some things which I'm wondering about. And in terms of financing of Kanal Istanbul, we'll have some council members, and let's listen to our professor. Can everybody hear me? Yes, we can hear you. Good morning to all of you. I will be explaining the changing foreign policy priorities of Turkey. Professor, I'll have a small annotation for you. We are really in a deep need of hearing different things than those provided on TV broadcast. Can you please tell us something different? As it has been already told, Turkey has a very important geopolitical position, and we have undertook a very important role both within the Muslim world, and this is the same in the 21st century. What is our duty? And I want to explain this in terms of the foreign policies. And as you know, the international policy is a matter of power and governance. And what are the objectives of the foreign policies? We want to preserve and sustain the current social, political, and economical structure. We have both the human and the state items within this policy. At this point, the Turkish state since the establishment of the Ottoman Empire was dominating the entire Asia, and the Turkish communities who immigrated for Asia merged into this big empire who aimed to become a world state. So we can talk about a responsibility even before the establishment of the republic. We are talking about reshaping, reconstruction of the world, and there are some concepts laid back in 91 during the Gulf Wars, etc., by the Western world. And we have the China, India, and other states who are pursuing a revisionist policy. We are talking about peace in our country and peace in the world concept, and about being objective. This is what Turkey is pursuing actually since the World War II. And this transformation is a very important one since the beginning of 21st century. This is a very important and extraordinary foreign policy trajectory and trajectory. And when we look at the abolition of the Soviet Unions, you can see a single pole to multiple pole transformation. And also we can see the change that it brought along since that date and up to Africa. And as our president, Mr. Recep Tayyip Erdogan, is frequently talking about, we need to access those artificial borders and to expand even more. So what we can do as a country, because we are at a peripheral position, we can talk about a strategical partnership with America. And we see how our relations with the America are changing. And we are facing America which since 91 till 2003 tried to keep Turkey away from the Asia, especially this crisis which started with the Iraq movement. I thought Turkey wanted to stay neutral and objective, but you know, the issue with the dominance over the Bosphorus and over our national waters lead into this crisis and into attacks against Turkey. Today we have Greece and Cyprus agreement. Here, the Ottoman Empire, in their alliance with Germany, in order to balance their foreign policy, we can see. I'm so sorry, but the broadcast is a little bit problematic. Here you can see the Kuvayi Milliye, the soul. Turkey didn't participate to the Second World War, and its state objective in order to protect the integrity of its lands. We are not arguing if this is something right or wrong. And because our military and economy wasn't ready to do that. But we are talking about General Leslie Groves, which was the USA Manhattan Project commander. And now today we have the nuclear weapons. Russians are doing the same. During the Cold War, Turkey pursued the policies in the Western directions. And as you know, we had the issues with Greece. And as Menderes said, here you can see our photographs from Korea. And we had a lot of agreements with NATO, and Turkey had against the Americans and against the military equipment placed in our country. We had some agreements. And here we can talk about two equations. One is the balance of Middle East powers during the Cold War period, and the other one is the victory in the East. And of course, we are talking about East Germany, Poland, and the atom bombs which were made in here, and talking that all of those countries are NATO members. And here you can see something from Dulles. He was the foreign policy minister of the America, and he was talking about the attack of the Russians to Turkey. So Turkey is targeted by the Russians. And the foreign policy was impacted on the military area, and within the Marshall Plan, Turkey received $352 million aid. Here you can see the modern air military equipment. Everything was modernized. And depending on this changing, Turkey became a very important nuclear basis. After the world politics in 16 and 18s, Turkey also has been impacted. And here you can see İsmet Pasha, and he says a new world is going to be established and Turkey will be a part of this new world. So this means that Turkey really experienced this competition during the Cold War, and there have been a lot of changes. And this change in the Turkish foreign policy, which started with the deceased Özal, was quickly changed toward the Middle Asia and to East Europe. While our relations with Europe Europe continued, we also developed stronger relations with the Middle East countries. Here we tried to be near the Muslim communities in Bosnia and the other countries. However, if you look at the balance of the powers in the changing world, when we look at the old communist countries such as Romania and Bulgaristan, you can see their alignment, and we all know about the ships at the Black Sea of America. And as you already said, the Montreux Agreement is again a hot topic, and we have the Russian and Chinese coalition, and we know that it is more closer. So what happened after the first Iraq war? We had the Tay aircraft factory, and we have the consultancy of defense industry. But today Iraq is disrupted, is divided, and 1.5 million Iraqi peoples have been killed. This instability led to a crisis in Iraq, and you can see the lack of the scarcity of the resources. So Turkey's foreign policy is changing, is more centralized, and the change in the power balances of the world. You can see the position of Japan and competition in the Asia-Pacific region. After 11 September attacks, USA shot Afghanistan, and after that they drew back. As you already know, you can say that they are trying to dominate the region. And during the 2004 summit at the European Council, you can see the aim of the Turkey. Zero problems with the neighbors, started by Davutoğlu, was an initiative by Turkey, and it was locked down. Even if the initiatives of Turkey in the United Nations were instated, we can say that due to the policies adopted against Turkey, we couldn't succeed. And here we can see the enlargement of the NATO and EU. And also there are aims like Bulgaria and Romania and Ukraine. And you can see that the Turkey and NATO relationships have been affected. And I'm talking especially about the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. At this point, Russia increased their aerial pressures at the both seas. And when we look at the Middle East, you can see the three centers in here, the sharing of the cities, and as it is said, like an Armageddon. And I also can say that this is called as a battle, a fight of the religions, and we can see the change through the Islamophobia. Here we have the Palestinian and Israeli fight. We have the Shia-Sunni fight. And we can see that the Middle East policy of Turkey is providing the peace and stability. And on the contrary, with the new Ottoman movement, Turkey is facing this kind of propaganda. And the movement of Middle East of Turkey is not limited only by its border, but it should be extended. And the Middle East energy issue and CO2 and climate issues also increased. Another change is, unfortunately, as per the statement and a map published by the armed force, you can see the Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, and the other lands which are divided, and the new Churchill map. Of course, the Iraq operation led to that. And here we can see the hypothesis of the conflict of civilizations. Samuel Huntington emphasized the importance of the clash of civilizations. The area in green is a map which is wanted to be shared by the Russians and the Chinese states. And also in the Islamic geography, I don't think that this distribution is random. Here you can see the new US military bases which are located in the region. And there are initiatives to let Turkey out of the game. Academically talking, can we pose this question? The Arab Spring, can it be a revolution for the Muslim world, as our colleague in here told us? Can we redirect this movement in the world? Having a Western partners and working together, unfortunately didn't lead to any successful results. We can see here how Gaddafi was taken down. Another parameter for Turkey is with the geopolitical importance and energy pools of Turkey. Here we have the Baku, Ceyhan, and Tarab line. And when we look at the Middle Asia, we can see an area of 4 million kilometers and a population of 61 millions and 1 billion human power. And also after the competition between USA, UN and NATO after 11 September. A new Asia, we are talking about the Turkish republics, the India, also including Japan, and the foreign policy of Turkey should be advanced, and our president took new resolutions. However, our neighbor Russia has new military bases and they put them in Armenian and the Gurjistan war back in 2008 and the attack on the region. And having the Russian ships at the Black Sea, it shows us that the issue is still in place. For the first time in the history, we can see the operations at the Black Sea with the Chinese and Russian ships. What is trying China to achieve here? Vladimir Putin said that the Russian Federation mentioned that they will make an investment more than 20 billions of dollars for the Akuyu project. Here you can see the St. Petersburg discussion and the normalization. And Turkey is considering to purchase the Russian S-400 weapon system. However, when you look at the reality, in my opinion, As Trump mentioned, Russians made use of the Obama's mistake, and they put military bases like A2AD equipment at warcrafts, and they are dominating the Mediterranean Sea over the 3 points. And as to our relations with the USA, especially during Biden, we have again a NATO meeting, and as our president mentioned at the NATO meeting, can Turkey take S-400 aircrafts? Because our 80 aircrafts will be modernized, but we still don't receive an answer from NATO. However, the most opinion difference between the two states, I think that it is because of Syria. And we know that USA has supported a terrorism organization like EPG and PKK during their attacks by providing to them guns and munition. As a result, Turkey is pursuing those guns, but America says that it is from their local partners and not from them. Here we have our immigration issues. We have 5 million Middle East Muslim immigrants in Turkey geography. And we know that the West doesn't want to take those immigrants. Is it possible for the European community to open a new page with us after the issues at the Aegean Sea and with the Greece? Can we talk about a balance with the European community in 2022? As our President Recep Tayyip Erdogan said, we see our future in the European community. Can we pursue this approach, or the parameters set during the March 18, 2016, can those two parameters be followed? Will we be able to receive any help from the EC? But here you can see the Greece issues, and you all know the ammunition and the arms which have been provided to them. You can see here 4 American tanks, the modern tanks and warcraft, and 12 warships which have been provided to Greece. So this cooperation between America and Greece is totally against us. Also, there are some aircrafts, military aircrafts, which are provided to Greece in order to provide their air superiority. We know that America is providing military training to Greece. And we know that there is a Greece army which can actually enter from the agency, the coast of Turkey. Here we have North Cyprus Republic picture. And we know that here is a policy against Turkey, and the excessive weaponizing of the Greece and Northern Cyprus. And everybody's talking that Athens is the 53rd garrison of American military bases. And we know that there are a lot of military crafts in the zone. So what is behind of this? What they are looking? What's the United States geopolitical energy policy initiatives? What they are trying to achieve in here? And in the meanwhile, they are trying to expand their projections up to Africa. As a result, the Turkey's strategic importance is not decreased, otherwise, in contrary, it is increased. And as our professor in here told us, we need to protect our pacing and our strategical infrastructures in order to have a strong foreign policy. And I think that this is our heritage, and our strategical priority should be protection and defense of Istanbul. Here you can see the neighbors of Turkey. We are in a peaceful environment and climate with all of our neighbors, but we shouldn't forget about the pressure of Turkey. But we know that we need a new economical initiatives with Iran and with the other neighbor countries. And I think that there are very sensitive strategic balances. What Mike Pence and Mike Pompeo, the Foreign Relations Ministry of States, mentioned. And I think that there is a game. And I want to tell you that what happened after the First World War, the occupation by the Greek army of our coast, is it right to be reenacted? Can Turkey balance this with UK, with Germany, or with Russia? And lastly, the normalizing process with Armenian and the support of the Azerbaijan, and having this new corridor in here states that a new process may be initiated. And also we have the friends countries like Qatar and Egypt, and since the beginning the investments made with those countries, and I'm so sorry about being late, but I think that the Turkey-Africa summit was very important. You can see in here 13 presidents of states and more than 30 deputies. And we know that Turkey is not alone in this. And we know that Ankara has a lot of embassies and representatives in the zone. And we know that the Turkey and African commercial relations are very important. And I hope that during the next year we'll have a very effective policy and very effective commercial relationship with those countries. But we as Turkey we are the 5th biggest country in the world who have a lot of foreign policy representatives and we have a very strong network in America, Europe, Asia, Africa, and the other regions. And we can see that we have a lot of supporters, and we can talking about a new world order in which Turkey is pursuing a multidimensional policy. And as our President, Mr. Recep Tayyip Erdogan, says, within such a reform, I don't know if we will see the United Nations, but we know that we have a lot of supporters. The Syrian issue is still continuing, but as a world state, the perception of Turkey will be reconstructed, redesigned, and starting from Caucasia up to all the seas, Black Sea, Mediterranean Sea, and Aegean Sea, will be able to cover the entire area in a just and balanced way. And I want to emphasize that Turkey won't waive its rights from the Mediterranean Sea.
Teşekkür ederim değerli hocam. Küçük bir katkı ve arkasından küçük bir soru sorabilirim. Diğer soruları...
I can ask other questions, please.
Sayın hocam,
Please.
Pire Limanı'ndan bahsettiniz.
You talk about Pire Port,
Aynı zamanda burada gözden kaçırılmaması
and
gereken
there
bir
is
şey var.
something that has to be there that shouldn't be overlooked.
Bir Çin var.
There's China that in Georgia that they're trying to make it together. The China trying to come up with China, and there is a luxury of China to use our waterways are free, and we have to look at the importance of this port and Canal Istanbul. And there is one another thing I'd like to mention. And in the past, there is a south-south and the north-north commerce, and this is something I believe very important. Now the commerce is between the west and east, and with the logistics and leaps that Turkey and South Turkey have, it will be like a system out there, and I think that will be the case. What I'd like to ask you is that the United Kingdom has an explanation, and America is dealing with this, and the Middle East is there, and we won't give up on Middle East, and we will not leave Middle East, and there is I read an explanation that in the Middle East, could you please tell something? And the speaker is here. I'd like to talk about, and I'd like to. I'm curious about your opinions. I agree with that with you, and with China, the fact that we are getting together is a part. It could be in the Middle East, in the Mediterranean, in the others places. And as a lawyer myself, with Adam Bey, we worked on this in Canal Istanbul. So it is 50 days now. And there is the Straits Agreement. So when the Prime President was the Prime Minister, he made an explanation, and he said that we will make the bridge. He did this. We were going to make the square. He did. And the Canal Istanbul is there. The steps are there, but it requires finance. And in terms of the straits, and it is something inevitable and sine qua non. Some people cannot understand it. And the Greece people, they made a report because I called them as a giant hats, and I think that when they are friendly to Turkey, I'll be diplomatically respectful. And in Turkey, the axis of the world is between going to Asia Pacific to the east. This is how Turkey started this one. Therefore, Turkey between 2014, I agree with you, and it will be among the top 10 countries with the strides in the defense industry. And of course, there is a Turkish nation, and that disturbs the great powers, the United States of America. So I think that they cannot read the time. And of course, they can continue, clash with China, but I don't think that will be enough with their powers, and the activities with the lands will be there. And without the Turkish world, the United States of America cannot win anymore. And we see that sometimes with the effect of certain countries that they object that they target the Islamic world, and this is a wrongful policy. And I agree with the policy of the United Kingdom. America retreats in the Iraq, and and there is the Middle East dominance, and when we say conservative Americans, there will be the war of the religious. I've seen that in Jerusalem. They said that the Prophet Christ will come there in the Jerusalem, and with the Mecittepe, all the they have a belief that all the Jews will convert into Christianity, and so they think that any initiative for the Muslims is rightful. So 100 years ago, Turkey in the first World War, Turkey has to have this, and of course the United Kingdom ambassador is there, and Turkey isn't a threat for you. Is important as an aviation person. I believe that as America doesn't give with the Eurofighter, with the United Kingdom in the aviation, we have to strike the balance. And one other thing that with the new German government, we have to work on our relations, and there is the tsunami wave there, and we have to come across such adults. And last but not the least, I can tell that there will be the agreements with Qatar and Mosul, and of course that they will think, and we see that there's a success of this in Libya, and the president of Turkey accepted the Libya pioneers, and Turkey will not give up on the Libya and Syria and the mission that is entrusted by Allah. Yes, there are some policies, but the important thing is to see the horizon, and beyond the horizon. I'd like to thank Adnan Pasha and Ersan Albay, Colonel Albay, and there are other speakers. I don't want to take things. And I believe that these speeches at this conference will have new works, and we will. I think that the way that Adnan Pasha opened is very important. Thank you very much. Respect from our side. Thank you very much. The first speaker is just joined us, and we have one another speaker, Ibrahim Rasul. It is about the Islamophobia and the struggle against Islamophobia. I hope that he will make his presentation short. And I think that he is here. Ibrahim Bey, are you here?
I am here with great apologies for electricity load shedding in South Africa that made me late, but I am here, alhamdulillah. Dr. Orhan, our distinguished moderator, my really respected fellow panelists, and the leadership of ASSAM, it is a great honor to speak to you from Cape Town, South Africa. I must say that listening to the last parts of the panels that have come, I think that as someone who lives on the periphery of the Muslim world and have been active on that periphery, whether in the United States, Europe, or Africa, there is a great requirement for the Muslim world to reposition itself geopolitically and globally, to manage the multiple challenges that the Ummah faces. They are the dominant forces still of authoritarianism within the Muslim heartlands, with notable exceptions. And I think that your location in Turkey speaks of one. There's external residues and experiences of imperialism in which we've got to calculate what the superpowers are doing all the time, and particularly the United States with regard to its interests in the Muslim world. But I do think, and I'm very happy to come and speak on this, there is a periphery in which a minority, a collection of Muslim minorities who together make up 25% of the Ummah, where we live, who have the experiences of prejudice, of discrimination, that we have now found a name for called Islamophobia. And if the Muslim world were to be able successfully to reposition itself, then we have the possibility of once again enjoying global leadership through the hegemony of what I call the soft power of Islam. Because Islam historically was a purveyor of such soft power based on eternal values, such as the integration, the tawheed of justice, of the abiding mission of the Prophet, of mercy, of knowledge, and all of those kind of elements of soft power. I do want to say that I come from a country, South Africa, in which Islam has been around for over 350 years. We were brought there as slaves and exiles from Indonesia, South Asia, and later from the rest of Africa. And they were brought to Cape Town as slaves and as political exiles, where they were discriminated against both as non-whites or blacks, as well as Muslims. In that case, Christianity was seen as the religion of the oppressor, the religion of those who took slaves, the religion of those who repressed Muslims. And therefore, even non-Muslim slaves who came to Cape Town integrated and assimilated into this Muslim identity, this Malay identity that we have here in Cape Town. I always tell people in other Muslim minority communities that if you want to understand what Islamophobia may be, then you must understand what it means to have grown up in Cape Town under colonialism, so big that one of the leaders, Tuan Guru or Qadi Abdul Salam of the Muslim community here, described Cape Town in one of his writings as Darul La'na, the accursed abode, the place that is cursed because of the hostility and hatred and repression of Muslims, where Muslims were not allowed to practice their religion in public on pain of execution, dispossession, and imprisonment. That was the Islamophobia that gave rise to the Muslim community today. And the fact that we are here today still speaks about the resilience of that Muslim community. Today, in post-apartheid South Africa, after Nelson Mandela's release from prison, one would never say that Muslims are a 1.5% minority in South Africa because of the variety, the strength of Muslims in the boardrooms, on the playing fields, where we even had captaincy of the national cricket team, in the political space, the cabinet. I myself had been the governor of the second biggest economic province in South Africa. I was South Africa's ambassador to Washington, not because of me, but for the respect that Islam enjoys because of its role in the anti-apartheid struggle and the expertise it brought. And so what I do is to contrast what happened under colonial conditions and what happened after the presidency of Nelson Mandela in South Africa, in which our Bill of Rights sees all religions as equal, and where we have a secular state, but not a state of secularism, of laicite, as, for example, was the case and may continue to be the case in parts of Turkey, even up till today. So today, globally, this challenge of Islamophobia, in which, as I said, in the minority countries, the Ummah constitutes 25% of the global population of Muslims. In the West and in sub-Saharan Africa, or particularly in Southern Africa, we are small populations of Muslims, as we are in Europe, the United States, and Southern Africa. But in the East, we have large minorities of Muslims, such as we are experiencing in India, in China, and other places like that. And therefore, I think we've got to understand how even now today, whereas Islamophobia was largely reported on in the United States, in Europe, in France, etc. Now today, making headlines is the plight of Muslim minorities in places like India under Modi, in places like Myanmar and the plight of the Rohingya, in places like China and the plight of the Uyghur Muslims who are there. And so suddenly, many of the Muslim minorities across the world, whether large minorities or small minorities, are facing this pressure of Islamophobia. And it's part of what we need to unravel as part of the overall geopolitical repositioning of the Ummah if we are going to bring peace to the soul of the Muslim community, bring inclusion in the heartlands, bring acceptance and integration on the periphery of the Muslim world. And particularly this wave of Islamophobia that we have experienced had been given enormous impetus after 9/11, and then particularly the war on terror, which demonized Muslims across the world, majorities and minorities. And therefore, what we had seen was a change from Islamophobia as being a set of personal prejudices and attitudes and behaviors and utterances of individuals. And suddenly after 9/11, we saw the phenomenon of Islamophobia being mainstreamed, becoming government policies, finding its way into immigration policies, making sure that legislation is made in places in the United States against Sharia, making sure that surveillance is visited upon mosques, making sure that an island is designated as an island Guantanamo where Muslims can be incarcerated without trial, and all of those kind of things. And therefore, what we have seen in the last 2 decades has been the systematic mainstreaming of extremism as it found power in the legislatures, the parliaments in Europe, in the governments in the United States, and particularly also now, increasingly in the power corridors of India and of Myanmar and also of China. And so we needed to understand, and therefore the question is, how do we deal with it and what lessons can be drawn from South Africa? In South Africa, we discovered that Islamophobia was not a standalone, not a separate and isolated act against Muslims. It included Muslims, but was a specific weapon against Muslims in a whole family of discrimination and bigotries. So, for example, if you were black, you suffered racism in South Africa. If you were a woman, you suffered misogyny in apartheid South Africa and colonial South Africa. If you were a foreigner, you suffered xenophobia in apartheid South Africa. And because the Afrikaner apartheid architects were also allied to Hitler, if you were Jewish, you suffered anti-Semitism in South Africa. If you were gay, you suffered homophobia in South Africa. And so the whole family of bigotries was brought to bear in apartheid South Africa. And so Islamophobia was just the laser-pointed weapon of choice against Muslims. And therefore Muslims suffered. If they were foreign, they suffered xenophobia. If they were women, they suffered misogyny. If they were black, they suffered racism. And because they were Muslim, they also suffered this apartheid, this Islamophobia that I spoke about, where Islam, in policy terms, was declared a false faith. And therefore, Muslim marriages were never recognized. When you registered your child as the outcome of a Muslim marriage in South Africa, you had to register the child as illegitimate. That was the extent of apartheid in South Africa. And therefore, I think that what we need to understand is that we need to deal with this phenomenon in particularly the West, but also in the large majorities in the East. And we needed to understand in South Africa like we must understand globally on the periphery, what are the options of coexistence that we are striving towards? What outcome do we want? And so the outcome is either isolation, where we are confined to our compounds, assimilation, as in France, where we are required to drop our religious, our cultural, our linguistic, cuisine identities and assimilate into being French, or we can choose in South Africa, where we have chosen and constitutionally inscribed the coexistence of being one of integration, in which our integrity is respected as Muslims, and Muslims respect the national integrity to be free, democratic, and rights-orientated in South Africa. And so we need to also understand how after 9/11, the geopolitical situation has inscribed Islamophobia by infantilizing Muslims, and hence, for example, allowing the counter-revolutions in the Arab Spring countries. And so, for example, it is said that we can extract our resources from those Muslim countries, oil, gas, and others, but we can't trust them with our values of inclusion, of human rights, and of freedom. And so let's allow the coup d'etats and the counter-revolutions to snuff out the attempts at inscribing values which are not only Western, but have their roots in the maqasid al-sharia, the intents and the objectives of Islamic law. And so those are the very important things. And the irony is that the more you deny freedom to Muslims in their heartlands, the more you extract their wealth and create inequality between elites and the streets. The more you create conflict, and the more conflict you create, the more you accelerate the migration patterns of ordinary, war-weary, and poverty-stricken Muslims to the West, and the more you must make sure that you preserve the West from the emergence of other cultures, other religions, and so forth. I want to end by saying that the first important lesson from South Africa is that when you are faced with the choices of being perpetual victims or being agents of change, whether minority or majority, always choose agency. Victimhood just deepens your inability to not act on your context. And therefore, South African Muslims throughout the 350 years have always chosen agency to fight against the conditions, to defy the conditions, to be resilient in the face of those traditions, to join the liberation struggle, to become leaders of the liberation struggle, to make sacrifices in the cause of liberation, not only for Muslims, but for the whole oppressed mass of Black South Africans in there. Secondly, if you have a choice between fighting only Islamophobia or fighting the whole family of bigotries, especially racism, choose to fight all bigotries, because the imperative for justice in Islam is an imperative that knows no boundaries. The third one is, do you fight alone or do you fight in combination with others? And from that, we have learned, for example, the lessons of the Khilful Fudul, the coalition of virtue. And we worked out that where we share values with other communities, we enter into alliances. Where we share objectives with other communities, we enter into coalitions. And where we share projects with other Muslims, with other communities, we enter into the politics of the front. And therefore, too many of us stand alone, stand separate, and are afraid to enter into alliances, coalition, and fronts with other people, such as the Black Lives Matter, such as some women's movements, such as others who also face oppression. I want to say in my last bit that Islam has this unique ability of being hegemonic as it was before, but we can be hegemonic again through the deployment of soft power. We don't always have the hard power to oppose the United States, to oppose any other power in the world, because they have spent their budget on nuclear weapons. They have spent their budget on militaries that are enormous, and they hold the key to the latest and most superior weaponry that they are capable of. But what has made the Muslim Ummah successful globally has been the deployment of its soft power, the superiority of its belief system, the ability to translate those beliefs into cultural forms, the ability to discover algorithms, the ability to explore the heavens and space, the ability to lay down the canons of medicine. And it's our most important ingredient of soft power, knowledge, that we have ceded to only a few amongst us who are only your jurisprudence based, rather than the full array of knowledge that is there. And so, my respected brothers and sisters, I end by exhorting us to add the phenomenon of the Muslim experience in the periphery of Islamophobia, and to ensure that that periphery becomes a vibrant part of the Ummah, but that they need to be supported in the fight against this phenomenon of Islamophobia that also is there. Wa akhiru da'wana alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Thank you very much.
Dr. Russo, biz de teşekkür ederiz.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Ibrahim Rasul. I would like to make a criticism and certain contributions. 9/11, as you know, is a turning point in terms of the Islamophobia. It's a turning point because the Islamophobia increased after 9/11. Regarding to Africa, I would like to make a couple of comments. After the mosque attack in New Zealand, for example, there were many demonstrations, and South Africa, in terms of its fight against the xenophobia, has initiated its national action plan. And there is only one thing that I am not agreeing with you. If I understand you right, you have spoken about the homosexuality as well, and Islam rejects and condemns homosexuality as well. So I don't think that speaking about homosexuality and fighting together with them is not the right way. If you accept me, I would like to make a criticism. Could you please elaborate on that topic about the homosexuality issue? I don't, want to discuss this matter. I don't think that because the homosexuality is rejected and condemned in Islam. What would you like to say about it?
No, thank you very much. I think I mentioned discrimination against all people who are different, and mentioned the LGBTI community as one of that suffered enormously under apartheid. It's different to making a case for it. But what we have learned in South Africa is that when you open the door of discrimination to one group that you may detest and disagree with, you give that same permission to a government who tomorrow loves that community and hates Muslims. You give the same tools of discrimination and oppression to that same government. And so at the end of the day, what we have been able to say in South Africa is that while we do not agree with it, if we have the freedom to speak against it and advise against it, then we should not be in the forefront of necessarily leading the fight against it. We need to make sure that our values remain intact, but that we cannot use our values as the sharp edge against a particular community. And so in that sense, I understand and completely accept the sharp opinion within the Muslim world about it, but I think it's not a fight that we have entered into, as long as we have the right to preserve what our values are in South Africa, and as long as we have the responsibility to make sure that no weapon is ever sharpened against us that we have sharpened against other people.
Sayın Başkan, ben de müsaade ederseniz İbrahim Hoca'yı...
With your permission, well, yes, please, dear Professor.
I hope we try to understanding the changing identity and picture. Who are the common identity, the shifting from the communism to Islamophobia? Your mention is very critical. Not only the Christianity and also all the religious issues is very critical. Why today we did a great plan until the 30 years at the beginning of the 9/11 or before it, they planned and using Islamic terrorism phenomena. This is very critical and very dangerous. We see in the neighboring today in PKK and other terrorist organizations. However, today from the European and even though in Afghanistan, in Africa also, they don't apply the democratic human rights. As I mentioned before they say they are, Professor Ibrahim is insisting on, the Muslim people is autocratic and they don't understand the principles of human rights and democratic principles and Western values. However, this is not reflecting the reality, and they push the stability and peace to ethnic and religious conflicts to trigger on the global geopolitical dimension. When we're looking from the young people in European and other Western people, every day Muslim is killing each other. This is the very bad picture. Now another idea is what can we do, and are you ready for the counter phenomena? This is very critical in academical and international perspective. Secondly, what is our proposal in equality, freedom, and justice in the human the community? Secondly, what is the media? I hope we have the one very important conference, but we don't have enough support by the media. What is we need to the wake up time. That's okay, and of course the enemy can do very bad plan for us, as I mentioned to you. And what is your plan? To using the technology and science, information, and also action all together. Professor Ibrahim insists on about it without the separation to each other. And my message is to give the new messages to the all Muslim people. We must act all together. Number one rule is this, and Muhammad Mustafa sallallahu alaihi wasallam is ordered to us in also Janab Allah Ta'ala telling us, you have to act all together. Another idea, how can we use no fighting idea? We use the soft power and bringing new models, new ideas, also discovering our knowledge under the respect, the culture brotherhood, and then to live like this, to love each other since as I mentioned to Yunus Emre, bunu Türkçe söyleyeceğim. Seveceksin yaratılanı yaratandan.
So you should love the one for the sake of the created, as the Yunus Emre says.
The principles. I hope we cannot go ahead in the Islamophobia propaganda. This is very critical issue. I hope that thanks to the Professor Ibrahim. Teşekkür ederim Sayın Başkan. Yani burada yeni bir...
Thank you very much. So with a new order, I do believe we should stand against the Islamophobia with a new discourse, and we shouldn't be, angry with the enemy because enemy can do anything they like. We should start loving each other. So we should show respect to each other. Only after then we can give this big fight, which will end in glory, I guess. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, dear professor. So we have come to the end of our first session, but Mr. Ensar actually kindly requested me from speaking about it. The strategic importance of Kanal Istanbul project. We are working on this project with 15 people. We have the environment engineers, architects, and the map experts, and I am working on this project for financial matters. As you know, within the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure, a DG has been established. I mean, we have been working on this project for quite a long time. And after, 5 different routes are being assessed, this route has been defined. And 78% of the route is filled with water. And $15 billion will be the financial cost. So it is not like $100 billion, as it is exaggerated a lot. The government will be undertaking the financial burden. China is putting a lot of pressure in order to receive the operation of this project, but we will not, accept it, because at the end of the day, we will make the money out of it. And we are expecting $11 billion of an annual income, and especially Middle East, Africa, Europe will be benefiting from it. The Piraeus port, as you know, is very important because it is next to the Corinth Channel, and you can easily go all the way to the Adriatic Sea. So strategically speaking, it's a very important project. France right now is trying to connect the Manch Sea with the Mediterranean in order to bypass Gibraltar. With its Kiel channel, Germany is trying to export on the Tuna River. And as we speak about the Black Sea, the internal transportation from the Volga River is really intensifying. So the Silk Road will be enabling the railway transportation, and the logistics are becoming very expensive. So as I said at the beginning of my speech, the Turkey is a very important center for customs. And at the same time, logistical centers to be opened in the Marmara Sea will be highly important. According to our calculations and assessments, I believe that we will receive approximately $11 billion of an annual income. A Montreux Treaty, I don't want to speak about it. I mean, most of the time IR and the PolSci experts are speaking about it. But the longer the waiting period is, as you know, the costs are increasing. So you have to come up with an alternative route for this project. And if you can provide the financial cost of this project, of course, it will provide a huge benefit. And I do believe this will be one of the ways to bypass the Montreux Treaty. As you know, there is a huge and intense traffic in the Bosphorus. I mean, it is reaching to the level of 750,000 people of passengers on a daily basis. And it is also bringing along many difficulties and jeopardies. And when we think about the passage of big ships, the Istanbul is stuck inside the Bosphorus, so we can easily understand how big the tragedy could be. This is why this project is strategically very important. So within the vision of stronger Turkey, with its financial centers, this area will be very special. I don't want to, make analogies, but Istanbul will be turning into a Singapore or Hong Kong type of a financial center. I do believe this project will be very instrumental. Together and in line with the urban transformation, those areas hopefully will be renewed as well, because there are not a huge level of settlements in the area. We see it. But Canal Istanbul will be very instrumental, especially for the trade and to the Black Sea area, to the Middle East. And I do believe that this is a very visionary project for the future. I can present you a crazy project as well. I am concluding right now. Maybe some people thought about it. We can connect Kızılırmak and Yeşilırmak and open a new channel to the Middle East. This is my crazy project. If you accept, yes, please, Professor Mesut, I do believe you have to say something. Your mic is off, Professor.
Yani herkesin korktuğu bir şey var. Acaba
Well, there is one thing that everything is afraid of. People are afraid whether the warships will pass over there or not, but they are covered under the same status. The hegemonic right of the Turkey will not be changing because we own those geographies. And at the end of the day, it's not going to be an island, because if you want to have an island, both sides should be filled with water. So this is geopolitically very important. Third, in the face of a crisis, the Montreux Treaty is still valid in the face of a war. So we shouldn't be deceived by the propaganda. So as an ex-officer in the Turkish army, what I would like to say that this channel will really ease the situation in Turkey. And the ones who would like to create some troubles are making use of the Dede Ağaç case. But before 1453, we have conquered Çanakkale, and then Fatih conquered the Istanbul. And this city was bestowed to us, and no one can ever take the Bosphorus from us. Can I ask a question to Mr. Mesut? Could you please introduce yourself as well? My name is Ensar Nishancı, Professor Dr. Ensar Nishancı. First of all, thank you so much for those beautiful presentations, Mr. Ayhan, Mr. Mesut, and I would like to thank other speakers as well. I have listened to your speech with great excitement, dear Professor. But there is one question that I would like to ask. I am also an IR professor. And what is your question, dear Professor? Well, Mr. Mesut, I will be speaking with the international relations terminology. The United States of America is the superpower, and he is losing its superpowerness, and we are paying the price because everyone sees that Turkey will be a key country in the future's world. As the superpowers are falling, they create problems. So at the epicenter of all the problems that we are facing in the Middle East, I do believe is due to the fact that the Turkey is becoming at the epicenter of the international relations, and America is concerned with that. So they are not actually indirectly fighting with us anymore. But there is one more problem in which I would like to learn your opinion. All right, we are paying the price and shouldering the burden of the falling of America as a superpower. But on the other hand, China is a candidate to become a superpower. But we have benefited from the economic opportunities of China, maybe, but we didn't face with its political challenges up until now. So if we think of Turkey as a balancing point between China and the United States of America, then I might have certain concerns. So what I would like to say is that Turkey should follow a balancing foreign policy, otherwise Turkey will not be able to survive in those conflicting environments. As we are standing against the America, what are we going to do in order to balance the Chinese power? I totally agree with what you say, dear Professor. It's a wonderful question, since you are dealing with those issues. The rise and fall of great powers is a very important book, as you know, but he is taken Ibn Khaldun as an inspiration for himself. And he is making an analogy saying that it is just like an extinguished candle. And the America is just like a candle ready to be extinguished. So when we think about the leadership of Turkey in the Islamic world, Turkey should follow a balancing foreign policy just like Abdul Hamid did. And UK has initiated the Brexit process. That's why UK is balancing Russia and sending a warship to the Black Sea region. That's why Turkey should cooperate in that regard with UK. And Germany will be the second pillar, but unfortunately, we will not be on good terms with France whatsoever. Whenever we are strong, then France will seek our alliance, just like in the times of the Suleiman the Magnificent. So there is one hypothesis that I do really support. Maybe you will agree with me or not. Within such parameters, as a professor, what I would like to say is that educated manpower, how many do you have? Turkey has 28 million students and 28 million youngsters we have, and 1.5 million of them are the students, and they are high quality students. This educated manpower should be benefited from, and we are also, just like Fatih did, we are employing foreign engineers as well. So a smart commander is the one who is able to use the mind of the others, as we have benefited from the Hungarian cannon master Orban, as we have constructed the cannons to take down the Istanbul. We will do the same. So in the defense industry, Turkey developed hypersonic weapons, and let's see how they are going to challenge us. And the nuclear powers, the nukes, came to an end. If we are conventionally strong, we can balance all those superpowers. And God bestowed us such a geopolitical region from which we should take inspiration. So first and foremost, in the face of this psychological power, we should protect our self-confidence, and we should work and accomplish. As we do this, of course, we will take into consideration the balance of power.
Çok açtık.
Evet,
Ben
evet. Dayak yemeden
kendi
başkandan
adıma
kaçalım.
sürçülisan ettiysem affola.
So I'm so sorry. I needed to interrupt you, but I'll have Professor Dr. Jakub. He's going to moderate the next session. He's good on that, actually. And also, I want Mr. Azam to say something. Thank you very much. And I hope that we'll be able to be together again.
Ben katılımcılarımızın ve izleyicilerimizin bilgi edinmesi için İbrahim Resul hocamızın
And I want to talk about the South Africa. 80% of the population is Christian, 1.5 are Muslims, and 15% are belonging to other religions or they are non-religious. And as Professor Ibrahim and Professor Ayhan told, the homosexuality issue is rather based on discrimination. I just wanted to emphasize this. Thank you. Professor Jakub, we are listening to you. Thank you, Professor Aydın. It was very nice to hear Professor Mesut. I think that we have the second session. First of all, I want to welcome all the participants. We'll be talking about foreign policy strategies of African Confederation, and I truly believe that this ASSAM Congress will be very auspicious for all the participants. And there are a lot of topics around the Islamic world, and I want to extend my greetings to everybody and to the President of Board of Directors of ASSAM and to other stakeholders. It was very pleasurable and enjoyable, and I see that we have a lot of common ground in here, and our mutual aim is to tackle with the main problems in the Islamic world, and to look for the solutions which can be implemented. In my session, I saw that I have 5 speakers, and I have Professor Ansar, and I benefit a lot from his opinion and also from his political identity on Istanbul. He will be talking about that. And not within a Turkish political perspective, but within the Islamic world perspective, and having Istanbul as the epicenter. We'll be talking about a new role of the city. And we'll have Professor Erol Demir. He'll be talking about the Islamic geography of Turkey and also about the chemical war weapons. Also, we'll be talking about new factors changing in Middle East and about the new actors and about the Sultan Bakar. We'll be talking about foreign policy of Pakistan and the Muslim world. He'll be sharing his knowledge and experiences with us. And lastly, we have Ahmet Avduzelli, and he will be talking about the period from 16 to up to the start of the 20s. I know that we are moving like pretty much fast, and we have allotted like only for 15 minutes speaking a period for each participant. So I don't want to lose more time. I want to correct you, Professor Vakar. If Professor Ansar will allow him, Professor Vakar wants to take his place. Okay, let's have him first. He will be talking about the Pakistan foreign policy and Muslim world.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Hello.
Evet, sesiniz gayet net geliyor. Buyurun.
Yes, Professor Vakar, we can hear you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Today my topic is about Pakistan foreign policy and the Muslim world. So as we know that Pakistan come in existence in 1947, 14th August 1947. As a subcontinent, in the subcontinent, the Muslims are ruling from almost 1,000 years. Till 1857, Ghaznavi, Babur, and other Muslim empires was ruling the subcontinent. Nowadays, Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, and some part of Afghanistan. Pakistan is basically continuities of that Muslim emperors. As we know that Pakistan is an Islamic republic country, and Islam is its ideological foundations. It's come into being on the basis of two nation theory. Therefore, it is called the fort of Islam. Pakistan is the only atomic power in the Islamic world. This is why it has eminent positions amongst the nations of the world. Pakistan not only plays an important role to resolve the controversies of Islamic countries, but also has a significant character to solve the problems of the nations of the world. Pakistan has religious, political, economic, and social relations with Muslim countries. In this regard, the reawakening of the Islamic Conference, Organization of Islamic Countries, is particularly remarkable. Pakistan is now striving for mutual interest of the Islamic world, for promoting the trade and economical relations with Central Asian states and keeping in view the current situation of Afghanistan. Realistic policies are being acted upon for reconstruction of the basic structure in Afghanistan. Two-sided international attempts got courage from this. If Pakistan becomes successful for creating unity amongst the Islamic nations, the Muslim world will get an important place at international level. As we know that the vast recent circle from Indonesia Morocco consists of Muslim countries or Muslim world. The political, geographical, and military importance of this region can be conjectured with the fact that 4 continents, that is, setting aside America and the others like Asia, Africa, Europe, and Australia, land and air paths cannot contact with each other without passing through this. The narrow lines of Mediterranean Sea and the oceans of Africa and Asia are situated in Islamic world, and they are like orta for international trade. Islamic world suppress and close this orta. If they wish, they can make the international economical life realized. Every 4th person is Muslim in the world. There are more than 50 independent Muslim countries. They are blessed with agriculture and mineral wealth. The Muslim world is the monopoly of petrol and oil reserves. Yet the Muslim world has economical contradiction. Some Muslim countries are very rich and some are spending their lives in very miserable circumstances. The Muslim world is not independent in the matter of food. It causes defective planning, deficit, and reliance. There is no deficiency of mental poverty in the Muslim world. They spend 0.5% of total gross domestic product on education. This is one scientist in every 1 million people. The trade of Muslim world is $100 billion, and the trade of Islamic brothers countries is $14 billion. Armed forces are huge in number. The response cannot be given to the aggression in Kashmir and Chechnya, in others, Libya, Syria, and other countries. The greatest disease of the Muslim world is lack of unity. The institutions and agencies are not strong in Muslim countries because of effective planning. Efforts for revival and implementation of Islam are being made in several Muslim countries. A point of moderation is being searched between the necessities of past and the need of present. The movement for implementation of Islam revolution is getting intensity. All terms of interpretation, illustration, Islamic idea, Islamic methodology of deciding for self-opinion on the basis of Quran and the Holy Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Thoughts, norms, modernism, and progressiveness are revived. The future is in the hand of people who know to get of being down with the burden of the past. The wish to live in the future is bigger than the wish to live in the past. The relations of Pakistan with some important Islamic countries of Islamic world are given below, through which we can understand their political, social, economic, and military operations and progress. First, as a Muslim country, is Saudi Arabia. How is the relationship of Pakistan with the Saudi Arabia? So Saudi Arabia is not only the important country of the Middle East, but is also an important country of the Islamic world. This country is blessed with oil, gas, and other minerals. Pakistan has very close relations with Saudi Arabia. Finally, and firstly, because the two holy places, Haramain Sharifain, are situated in Saudi Arabia. Pakistani Muslims have very deep care for this region and the people there. So secondly, both the countries have a key place of unity between the Islamic countries in their foreign policies. The relationship between Pakistan and Saudi Arabia are exemplary since their beginning, particularly in the period of Shah Faisal, and the relations between the Pakistan and Saudi Arabia were ideal. Now we are coming to Turkey. Turkey is situated in 97% in Europe and 3% in Asia. Turkey had the caliphate of Muslim nation, and Pakistan and Turkey did an agreement with each other. So these things, they bring us together much. Pakistan and Turkey support each other on the problems of Kashmir and Cyprus. There's other agreements between Pakistan, Turkey, and Iran in 1964, but after this, it was like this is the ECO, Central Asia and Afghanistan are also in part of that agreements. The others, Balkan countries in Palestine, Azerbaijan, and Bosnia and Cyprus, and atomic energy was also discussed in that ECO. Different kind of agreements, for example, agreement related to culture, technology, trade, and communication, defense, economy, education, and sciences were done between Pakistan and Turkey. The misunderstanding between Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Turkey was poor because of the efforts of the heads of these countries. As Afghanistan is the neighbor, the relationship between Pakistan and Afghanistan, as Afghanistan is the neighbor Islamic country of Pakistan, the relations between both the countries were not pleasant since the beginning. Afghanistan talked against the inclusion of Pakistan in the United Nations, and there is a controversy of boundaries between Pakistan and Afghanistan, which is the Durand line, and so this is the basic problems that come from 1947. So after Pakistan come into being, Afghanistan went against this agreement and demanded the regions from the seashore. So these are the problems that we have from the start with as a neighbor country. Pakistan has allowed Afghanistan to use its sea on the very easy terms also. Afghanistan is showing some other things that we have from the history. We have some the border issues in these things. After that, also as the Soviet Union take on Afghanistan, and the problem starts. So this was only one country, Pakistan, that they helped Afghanistan. Pakistan helped its Muslim brothers in every incident and tried to solve the problem as soon as possible. Because of this effort, an agreement was executed on 14th April 1988 at Geneva, on which the representatives of Russia, America, Afghanistan, and Pakistan signed. Because of this agreement, the Russian army had leave Afghanistan, and Pakistan efforts was admirable in Geneva agreement, because of which the Russian army had left Afghanistan after 9 years without accomplishment of its objective. An agreement was executed in Islamabad, the revival of political stability in Afghanistan, in which Burhanuddin was appointed as president and Gulbuddin was the prime minister from the past. So these are the things that the ties Pakistan and Afghanistan have as a brother country and as a neighbor country with each other. After that, is after 9/11, United States attack on Afghanistan, 2021. Pakistan also play very crucial role to bring peace in Afghanistan. Now is also on 19th of December, there's a OIC, Organization of Islamic Countries Foreign Minister Conference for Afghanistan, because there's a humanitarian crisis in Afghanistan. So Pakistan every time is his stand with Afghanistan. Now we are coming to another neighbor country about the relationships of Pakistan with Iran. So Iran is near to Pakistan and its neighbor. It's situated in southwest of Pakistan. From 1958, agreements of boundaries were executed between both the countries. So as we look also this how 1965, 1971 wars between India and Pakistan, Iran openly helped Pakistan. Likewise, Pakistan played a key role to remove animosity during war between Iraq and Iran. When Pakistan responded with an atomic experiment, Iran supported the Pakistani point of view and helped Pakistan a lot in the critical time. So this is the relationship between Iran and Pakistan with each other. Iranian president and the others visited to Pakistan, and many cooperation agreements were signed, including defense. As a Bangladesh is in the South Asian country, Islamic Republic of Pakistan came into being on 14th August 1947 in great leadership of Raja Muhammad Ali Jinnah, with efforts of Indian Muslims on the map of the world. At that time, Pakistan has two parts, East Pakistan and West Pakistan. There was a distance of 1600 kilometers between both of them. As a result of depressing historical incident of the separation of East Pakistan, likewise on 16 December 1971, a separate country come into being with the name of Bangladesh, East Pakistan, while the West Pakistan renamed to the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. This, the first period of Benazir Bhutto, and the relations between Pakistan and Bangladesh started getting better. Because of political instability in Pakistan, Benazir Bhutto and Nawaz Sharif couldn't complete their terms. So therefore, there is a problem between two countries. But in 1999, President of Pakistan, Pervez Musharraf, visited Bangladesh and tried to start a new age of relations between both the countries. So the conversion, after removing the bitter memories of the past and resolving the mistake, was also done. So now the relations between Pakistan and Bangladesh are better than before. There is no warmth in the relation which should be seen between two other Muslim countries. Some agreements about promotion of science, education, culture, and progress of agriculture are recently executed between Pakistan and Bangladesh. Egypt, the relationship between Pakistan and Egypt, the relations between Pakistan and Egypt went to from different ages and finally reached to friendship and brotherhood. In 1960, President Jamal Abdel Nasser visit caused misunderstandings removal, and Ziaul Haq had role to establish Egypt as a member of Organization of Islamic Countries once again. On the Kashmir issue, Gulf War, and Afghan problem in 1979, both the countries had some point of view. Not only the people of both the countries will get benefit, but also the unity of the Islamic world will be strengthened if the relations keep going on the same way on sacrifice and dedication basis. The relationship between Pakistan and Indonesia, according to an evaluation, currently there is a value of 80 million for the trade which is currently carried out between both countries. Pakistan provides Indonesia with rice, cotton, medical tools, with Indonesia provide us tea, edible oil, etc. Pakistan instant export of mechanical tools, railway, bogies, and sugar cane to Indonesia, while we receive tires, steel, wires, and other tools of iron from Indonesia as an economic diplomacy. In 1971, after Bangladesh come into being, Pakistan interest decreased from Southeast Asian country. However, the friendly relation with Indonesia were not decreased. So there is enough harmony between both countries about international issues. The relationship between United Arab Emirates and Pakistan. So this relation between Pakistan and United Arab Emirates are present in past ages. United Arab Emirates has established numerous organizations in Pakistan, for example, Ura oil refinery, dairy farming, and 320 megawatt power plant, etc. The United Arab Emirates play an important role for decreasing inequality with India. So United Arab Emirates is playing an important role in the economical progress of Pakistan. The Pakistan relationship with the Central Asian Muslim states. As we know that 6 Central Asian Muslim states are respectively Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, and Azerbaijan. The mutual cooperation of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan and 9 Central Asian Muslim states has splendid results. The economical and military cooperation and mutual cooperation, both the parties can rise with firm and stable condition at international level. Pakistan is the nearest and important neighbor country of 9 Central Asian Muslim states. This is why, first of all, Pakistan has played an important role, firstly for freedom and secondly for stability of these states. I will come to the conclusion. So the basic objective of Pakistan foreign policy is the security of Pakistan ideology, working for Islam, and building of brotherhood amongst the Muslim nation. So this is the basic objective of Pakistan foreign policy from 1947. Pakistan has always not only tried for building better relations with Muslim countries whenever there was some risk of controversy amongst Muslim countries, Pakistan also made every possible effort for reconciliation. Historically, Pakistan is part of Central Asia. Any political or geographical change which occurs in Asian Muslim countries and the countries of Central Asia affects Pakistan. Therefore, it is essential for Pakistan to build strong economical, social, and political relations with the countries of whole Asia, Central Asia, South Asia. Pakistan is not like a bridge between Muslim countries of Asia and Muslim countries of Central Asia, but it is also has its impact and importance as a nuclear power in the world. This is why it is called the fort of Islam in the Muslim countries. Pakistan has played a key role from past to present in the unity and progress of Muslim countries. Pakistan has always played an important role for Muslim nation and their political, social, and economical progress, whether it is Muslim countries of the Central Asia or of Europe or Africa. This is why the exertion of Pakistan is seen and given important to the nations of the world. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Bakhtar. Well, indeed, the relations between Pakistan and Turkey is also very important. Those relations are dating back long before the Pakistan is founded, especially during the Turkish independence war. Our Pakistani brothers supported this struggle in Anatolia. And of course, I mean, he set forth a very important target. I mean, Pakistan is working in order to establish the brotherhood between the Muslim countries and at the same time the provision of reconciliation in the case of conflicts. And at the same time, in the field of defense industry, the relations between Turkey and Pakistan is really important because we are developing common policies, especially in the issue of Palestine. We know, how Pakistan is standing. And whenever there is an issue about the Islamic geography, the foreign policies of Turkey and Pakistan is overlapping and matching with each other. And Pakistan is, a very important actor in the Islamic geography and also in the Asian continent. Thank you so much for your presentation, Professor Vakar Padishah. I do believe you have to leave right now. Right?
Yes, I will leave in a while. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. Let's say farewell to you. Let's go back to our Professor Ensar. We continued with Mr. Ensar, and he will deliver a speech about the new identity and new foreign policy. I would like to impatiently waiting to listen to his presentation. Thank you very much. Can you hear my voice? Yes, it is heard very clearly. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank this distinguished audience, Professor Adnan being in the first place, Mr. Ansar, and the valuable representatives of ASSAM. I would like to extend my gratitude and greetings to our colleagues. Well, Professor Yaqub, you have increased the expectations about our speech. Well, my presentation will be comprised of three main pillars. And I would like to make a very simplified presentation. I will start speaking from the general issues and points, and I will later on touch upon to the specifics. When we say what are those three important pillars of my presentation, first I will take a look to the global environment, what is going on in the world, and then I'll take a look to the changes in the regional government and the great transformations that are taking place. Last but not least, I will take a look to the local environment. So in a nutshell, Turkey, and specifically, I'll take a look to Istanbul, because Istanbul is a very unique place. This uniqueness and exceptionalism of Istanbul also has certain unique functions. I will do my best to approach Istanbul from a different perspective. Well, valuable professor, we are observing one important reality. I mean, if we have to speak about the global environment, I have to say that we are going through historical times. Farid Zakaria, the author of The Post-American World, he says, and I quote, every 100 years, every 500 years, the transformations that are taking place are the historical transformations. So at the moment, the world is going through historical changes. I mean, this historical transformation is so important that we cannot compare it with the Second World War or with the end of the Cold War, or we cannot even compare and contrast it with the First World War. So this transformation can only be compared with the series of transformations starting and stretching all the ways from the times of the Renaissance. And let me explain this issue from the IR discourse. Today, not only the actors are changing. I mean, this change is not all about the fall of one superpower and the emergence of a new superpower. Or in another saying, this change is not only about the fall of the America as a superpower and it is being balanced by Russia, China, or Turkey. We have experienced such a thing during the Second World War. The Second World War was not a clash of civilizations. It was trying to balance the global power relations, and the Cold War was the celebration of a winning ideology. As a result, it was only the competition among different actors. So what I do believe that the most important war was the First World War, because the First World War was not only a war among the actors, but it was a war among the systems. It was not a war among the nation states only. It was also a war between and among the nation states and the empires. The First World War brought along the fall of the Ottoman Empire and the division of the whole Islamic geography and its annexation back to the global system. But before that, there was a huge struggle, which was a philosophical struggle. It was the struggle of the different world philosophies, and it has been initiated with the Renaissance. And the Islamic civilization was facing with the challenges of the liberalism and the scientific studies. And at the end of the First World War, unfortunately, Islam was tried to be marginalized from all the public spaces. So I do believe that this historical moment can be compared with the times before the First World War, because the crisis that we are in right now is not only a crisis of the actors. We are now speaking about a change on which the one superpower is falling and the other one is rising. This is all about a civilizational crisis. As a result, we are face to face with great historical splits. So I would like to make another observation and present another reflection to all those global analysis. And we take a closer look to the historical analysis. The relationship between East and West is not a symmetrical relationship, it's an asymmetrical one. So at the end of the day, the relations between the East and West has such a relationship just like a seesaw. When the East is on the rise, the West declines. When the West is on the rise, the East is in decline. Just like the relationship between Japan and Germany, I mean, those powers can rise together, but the East and West has the seesaw relationship. One of them can be on the rise and the other one will fall. So what we witness today is not the collapse of the West. The West is falling, yes, but it's not collapsing. So as the West is going down, we will see that the balance will be established. So the West is falling, but the East is on the rise. And the previous speakers have mentioned very important topics. And they have stated that the center of power is shifting towards Asia-Pacific, but Asia-Pacific is not becoming a center of the power. It is only balancing it. So this balance concept should always be remembered by the social scientists in the future. Let me give you another example to this examples of relationships. As you know, when the European Union is founded, the unions started to collapse in the Middle East, while the Europe was integrated at the basis of nation states. Our civilization started to decline, and unfortunately, Turks and Arabs all of a sudden became out of this civilization. I mean, there is one Arab nation with 22 states. This is such an extraordinary thing. This is not richness, I have to say. This is not a richness. And there is one more interesting thing. We have one nation. I mean, the Turks have one nation. But if you also count Cyprus, we have 7 states. So Europe is not only integrating the states, but they turn this integration of the civilization into a political project. And I would like to underline this very important word, political. And transatlantic coalition was formed, and then the European Union was born. Because in the integration of the Islamic countries, I don't think that the political will be at the epicenter. Yes, political will is really important, but social, historical, and spatial will be as important as the political will for the integration of the Islamic geography. In the West, this bottom-down approach of identity integration was present, but in Istanbul, this bottom-up approach of integration will be taking place, and in that regard, Istanbul will be at the epicenter. So the sociological features will define the political integration. This is very important. For the first time in the history of humanity, there is one exception. One civilization is going down and the other one is not rising. If we have to make a regional assessment for Turkey, we will realize that a similar scenario might be possible for Turkey. This is an advantage for Turkey, but also presents itself as a source of risk. Istanbul most probably is waiting for the Istanbul version 2 is expecting for actually a new spirit. During the first version, we have yielded the results with the Justice and Development Party. So I do believe that we are at the eve of a newborn. So let me put my academic hat aside. So Adnan Pasha is with us, but I would like to give you the good news. I would like to give you the good news about this new formation, and this is the formation of Istanbul. So let me elaborate what I do mean by saying the formation of Istanbul. I have explained you the global environment, but when we have to speak about the regional environment, we see that there are divisions in the Middle East rather than reconstruction of the Middle East. Let's take a look to our neighborhood, Syria, Jordan, Libya, Lebanon, Yemen, Afghanistan, Azerbaijan, Armenia, Greece, Cyprus, East Mediterranean, Asian islands, all those geographies, all those regions are not facing a reconstruction, but they are at the eve of a further division. Well, there is still not any eve for the reconstruction. And I do believe that institutions like ASSAM can play a very important role. So we do believe that those new technologies will be constructing and shaping the future. I mean, Turkey didn't only develop the manned aerial vehicle technology. I do believe that the future technologies will be constructed based on this technology that Turkey developed. And we can compare it with the cannons which closed one age and opened the new one during the Fatih the Conqueror. They are not weapons only. If you say them that they are weapons, it will be simplification. This is a brand new technology. Professor Yakup and distinguished audience, I do believe we have a much more important technology other than the manned aerial vehicles. When I say technology, this will be the technology belonging not only to the Turks, but to the whole region. And this new technology will be Istanbul as a location. Because I do believe, you know, in Arabic, Mekkan, meaning location, if you add mim as a syllable, it means that it is the place where this thing is born. For example, we use madrab in Arabic language, and it is actually the instrument with which we are putting some pressure. Mechanic, on the other hand, in Arabic is actually meaning the core technology, which is giving birth to new technologies. So I do believe that I have to underline the importance of Istanbul location as a technology. And I have to underline that identity is really important for civilization. Identity is an instrument of soft power. But I don't want to bore you with the academic discourse. Identity is enabling us to connect with each other under the same grounds, and it is a source of motivation and psychological power which reconnects us. And on this point, I would like to make a small observation and continue with the next part. In Europe, the identities are political, and in the Islamic geography, they are social. So as a result, the dynamics are shifting from bottom to up here. Multi-identity is a political project because in Europe, people are suspicious about the foreigners, so the politics are used as a catalyst in order to integrate foreigners to the countries. But in our geography, the politics try to homogenize the societies. So the politics try to break the texture and fabric of the society. But geography is like Istanbul. has presented a totally different ecosystem in which the identity is not shaped from up to down, but from bottom to up. That's why the identities of Istanbul, Ankara, and Damascus might be compared, and we can come up with interesting results. As a result, the political identity should be interpreted as the bearings of a brand new civilization. Let's go back to Istanbul so that I will magnify even more on our map. There is one special feature for Istanbul. Istanbul has always been said to be founded on 7 hills, and I always try to understand it. So, Istanbul was founded on the 7 hills doesn't mean that there are 7 hills in Istanbul. Istanbul is representing 7 different climates. Istanbul is not only one city, but it is comprised of 1,000 cities. I mean, there are so many civilizations in the world, and Istanbul is the place where they are meeting. Istanbul doesn't have any center. So each culture, each value can find something inside of Istanbul. This is the first feature of Istanbul. And Istanbul is not a one-dimension city. It is not only the greatest city, or it is not the greatest economic city. It is not the city of culture only. It is not the center of a religious sect, a language, or a textile center. Istanbul is not a technology center, but at the same time, Istanbul is all of them. Istanbul is a mechanical place which is reviving the spirit. Istanbul is just like mother and father to other cities. So Istanbul has served this function in the past, and I will say how Istanbul will be serving that purpose in the future, and then I will evaluate its reflections on the Turkish politics and in my speech. As you know, during the 1980s, there was a huge migration to Istanbul. So with this migration, people from Anatolia came to Istanbul for their salvations. So it was not a choice for them. Istanbul was actually a place for their economic salvation. From Bayburt, Rize, Trabzon, Erzurum, from Konya, from all around the Turkey, people migrated to Istanbul, and they have constructed the shanty towns and suburbs and slum houses. At the beginning, people thought that Istanbul will be lost, and all of a sudden, as of 1980s, Istanbul was started to be mentioned with its problems: the air pollution, the garbage problem, the pollutions, traffic, and etc. And then people in Istanbul developed a brand new spirit, and those people of Istanbul acquired a new spirit, and Istanbul has acquired a brand new identity, and this became much more clear with the Justice and Development Party. So all of a sudden, the people who have been seen to be the burden of Istanbul started to teach people how to export and how to govern municipalities. And those were the people who raised new media, new intellectuals. So all of a sudden, a brand new identity perception came to being. And as of 2000s, Istanbul became the new backbone of Turkey. Istanbul is not a place where the people from Anatolia gathered together only, but they evolved here. So this future of Istanbul, representing the 7 climate, has turned Istanbul into a cumulative point where all those features are being represented. So right now, there is one thing that I would like to say. Istanbul is at a brand new point. Istanbul is both receiving and giving migration to other cities. So Istanbul is receiving migration from other countries, and Istanbul is receiving migration from Iraq, from Syria, from Balkans, from Libya, from Afghanistan, from Arabic states, from Yemen. even from Armenia, from Azerbaijan, from the Caucasus, and Istanbul is receiving migration from all around the world. So let's pay attention to this reality. After the 1980s, the negative criticisms are also articulated by the same stakeholders. So people are against the migration at the moment. But I do believe that this brand new identity is a candidate for establishing a new identity for the whole city. So we will be face to face with a brand new synthesis. So I do believe being a citizen of Istanbul will mean something else, and the city of Istanbul will be totally different. Syrians, Yemenis, Libyans, and Lebanese people will be the intellectual capital of this brand new identity. And all those capital, the financial capital, the intellectual capital, has started to be accumulated in Istanbul, and they are waiting for a suitable climate. As you know, together with the Justice and Development Party, the whole story of Turkey has changed. So I do believe within this brand new era, a brand new identity will come to the fore, and we will change. We all will change. Not only the newcomers will change, but the newcomers will evolve us as well. So a brand new spirit will emerge, and just like this identity transformed Istanbul after the 1990s, this brand new spirit and identity will commence to change the whole identity of the region. And at the moment, Istanbul has already started doing it. So Istanbul might be seen as the lab of the future. I don't see that would be wrong to say. And let me briefly speak about a very interesting statistics. Among the global cities, Istanbul has an exceptional place. All the global cities' populations are decreasing in the West. The population of London is on decline, New York, Berlin, Washington. But quite interestingly, the population of Istanbul is rising. And Istanbul is the city which receives the highest level of investments for the infrastructure. I do believe Istanbul Airport will be very strategic for the future, and Canal Istanbul is also very strategic. So the world of the future will be shaped based on those technologies. And as a result, Istanbul is living and experiencing the history. And as a result, Istanbul will be the actor which will be shaping the future. With all the investments that it attracts, with its intellectual capital and human capital, Istanbul has already become a very important center. But unfortunately, fortunately, the European countries and European cities are losing their grounds, and they are not increasing their population, but their population is decreasing. When the West was on the rise, their population was also rising. During the 1950s, Istanbul most probably was not even among the top 30 countries in terms of its population. But right now, Istanbul is the city with the highest level of population. But this population should be integrated. And this will, of course, require some time. So we should pay attention to Istanbul. And let me briefly share my own experience with you. As I was working in the strategic research centers, my Arab friends wanted to meet me with a French strategist, and he was coming from Sorbonne, from Paris, and he was studying the Middle East. And I asked him, why are you in Istanbul? And he said that Istanbul is the cuisine of Middle East. That's what he said. So in order to see the future of the countries in the Middle East, you should see what is going on in Istanbul, because the future is actually being produced in Istanbul. But there is one point that I would like to raise here. Although Istanbul seems to be like a Turkish city, historically speaking, Istanbul is not a city of a single ethnicity. So Istanbul and this feature is very important. Istanbul until 1950s belonged to one class, and then Istanbul gained an ethnic identity, but right now Istanbul is a candidate of receiving a brand new identity. So Istanbul will construct a brand new identity from this phenomenological dynamism. Istanbul will not take the identity from past to the future, but Istanbul will add new branches to its core identity. Although Istanbul was the center of the Islamic Caliphate until 1951, the Muslim population in Istanbul was never the majority. It's quite interesting. In Istanbul, the number of the mosques per square meters is the highest, but the Muslims per square meters is not at the highest level in Istanbul, I have to say. So this identity should be guiding us for the establishment of the future politics. Istanbul is a city of balances. It's not a city of assimilations. Istanbul is a city where we will construct the future altogether. When I say balance, I mean that being Turkish or Kurdish, being Turkish or Arabic, being Muslim or Christian, this world, an eternal world, Europe and Asia is actually balanced in the city of Istanbul. So Istanbul is just like a seesaw analogy. Istanbul is the gravity point, the center point of the seesaw. As long as we can construct it sound and solid, the future of the brand new world will be shaped and the Istanbul will be its lab. I don't want to say Turkey. Istanbul has an imperial identity. The mosques, the churches, Taksim and Eyüp districts can be compared with each other. Professor Ansar, I don't want to interrupt, but you are over your time, 12 minutes and 13 minutes. So could you please wrap up your speeches? I don't want to interrupt you because it was very enjoying.
Yeni katmanları olacak. Yeni bir
So I do believe this identity will have new layers. Identity is not comprised of one layer only. So ethnic identities, there are ethnic identities, civilizational identities, and national identities. Let's say that our civilization is Islam. And if the Turks can establish this balance of Istanbul identity, both the heart of the Islamic geography will be revived. With those feelings and thoughts and analysis, I would like to greet you all with respect. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Ansar, for your valuable speech. As he stated that the formation of brand new Istanbul is good news for us. Istanbul is not the place where the clash of civilizations are taking place, and he stated that after the Renaissance, all those transformations came to being. This change in the Andalusian Islamic state was really important, and especially increasing necessities and requirements of the human beings actually shaped this transformation, and it is also pregnant to brand new changes. So as a city, I do believe Istanbul will definitely undertake an important role as a brand new actor. So it's not easy to, know exactly when that will take place, but Istanbul will be a very important balancing instrument for the whole Islamic geography. And as a result, Istanbul can construct such kind of a culture. Thank you so much for broadening our horizon. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Now, Erol Demir will talk about there's a long sentence, but he's going to talk about, he's going to make a presentation. You're muted, you can unmute yourself. You're muted, can you unmute yourself?
Evet, şu anda tekrar kapandı hocam sesiniz.
You're muted again.
Eğer hocam beni duyuyorsanız sesiniz
If you hear me, you're muted. Can you unmute yourself and start the presentation?
geliyor hocam.
Now we can hear you.
Görüntü kayboldu ama sesiniz geliyor.
We can hear you.
Tamam. Şimdi görüntü de geldi hocam.
Sesim de geliyor mu hocam?
Evet.
Can you hear me?
Vaktimizi iktisatlı kullanmak adına kusura bakmayın.
In order to use the time economically,
Hani bundan sonra oturum da var muhtemelen.
there is a session after that.
Normalde 20 dakika oturumlarımız.
So we have 20 minutes. And please do not exceed this time, please. Selamünaleyküm. Erol Demir. I'm a retired veterinary surgeon and I'm a colonel. And I'm the chemical war expert. There are some speakers. And I'll talk about biological and chemical materials and a definition and the definition of them. Are we ready for them or not? I'd like to tell you about this subject. When we say biological war, it is against the human beings, and it covers, it can be used against the animals and plants, and it could be stored, and it is the biological ones, and it is the total poison out of these. And when making the biological definition, the objective of this is to make people become ill very short time, and to the prevention of these people entering war, or there could be asymmetrical wars, and to harm the country and threaten the economic values of this country. When we look at the history, the biological and chemical materials have been in use BC 600s. And the authors actually, they used the poisons against the enemies in 1341 in Crimea. Mongolians, for 3 months, when they cannot conquer Crimea for 3 years, they used the black people to the city. What I'm trying to say is that, so zoonotically, these are the diseases which transferred from animals to humans, and its use of microorganismic area. As the Americans and there is the smallpox viruses that is used by the US people to Indians, and it is with the smallpox. This is related to the for the eradicate the human beings and to attain their cause. So this is a historic development. However, when we say biological war, this could be made with the simple technology and at a very short cost, and it could be used better than the other weapons. And at the same time, the biological materials can be used for technical and strategic reasons. And in the mass destruction weapons, they are more effective than the mass destruction weapons. And from the 21st century, among the mass destruction weapons, These materials have been developed very fast in the laboratories. They become more smart, and there is a biological materials using, and of course, when we look at these, the biological materials can be used asymmetrically, and they can cause the reasons. So when we say there is a huge spectrum of that, and there is the microorganisms, and we see viruses, and the biological, and this could be used for bioterrorism. The viruses and COVID-19, and before that there was a SARS and MERS viruses, and that could be shown as an example. And of course, in the zoonosis from the animals, and without the natural the immunity, the microorganisms and viruses can be used, can be assessed this way, and could be used asymmetrically. And in addition to that, there are toxins, and the toxins can be plant or animal origin, and except for this, there are bioactive materials and matters, and also the other biological materials. So when we say biological hard materials, how do we define them? When we say biological chemical parts, therefore there's the early warning, the sample taking, definition, identification, and the ethical biological side. In the early warning side, that it's important to have it, the devices, and of course with these the development of those are very important within the systems that we have. That could be defined within one place, and with the red systems could be used in the there are the identification methods, such to see whether there's these particles, and there is the long line systems, and there is a point-based systems, and also there are the systems used in the closed areas, and these are very important to have them, and to see whether there's an active material or not with infrared. And from our country years ago, of course, in order to use detectors, we used the material, but we couldn't use this. So in order to look at this, we couldn't have the cloud to have this, so we couldn't see that this is a very valid, and there are the biological detectors with these systems could be used. And secondly, in the definition of biology, in the identification of biological war materials, we can see them and how there's the warfare, and with the serums, these systems are used with the biotechnology, and they can use this ways, and of course with the countries having those, especially with the countries with the vaccination, this could be used for biowarfare reasons, and the reason of this is the vaccination. And there is a sample taking part, and there is the thermal reasons, and with that taking the sample is important, and there are technical aspects to that. And with the sample taking kit, this personnel is very important. And within our country, this is not as structured yet. And of course, from the experts in the places where our residents are, there needs to be systems that should be connected to a main system. In addition to that, in the identification phase, of biological matter and identify it. The most important criteria is to have the after the bioterror activity, if it is in use, the most important criteria is it to be a sick person or a military person. This disease is similar to infection disease, and very quickly it will be dispersed from one person to another. And chemical and biological terror and bio warfare material can be used, and there should be sample taken and very fast. With the sample taking materials, it should be used in the systems. And in human beings, for people to be subjected to biological warfare material, there needs to be checked whether there's an antibody or not, and to check whether there is antibody within 7 days, also in urine, in the blood, and in some of the tissues, whether the metabolic changes should be discussed, and the follow-up is important. And of course, the most important, there are biosensories for the recognition, and for that, biosensors for the antigens. So there is the material or the chemical matter, and antibody is the potentially the biological warfare materials. There are 8 to 10 of them. There are viruses and bacteria, and with the main template and with their acquired in the laboratory environment, and they are loaded into the systems, and so with the aerosol and with the samples to look at the systems whether they are there. In biosensories, the important thing is that to look at the antibody reactions, and with these reactions, of course, the fiber optic sensory and the beaming sensors are important. So if there is antibody and antigen reaction, and there could be fluorescent antibody system, and also with the mass change, there is that system, and with the antifluorescence, there should be to see whether this is there within this sample, and it gives a result accordingly. With that, ELISA system is one of those. And except for this, there is the PCR test, there is a polymerase chain reaction we have, and this is a system, but without not only with the one PCR. As I pointed out, there are 8 or 10 that are type identification systems, and this could be developed in the future. And within these systems, the most important one of this micro electromechanical systems, and to use nanotechnological particles formation. And with these particles in the identification, you can use this, and in the tip identification, there are certain activities related to those in the world. And in the identification part, there is the epidemiology. When we say epidemiologic phase, epidemiology, and with this, there are the factors, and it in our country, epidemiology science is not very much developed, and these should be developed with the expert and specialized staff, and they should be more active in this regard. The reason is that and there is one thing, and when we say biological matter, the biological matter could be used with the biological moment of danger detection systems. And there is a foundation related to that. And this foundation was established in 2017, and I was very curious about it, why they established such a foundation, about what that could be, or how the epidemiological activities could be made. That there was such a foresight, and it's very interesting that these for COVID-19 pandemic, like this pandemic, with some microorganisms can be within the world, and could be with the smallpox virus. And it is very interesting that this smallpox is prevalent in a few countries, and these are hidden. And with that, in 2011 in Washington, D.C., there is a foundation called Maverick Albert, and for a biological, they made a presentation about which measures the reaction of Turkey about biological warfare that take place in the Bazaar, and it will be 800,000 people will be dispersed with that, and Turkey cannot develop any vaccination, and Turkey asks for help from NATO, and so there's a long story about that, and this happened and this took place actually. The reason why I am saying this is that it is about the biological hard material. But the aerosol is there 5 to 10 micron diameters, and with the particles, with the respiratory system, there is the contamination of people, and there's contamination from people to people very fast, and the treatment is very difficult. And as a template, this is the procedure of the biowarfare method, and also I think that could be in the future, as I assess it, especially in the epidemiologic phase. There should be use of specialized staff, and they should be mobilized very fast and activated very fast. And there should be the treatment procedures. And of course, the vaccination is the most important system in the biowarfare. And if in a person there is a 6 to 15 years, there is antibodies formed in the body, and if you do not have a previous vaccination, if there is no vaccination, of course, related to that, there is the loss casualty of human beings. So if against potential biowarfare measures, the vaccinations should be developed, and the antibodies should be developed. And of course, these systems should be used, and the support treatments should be prepared. However, the vaccination system is the most important system. In 20th century, in any part of the world, suddenly there could be warfare or terror attacks could take place. This could be, it could be by accident in the laboratory work. Of course, detention of this, stopping this, and is almost impossible. Therefore, the use of the detection of the use of this very part, bird flu, swine flu, and the COVID can be given as an example to that. In biological warfare, it is very important to have the active defensive systems. And of course, this is related to if there is this, it should be the destruction and the prevention of the use. And with that, the most important, I think, is to have the immune system and taking the necessary precautions in terms of defense. So it's certain stages for their use, chemical, biological systems, and in order to set the fundamentals of this, the vaccination and serum systems should be established, and these we had these, and Refik Saydam, the rabies vaccination. The vaccination was very fast in implementation for the rabies. However, the Ministry of Health didn't prevent it, or they just hadn't this system. And the Minister of Health, according to what he said, that the technologies will be established and there's such a system in place. However, in our country, the most important subject is the following. We read this, we work on this, and of course, this should be within our universities. Chemical and biological particles, and this could be used in biowarfare, and about which measures could be taken against those should be there, and for the there should be the production of the material for early warning and the identification and the epidemiological activities and studies, and biological, of course, biological and chemical R&D laboratories should, defense laboratories should be established. These are very important because of against biological materials that the vaccination serum will be produced there. The most important thing point is that if the this could be produced there, and there should be side technologies or biotechnologies to be established, and against this will be making this will make us stronger, and for the survival of the neighboring and broader geographies. It's very important the identification systems, that there are nuclear electrical systems in the world, and such that the technologies, in addition to vaccination, there should be smart nanoparticles and nanodust, and biological systems could be used, and micro PCR systems can be taken, and this should be within our country. And with the bacteria, with the nanotechnology, with there are very specific technologies. So if you can hear me, so we have exceeded our time. So if you can wrap up in few sentences. And distinguished chair, so I'd like to finish my words of so there should be smart, and everyone should know what will happen to them. We have to work very well, and what we have to do is that when a chemical attack happens in Islamic geography, in a biological, we have to work on what we can do. So we have to work on this. We have to have a brain gymnastics. So we talk about this, but this is after the attack takes place, and then we forget this and we just put it aside. So for years, I've been working very hard for establishment of the R&D defense laboratory. But in 1975, the dominant power in United Nations, along with the 150 countries, we said that we cannot do that in the United Nations, and there was such a system. Inshallah, we have to surpass this, and we have to be in the system, and for our country and for the Islamic country's survival, that is very important. And thank you very much for giving me this time. Thank you very much again. Thank you. Thank you very much once again. So I had to intervene there. So it's about to use the time efficiently. Thank you very much for the information that you provided.
ve dönüşümü sağladığı bir zaman diliminde bunun çok çok da önemli olduğunu ifade ettiniz. Ben vermiş olduğunuz çok kıymetli bilgilerden dolayı
Unuttum, bir cümleyi daha söylemek istiyorum.
tabii ki
There
buyurun.
is one more thing I would want to point out.
Gen teknolojisi veyahut da insanların genom projesi bitirildikten sonra ırklara hasta biyolojik harp maddeleri ileride kullanılabileceği değerlendirilmektedir.
We are talking about the modification of the genes at the end of the gene biology and how it could be effective. Yes, preparedness is very important in here. Indeed, we as a country are not ready yet, we are not prepared yet, but this is a foremost necessity and we need to take action as soon as possible. Thank you very much to my dear professor for their presentation. We'll be talking about new factors and new actors in the Middle East. And here we have the presentation of Mr. Jahid. And before you start, I want to add a few things. And because they are just warning me, we have just 20 minutes. Thank you.
Ben sözü size vermek istiyorum. Buyurun.
And I want to let the chair to you. Indeed, thank you very much, dear chair. And I hope that I can fit myself in this time scale. First of all, I want to extend my greetings and gratitude to all the directors of ASSAM and tell the related authorities and people who made possible this such very important Congress to be held. And I know that it is very important, not only in terms of Turkey, but in terms of the entire Islamic geography. I think we are the bearers of this very vital mission. And this is my message that I want to convey to all the participants. I'm very proud and very honored to be a part of this organization. And I truly believe that this process is very valuable, both in terms of Turkey and also the other participating countries. And the topic that I'm going to present to you, I think is very meaningful in order to create new links, new networks, in order to emphasize the new era actors and ideas and transformation that is quite required in the Middle East. And I truly believe that will be able, especially in terms of Middle East geography and overall talking in terms of the entire Islamic geography, will be able to find solutions. And I think that these kinds of events and organization will provide us very useful feedback, which may be used afterwards. And I think that this is the way in which we can successfully achieve the union of the Islamic countries. A valuable president, I want to continue with my presentation in Arabic language because this is how I prepare it. And thank you a lot. Many thanks for providing me the opportunity to be a participant in here.
المؤتمر القيمة وأيضا لدعوة الكريمة لحضور هذه المؤتمر المهمة. أنا بالتأكيد نحن نحتاج إلى مؤتمرات مثل هذه، وتحديدا المؤتمرات التي تحتوي بعض العناوين الأساسية فيما يتعلق بالوحدة الإسلامية أو وحدة الأمة، لأن نحن في الزمن الحالي نحتاج تتحول عالم الإسلام إلى الأمة إلى وحدة الأمة، وأيضا تتحول إلى
The Islamic world needs a greater union. They need to act together, and we need therefore a common and mutual power.
لتغيير أو قادرة تؤثر على الملفات، سواء كان على صعيد العالم الإسلامي سواء كان على صعيد
And we need to see this change on the international arena. And therefore, I think it is very important to have such organizations. And I think that those ideas are very important. Looking at our current times, we have new hot topics and new agenda on the Middle East. And we can see the changes, the transformations which are occurring in the world. You see the new things. We can see that new things are emerging. So where does our role lays in this new emerging and transforming world? I'm not telling that it's a new time, it's a new century. I'm telling you that the balance, the equilibrium of the powers are changing, are transforming militarily, culturally, socially, talking. There is a threshold of the civilization. And we as the Islamic Union and the Islamic world, where are we staying in this new emerging arena? What are our political, military strategies? What is our sustainable development plan, both in the region and in the world? Where should we stand? What should be our point of view? How can we even achieve this greater Islamic Union? Unfortunately, in the cases in which we can't achieve our objectives, as we already know, and as the situation is known to the entire world, everything will be worsening. So what are the requirements? What are the demands of the other stakeholders, of the other parties for us? What are the dynamics of the region? What are the emerging transformations? So those would be my question. And as a conclusion, of course, I will have a set of recommendations and suggestions. I hope that we can make use of them. So retrospectively talking, we see all the transformation that the Islamic world is subjected to, and we can see those predecessors of this Islamic world. And considering that everything is changing, is emerging, both in the world and in the Middle East, we need to adapt ourselves. We need to step in this new geographical, political, and civilization arena. We need to foresee the future movements, actions, and we need to determine the new regional strategical actions. I think that all of those are very important in the creation and merging of the new balances, and we need to ask ourselves this. Who are the active players and actors in the Middle East? Who is going to undertake an active role in order to shape the Middle East? We need to know politics, we need to have knowledge, we need to be more acquainted to the Western policies, because we know about the synthesis of the Eastern and Western world. And if we know the Eastern policies, we need as such to know the Western policies too, and we need to know what is our defense system, what kind of actions and strategies could be implemented by us against these Western movements. For example, in the history, what were the actions taken in the past against the Crusaders, for example? And how can we even better understand today by reading the past? In the Middle East region, personally, I want to touch upon some very potential points. The Western politics in the Middle East is like that. The West is not allowing the Muslim population to live in there. They put restrictions on them, they put pressure. They are subjected to oppression, to attacks, and on the other hand, we have this obvious conclusion of the Islamophobia. Islamism is equal to terrorism. This is the global agenda, I can say. And what is the basic point in here? Sometimes we have those emerging extremist and radical groups which are even not related to the Islamic world. We have those terrorist organizations which unfortunately the Western world see them as a mediator, as a tool, and they are connected. The Western world is connecting those organizations with the Eastern world. Angela Merkel visited Turkey like 3-4 years ago, and there was a statement together with our president of Turkey, and they asked for interventions, and they already stated that those kinds of terrorist organizations are not related to the Islamic world and that they will never accept this. And also she states that it is not right and correct to affiliate, to link those terrorist organizations to the Islamic world and to Turkey as such. And we see that this is a part of the political games of the Western countries. They are affiliating the Islamic world with the terrorism, and we need to be very careful. And I believe that every Muslim should fight and should develop a defense system against this opinion. And I think that this is one of the most important strategies of the Western countries. What does Islamophobia means? I mean, Islam. We shouldn't be even using this word. Islamophobic is not affiliated. It's not linked to the Islamic and Muslim world. Here we see this fight, this hatred, the hate against the Islamic world. And this is the meaning of this term. And the rising of Islamophobia in the Western world, we need to focus on those 2 points. When we are looking at the past, we can see that somehow the crises managed to be tackled with in the Middle East, but in all the areas in the Islamic world, we can see how those kinds of crises were supported, let me say. And the biggest problems faced by the Islamic world is the lack of a defense system. But the president of Turkey, under the governance of our valuable president, Mr. Recep Tayyip Erdogan, God bless him, that we have a very effective defense system. And today, the Western world started to determine new strategies in terms of military and defense. Because today they started to act different after they saw those development of Turkey. Before Justice and Development Party, our local production was 10 to 16%, but today this rate is increased up to 80%. It's indeed a very big transformation, and I think it is very important. This is why I wanted to emphasize the importance of this. The Western world sees but doesn't want higher education levels in the Islamic world, and we can witness their direct interventions in order to prevent the education and educational development of the Islamic world. They are targeting the Islamic countries and they are trying to prevent their educational development. Here we see the despots, the dictator systems, and they are trying to set up those kinds of systems in order to break down the confidence and the trust in the past. And by experiencing, by seeing the local reactions, unfortunately, we see how they move together with the dictators, not with the people. And we can see how the Western world is acting together with them. We saw this in Egypt, in Sudan, and in the other countries. This is not about having a democratic system in the Muslim world. This is about oppression. This is about coup plotters. And I think that we should take our lesson from all of those things. But this has been transformed in a fight of civilizations. We have different ethnicities who are fighting against each other. And I'm not talking about the conflicts between two ethnicities. I'm talking about what is actually happening in the Muslim world. It is very important to be able to see this transformation. And if we have a look at the basic dynamics in the world, I mean, there are a lot of terrorism organizations like PKK and EPG, and we need to understand their movements because those are kind of basic dynamics. We have the terrorism, we have the discrimination, oppression, and I think that this is their biggest game, which they are improving, let's say, against the Muslim world. So the emerging of those three factors, I think it will be very effective in the future, and we need to choose and to act wisely. We are fighting in a very in kind of multidimensional way. We should act wisely. We should have basic knowledge about our strategies, because the biggest of our lacks or lacking of strategies right now is the lack of the union against the division and discrimination and the terrorism. And we should be brave enough to take a step forward and to fight against the terrorism and all of those discriminations. This is, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, what the Islamic Union should do. I'm so sorry, I can't hear the Turkish translation. I'll be back with you. So we need to look retrospectively. We need to take a lesson from our past, from our history, we need to indeed acknowledge the things that happened, that occurred to us in the past, and we need to set forth new working dynamics and mechanisms in order to be able to overcome those issues in an effective manner. It is therefore very important to be able to share our experiences, and I think that we can make use of them at their greatest potential. So first of all, the Turkish experience. What happened during the Justice and Development Party period? We need to look at the developments, at the ongoing strategy of the party, and we need to be able to take our lesson from here. So the development, the rising of the Turkey, of the country during the period of governance of Justice and Development Party. This is very important. On the other hand, we have the Malaysian example during the period of Mawad. We need to be able to assess these experience correctly. After that, we have the Arabic revolutions, we have the Tunisian experience. We intercept the peaceful environment in there, and I totally respect what happened in that, but I know that we need indeed to work over those stages, over those platforms, and to determine what should be our strategy. And on the other hand, we have the Arab Springs. We have been talking about the figures, about the numbers, about what happened in Tunisia, about if it is like that, then we should be doing like that. We are doing a lot of chit-chat on the figures and on the number, on statistics, but with the emerging developments, what were our actual movements, our actual decision implementations in these areas? Maybe we should have like an itemized list of the things, of the actions that should be taken in this region. Okay, I'm going to roll up my presentation. This is what I need to emphasize. First of all, we need to be more acquainted with ourselves. Starting from ourselves, we need to open up towards the future. We need to have a better understanding of our own potential intellectual, and also we need to be able to set the accurate and the right foundations for a right educational system in the entire region. Also, for the Ummah, it is very, very significant to be able to take the right decisions and to disperse those decisions in the entire Arabic region. And we should all be aware that with different assessments, with different things, we won't be able to achieve our objectives in here. Being humble, being determined, and being aware of the threats in the region, we should know how to act to overcome those difficulties. I mean, there is a lot of talking about beliefs, of the identities of the religious communities, the Islamophobic approach on the other hand. So we have a lot of things to deal with. We have the democratical approach, the values, and the controversial arena between the religious communities. We have the Western world on one hand. So we need to take into consideration all of those factors, all of those elements, and to act accordingly and effectively. We need to really work hard in order to make the voice of the Islamic Union to be heard globally. We need to be able to identify the current threats and to know how to tackle them. Maybe we can set a headquarters in Turkey, in Ankara, and to become more organized, to have like R&D centers, in order to have a more sustainable development. And of course, we need also to be able to involve all the stakeholders, the NGOs, and all the relevant authorities. And I truly hope that it will be in the benefit of everybody if we could turn up this kind of conferences in the actual institutions and organizations. I am fully confident that we'll have an effective result. Thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you for delivering this beautiful speech. We are talking a lot about the Middle East, because I mean we are touching upon this point because it has the utmost importance in the Islamic geography, and I think that your determinations were quite appropriate and in place. We are talking about social, economical, political developments, and we know that there are some points at which we are behind the Western civilizations, and also we are aware of their strategies in the Eastern world. But before turning to them, it is very important to be able to recognize our own lacks, deficiencies, and it is very important to be able to talk among us regarding what is it that we need to know. And maybe this is what Professor Elsar emphasized about the superiority of civilizations, about this emotional, the spiritual crisis in which the world itself finds right now. And I'm not talking only about the Eastern world, the same is going with the Western world. It is not enough to satisfy just a very limited portion of the global population, and then let the other parts of the globe to practically to starve. So therefore, it is very important for the civilizations to be able to interact, to have common denominators like religion, like beliefs, like spirituality. I think that this is a very basic parameter. And therefore, I want to invite our last speaker, Mr. Ahmed. He's going to be talk about the foreign policy of Chad between 1960 and 1980. Is he going to participate today, or he is not with us momentarily?
Tamam, tamam. Evet.
I think that something happened with my notes. Selamun alaikum. I will be talking about the foreign policies in terms of Chad policy. And we have the Noon Research Center.
I would like to thank Mr. Alparslan as well, and I also would like to extend my gratitude to all the participants. The 5th International Congress of ASSAM is also important for the African and Turkish Cooperation Summit. It is actually overlapping and matching with the same summit. And of course, this is the third summit. The Turkish and African relations, especially within the last 20 years has gained a very important momentum. The ambassadors and grand ambassadors of Turkey increased remarkably in the African continent, and the trade relations are expected to reach to $50 billion as of 2020. And those visits are thanks to the visits paid by the Recep Tayyip Erdogan. And he went to 33 countries so far. And in terms of the investments reached to 6 billion.
ستحققان مصيرا مشتركا عبر شعار
The number of the students increased in Africa as well. As a result, Africa and Turkey has a common destiny, and all those relations are developing based on those historical roots. And if we have to speak about Chad, and if we have to speak about the official relations, the relations between Turkey and Chad is at a very good level in terms of the societies and in terms of the state relations. The relations developed remarkably, especially after his official visit of Recep Tayyip Erdogan in 2016 to Chad. The relations gained important momentum and many agreements have been undersigned. And right now, the president of Chad made a visit to Turkey.
Last month, he made a visit as well, and in the area of security and defense, we can say that the relations are developing. Chad, in the area of weapons, the economy and culture, with the education centers and the number of students in these training centers have reached 2,000. If I'm to talk about my research, I will talk about Chad and regarding the geographical part and about the history and about I'll talk about the system. Since the Mamalik period, the 1,500 and 1,900, I'll talk about the geographical dimension of Chad, and I'll talk about the second subject, and the third subject will be about I'll evaluate I'll talk about the confederal relations and how it is developed. And last but not the least, I'll make some suggestions. Africa, as we know that Chad is in center of African countries, and in terms of economic resources are very developed and they're diverse. Chad at the same time has been confronting with many challenges, and as a result, there are challenges of the Islamic countries, and the infrastructure is weak, and there is the involvement experiencing of the being under country, and there are so many parts, and in this regard, it has many resources, many larger resources, and the Muslims, and approximately 85% is Muslims in population. And if we are to talk about the Chad army in Sahara region, there are the interventions against radical groups. We can evaluate this army, Turkey and confederal countries, because of these resources. And in terms of they have to evaluate this. These are what I have suggestions in this regard. And of course, diplomatically speaking, the specialists should be employed. And within this, the relations are not in line with the relations only, but there needs to be extensive relations.
بدلا عن الدول الاستعمارية.
Malaysia, Turkey, and Africa and China, and such countries should apply a more active role. They have to replace the imperialist countries, and there are relations. We need to work with the African countries, and there are many common points. And I'd like to say one thing: Allah will assign the people who have Iman, and there will be a facilitation for their caliphate. So Allah promised that may the blessings of Allah be upon you. Thank you very much. Allah, may Allah bestow this ayat to all of us. And recently, the relations with Africa and also the Islamic countries, we are getting more closer, and individually and in society, we are just getting to know each other. And I'd like to thank this known brother, because the Islamic problems, let alone coming up with the solutions, we are getting to know each other. And as we're getting to know each other, of course, we can discuss what we can do. And at the part of the problems, we can, in terms of the solutions, this is very important. And we access our time. So there will not be many questions, as there's the following session. There have been 5 very good early presentations. I hope this has been very fruitful. Availing myself of this opportunity, I'd like to thank ASSAM and Adnan Pasha, Ersan Bey, and everyone who contributed to this organization. I'd like to give my greetings to them, and in the upcoming future, I hope that we'll be together. Thank you very much for your presentation. We have come to the end of the presentation. I'd like to close the session. And the session, I think that Professor Ansar will be the moderator, and availing myself of this opportunity, I'd like to give the floor to him. Once again, thank you. Yakup Bey, thank you very much for this very nice moderatorship of yours. For the nice presentations, I'd like to thank you, and it's been a very fruitful session. Inshallah, we will have a similar session. To be honest, when we look at each of the presentations, we've become excited, and in the new panel, we will host many important speakers, and we will discuss very important subjects. Without further ado, I'd like to thank ASSAM President Adnan Pasha and Colonel Ersan and his team. I'd like to thank them, and I'd like to thank the participants for being ready and present. And I'd like to open this session now. And distinguished participants in this session, there are 5 important presentations. And I'd like to give the name of 5. There's Ali Fuat Gökçe, Mansur El Amani is going to make a presentation. Hikmatullah Babu Shahib, he is going to make a presentation. Abdul Fettah, Seyfettin Abdul Fettah, and Kumpare Bukhari, they are together with us, and they're going to make very valuable presentations. And there's a thematic and harmony of these presentations, and so these are all complementary presentations. We will talk about the union of Islam and the foreign relations, and I think that this will be an important presentation. And with this thought and opinion feelings, I'd like to make the first, in order to make the first presentation of this session, I'd like to invite Ali Fuat Bey to the floor. Please, the floor is yours, sir. Thank you very much for presenting me. I'd like to salute everyone. First, the board of directors of ASSAM Adnan Pasha and everyone who contributed to this Congress. I'd like to congratulate everyone. Before starting my presentation in 2014, and we wanted to have a journal, and we are at the 80 years of the scientific journal, and with that we had our meetings with the seniors, so we wanted to have a Congress for the Islamic countries, and I can see that excitement there, and Adnan Pasha accepted this, and today we are at the fifth of the Congress series, and it is a very good developments, and inshallah that will be coming that. And I would like to thank everyone, ASSAM Tanrıverdi, and all of the team, and I'd like to congratulate everyone today. I was an invited speaker yesterday. I'll have two presentation and the effect of imperialism, and I'll talk about in 1835 about the Mediterranean and the Cyprus. I'll make a presentation. And when we say imperialism, and imperialism is one of the most commonly used concepts, especially the developed countries with the policies they have. This is the execution tool, and in the academic sphere, it is very commonly used and could be used as the Western imperialism or red imperialism. And people try to fill the void of these concepts. When we look at this, there is a exertion, as we can see, and with these, the regional policies are implemented. And however, with the coercion, there is a cooperation with the related countries. And for these countries, there are new strategies developed. When we look at the imperialist countries, and in the imperialist countries, there are the countries who can act together, and through the economic actions, regionally or globally, we see that they're serving for the imperialist countries, as this is the case. And now there are the imperialist countries, and they establish their exclusive management or recompose this. They trying to come up with this. And with the satellite countries, they make economic contracts with the countries. And in 2020, in September, with the Trump countries, they have there is a normalization one, and we can say Abraham-Achan agreement. Before continuing with this, what kind of the disruption happened in this geography? With the disruption of Ottoman Empire in the First World War, and the United Kingdom was the first countries of imperialism, and between they were trying to put some distance between the Ottoman Empire and the Muslim countries, and they paid attention to develop different strategies and policies in this regard. And in this, there was a new order, and the new countries had a new political regime. And when we look at the imperialism in the places, there's a Shia regimes, and where there's a number of Sunnis are higher. And we can say that there was the management, and they ensured that they are in they receive the social support, and they give such a priority to that. And the Baas party, in terms of they objected to establishment of Arab Union, and they had a different policies, and Lebanon was established, and the population was used, and the Jordan was established for Iraq, and we can say that there was an artificial country in this regard. The countries like Jordan and Lebanon was there, and there is an Arab Union is tried to be objected to Palestine. Jordan followed very closer to UK, and Lebanon went through the course of France, and in the buffer countries gathered together, and they couldn't follow a joint policies, and we can understand that in the beginning of all this there's Israel. So during the First World War, the Arabic the communities, they developed policies to leave their peninsula. However, this is the backstabbing of Turks, and with among the people that they acted in this regard, and there was the hostility against the Turks, and this is very important, and they imposed to the public. So the imposition of this is they were acting for establishing for the opinion for the public. And when we look at this, we can say that this is for ensuring the Turkish and Arab to be separated. So 700 years later, Turks and Arabs they confronted with each other, and it is and this is for Arabic countries, and as all we can see. So when you look at the other subject, the impact of imperialism, and when we look at our activity, so we can say that the petroleum is very much commonly very much found in the region, and there is the disruption of Iraq, and for Saudi Arabia and Lebanon, they were there, and in Iraq, and the imperialism through the petroleum companies that they tried to have it, and so of course this is for taking the income for the Arabic people, and these rich countries were shared by the American companies, and for the Iraq companies, Of course, there is the pseudo reality of the imperialism, and now in the region, because of the conflicts in the region, for Libya and Lebanon, they're trying to have this. Although being Arabic and Muslim, Bahrain, Qatar, and in UAE, in Oman, there are 7 states that were created, and these states were given to 7 countries. They're called in 7 sisters, and with the big petroleum monopolies, there are 7 different states that were there. And when we say imperialism, with the there are petroleum trusts in this region, and now there is the Western imperialism, and until today, there is a hegemony of the countries.
However, in this period of the globalization, we can see that the countries are not actually able to compete. We can see that how the free markets, including America and South America, are not able to compete. And especially we can see how the financing capital remains weak in front of those this capitalization. One of the biggest examples of this is the Prince of Saudi Arabia. He will reign until 2030, and he disclosed that he's going to make a $1.3 billion investment. Again, we can see despite the ethnicity differences, you can see the cooperation with Turkey. So there is an imperialist power based on the economies in this area. And especially having this in this country, in the Gulf countries, and those countries who signed the agreement of normalization with America and with other states is of a very big importance. And of course, we can discuss what it can be done in the future periods. And it is not about regionalism anymore, it's about the globalization. And in the light of this globalization, I think that those countries should come together and should act together. And especially after the drawback of America from Afghanistan. I'm so sorry, Professor.
Oldukça dikkat edilmesi gereken bir husustur. Dolayısıyla
المخاوف حول إسرائيل وأمن إسرائيل أصبح يزداد في.
Dolayısıyla baktığımızda bu bölgedeki meydana gelen gelişmelerde Türkiye'nin ve bölge ülkelerin bir arada hareket etmesinin önemli olduğunu görüyoruz. Yine tarihten bir örnek verirsek, bugün emperyalist ülkelerin başını çeken, İkinci Dünya Savaşı'ndan sonra emperyalizmin başat aktörü olan Amerika Birleşik Devletleri'nin bu Orta Doğu coğrafyasındaki İsrail İleri Karakolu'nun önemi oldukça büyüktür emperyalist ülkeler için. Onun korunmasının önemi oldukça büyüktür. Bunun sürdürülebilmesi için de Amerika Birleşik Devletleri elinden geleni yapacağını da söylemek gerekir. Bugün baktığımız Amerika Birleşik Devletleri'nin tarih boyunca uygulamış olduğu bazı stratejileri, işte Irak'ta uyguladığı Saddam üzerinde, Libya'da Kaddafi üzerinde uyguladığı politikaların daha öncesinde, geçmişinde, Mısır'da Abdülnasır döneminde Aswan Barajı'nın yapılması esnasında kendisinden kredi isteyen bir Mısır hükümetine kredi vermeyerek onu yalnız bırakarak başka arayışlar içerisine çekmiştir ve Abdülnasır bu barajı Sovyetler Birliği'nden almış ve Kruşçev'le birlikte bu barajın temellerini atmıştır. Yine biraz önce bahsettiğim Güney Amerika ülkelerine baktığımızda Nikaragua'da da Amerika Birleşik Devletleri
Back to Latin countries, in Nicaragua, they did the same thing. The unwanted regimes in here, the unwanted states were left alone in there, and the policies created against those states are the foundations of this future governance. Turkey is fighting against imperialist countries, and especially talking about the F-35 project. And there are a lot of aircrafts they are not providing. And in order for Turkey to be able to secure its own security, it raises the question of the current position of the Turkey, and they are creating to create a negative perception over the situation of Turkey. And when we think about this, in up to 2023, the Americans are remaining silent, and they are so in order for the Islamic Union to be able to be founded and established, we need to get rid, let me say, of those imperialist forces who are governing the region. It is very important to act together and to reach to a consensus in there. This is how I want to end my presentation. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And I extend my deepest salutes and greetings to everyone. Mr. Ali Fuad, thank you very much for delivering this speech. You touched upon some very significant points, and we really liked your assessment. I just want to make a small reminder in here, a terminological reminder. The concept, should we need to use the Muslim terminology or the Islamic? Should we say the Muslim Union or the Islamic Union? I mean, what does this even mean to you? What do you want to be used? For me, for example, I'm more prone for the usage of the Islam Union. I mean, I think it has a religious and sociological roots, and strategically talking, I mean, it has a fuller, a more extensive and comprehensive meaning. Thank you very much. Valuable participants. We have Babu Shaib, Mr. Babu Shaib, and he's going to present towards a common Muslim foreign policy in the era of multicultural and cross-cultural challenge. It's quite a challenging topic. Mr. Hikmetullah, you have 20 minutes. We are with you.
الحمد لله وكفى والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد المصطفى وعلى آله الشرفاء وأصحابه أهالي الصدق والوفاء أما بعد. My dear respected colleagues, the topic, as Professor Edsar has mentioned, it is towards a common Muslim foreign policy in the era of multicultural, intercultural and cross-cultural challenges.
Çok kültürlü, çapraz kültürlü ortamlarda ele almak istiyorum.
So I have divided my paper into two parts.
Sunumumu iki ayrı parçaya bölmüş durumdayım.
The first part is introduction. It talks about the way,
giriş kısmı.
And the second part is conclusion, the way forward.
Ve ikinci kısım ise sonuç kısmı.
Okay. When we look into a cursory look at the present Muslim world will show that I may be
Hali
barking up the wrong tree.
hazırdaki İslam dünyası
A world stretching from Morocco to Indonesia with its varied ethnicity, culture, languages, and interests indicate that having any common foreign policy will be near impossibility for the obvious reason that the Muslim world is still reeling from the virus of colonialism and that it has not fully recovered from the euphoria of independence. Thus, the Muslim Ummah is at a crossroad of both implosion and explosion at the same time. The dire situation was brought about by two factors. One, incompetency, and the other, ignorance. It is simplistic to assign one factor to one and the other to another. In fact, both the leaders and the led are equally culpable in this crime against Muslim Ummah. The led was ignorant of the challenges that were taking place post World War I and the leaders for misleading the Ummah through their incompetency to lead. As a result, the Ummah was on a roller coaster ride to nowhere. With the dismantling of the Muslim Caliphate, Muslim world has lost its rallying point. With the collapse of the central authority that cut across ethnic divide, which would have otherwise evolved into a modern multi-ethnic, multilingual federal state, embracing a wide spectrum of color, climate, and culture, began to be labeled as famous sick men of Europe. Much of its erstwhile territories were carved out by various actors who orchestrated and choreographed the World War I theatrics. To speed up the process, the desert Arabs colluded with the conniving British deserted their central authority and formed the shaky sheikdoms that guaranteed safe passage for colonialists to take root in the Holy Land, resulting in the betrayal of the Palestinians of their right to their homeland. Still, those who betrayed the Palestinians are competing with one another to add salt to the injury by recognizing the illegitimate entity and to normalize relations with it. Some of them even pressurized those Muslim countries who were paying lip service to Palestinian causes to normalize with Zionists. These Muslim Zionists who mooted the idea of a two-state solution to solve this man-made crisis are dragging the Ummah to its final abyss. It is shameful that despite the revolution turning into springs, did not give hope to many who yearned for genuine change. The same despotic regimes that brought humiliation re-engineered their way back to power, but this time doing some cosmetic touch-ups by using Sharia to tie the hands of the Muslim in reacting and revolting. This duplicity of Muslim leadership has emboldened strong anti-Islamic and Muslim-hating actions by non-Muslim countries that they unleash terror against Muslims within their own territories and abroad. Some of them have mastered the art of Islam bashing and Muslim thrashing activities with total impunity. As a result, there began the exodus of Muslims from the so-called Dar al-Islam to Dar al-Mu'ahada or even to Dar al-Harb, where Muslims are subjected to various processes of integration, assimilation, amalgamation, and outright annihilation that are aimed at de-Islamizing Muslims from their religious orientation. Okay, this is despite claiming to be the bastion of religious tolerance and freedom. In some of these countries, Muslims were viewed with contempt because of the false alarm that Muslims are about to overtake their countries with increased Muslim population. But a closer examination of the hate-mongering will come to light when one looks at the root cause of the activities carried out by these democracy peddlers in promoting their values in total disregard to the religious cultural sentiments of Muslims. Using democracy as a convenient cover, they unleashed brutal attacks on Muslims, their values, religion, sensitivities, and sensibilities. By lying, cheating, and stealing, the West has looted the wealth of the Muslim world through creating chaos within the fabric of Muslim society. They achieved their nefarious designs by appointing their proxies, both Muslims and non-Muslims, who became the neo-colonizers, but with a humane face. It is they who use religion to achieve their political and economic goals. As a result, the Muslim masses lost their trust in politics and religion together. Despite gaining the so-called independence from the colonial powers, increasingly these Muslim states have become dependent and beholden to their colonial masters and continue serving them in all their crimes against fellow Muslims and humanity. We witness this in the destruction and desecration of Muslim countries on false flag operations of sponsoring terrorism. All these they did it is to protect the illegitimate entity they have colluded in its creation in the Middle East. This cancer, once removed from the region, will solve the basic problem facing the Ummah at large. The reason why Muslim countries cannot have a common foreign policy is that some of them have let the cancer to take deep root in their countries through economic and political normalization. Okay? So, it is this cancer that has changed the character of Muslim world by spitting a brother against another through the so-called Abrahamic Accord, and that undermined the Muhammadan covenant, which respect and calls for a common term between the people of the book. This hurried, concocted accord failed from its start, for it has deliberately ignored the core issue of Palestine and the centrality of Jerusalem. Unfortunately, some wretched souls in the Middle East have sold the Palestinian cause for want of a better future for themselves. There is no future without the settlement of the painful tragedy. It is the backbone of common foreign policy of the Muslim world. As rightly observed by DDK, 30 years later, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is as far from resolution as ever. Unfortunately, a key lesson still resonates. Regional diplomatic and economic engagement with Israel has not boosted the Israeli-Palestinian peace. Regional cooperation, including Israel's recent normalization agreements with Arab countries, has its own benefits, but it did not facilitate peace then, and there is little sign it will do so now. Palestinians have wasted their time and effort in believing in the American-sponsored peace drama. Americans have never been an honest peace broker. Since American establishment as a whole is held hostage by the neo-conservative evangelicals who have been kept well greased by Zionist money. That's what American peace motive is, to give Israel the free hand to occupy more pieces of Palestinian lands and beyond with total impunity. It is evident that regardless of whichever of the two parties take turn to rule America, the Zionist entity is given preponderance over America itself. The Zionist problem is not only an American problem. It is the problem of the entire Western world, who were responsible for the creation of this cancer. Equally blamable were the British, the French, and the rest of the ex-colonialists who were searching for a place to push the Jews away from their territories where they have been involved in crimes since medieval time. Shoham Steiner has chronicled their crime in his recent book. Thus, Westerners, as Ben Sosa declares, has robbed Palestinians of their territory, a process they had started with the 1917 Balfour Declaration to offer it to Jewish people a compensation for a crime that only they had committed. Commenting further, he says, Israeli society would be less lethal if the Arab world has accepted the fact of the Jewish and Israeli nation in this region in their heart and not just lip service. So it is very evident that Zionist brutality on the stone-throwing Palestinian is deliberately done to elicit acceptance by force. Unfortunately, some of the unwitting and glamour-loving Arab leaders with surmise of being strategists have fallen prey to some intimidation that they are ready to accept this illegitimate entity, thinking that engagement with Israel will improve the chances of achieving an acceptable peace settlement and ending the occupation. But far from it, the collective experience of Palestinians and Arabs who have made peace with Israel in the past shows that this argument is hollow. The only solution, therefore, is to continue the resistance resolutely but strategically till the usurpers of Palestine and their backers come to their senses and realize that despite inflicting all sorts of inhuman atrocities by uprooting the people from their ancestral lands, confining them to the margins, the ghettos, and enclaves, so as to be depriving them of basic necessities, destroying their livelihood, these usurpers cannot erase the existence of an indigenous people with deep-rooted history. Negotiation for negotiation's sake will not yield the intended result. This is what we are also witnessing in Iran's JCPOA saga. In dealing with West, if Muslims were enervated in their response to atrocities committed by them directly or through their proxies, West will construe our response as weakness and keep up the pressure. History has proven, and that too repeatedly, that West only respect force. Thus, it is imperative that along with diplomacy, Muslims should display the resolve to face the world arrogance head on. Islam does not teach its votaries to show the other cheek when one is hit. As a result, as a religion of dignity, it teaches that the hand above, that is giving hand, is better than the hand below, that is the receiving hand. This principle does not only apply to charity, but also to power play. From the above observation, one may get the idea that Islam and Muslims are having problem only with the West. In fact, the rest are no better either. No doubt the rest have learned the tricks of the trade of targeting and stigmatizing Muslims from the West. Case in hand is India, which holds the bragging right to call itself as the largest democracy and as the bastion of secularism, has stooped low in its treatment of Muslims. Having learned the treatment of Muslims from the West and Israel, India is applying the systematic genocide of Muslims in occupied Kashmir, Gujarat, Assam, Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, etc. Countries like Pakistan, Turkey, and China are actively voicing their concern on the plight of Muslims in India. Unfortunately, many in the Arab world are not exerting enough pressure on India, since they depend on Indian workers and professionals to serve in the various economic sectors. Some of the Arab countries have shown greater tolerance in building Hindu temples for their Hindu expatriate. This is not reciprocated by the current fascist Indian government, which has destroyed more masjid in the post-independent India. Even they are changing historical Muslim names and signs. Some concerted effort is needed to exert pressure on India to treat Muslims as equal citizens. Likewise, the Muslims in Myanmar and Sri Lanka are under the attack from fanatic Buddhists, targeting specifically Muslim businesses and economic well-being. As for China, the international media has been spreading a lot of disinformation on its treatment of Uyghur Muslims. Even America and the West are imposing sanctions against China over this. The West is trying to undermine China's rapid economic progress by circulating false and half-truths about its treatment of Muslims. China knows that any mistreatment of Muslims will have its impact on its Belt and Road mega project that covers almost 35 Muslim countries out of 65 countries. It is to this advantage China will build trust and confidence among Muslims. It also knows Muslims are its bulwark against aggression. Being a non-colonial power, China since millennia has maintained cordial relationship with the Muslim world. As such, Muslims should not fall into the trap set by the West to target China. In countries like the Philippines, Thailand, and the situation of Muslims is improving through dialogue and shared destiny. Neighbors like Malaysia and Indonesia are playing mediatory role in finding a common space for Muslims in these countries. But in some part of Africa, like Angola, Muslims are targeted and their masjids destroyed. Now let me come to the other part of my talk, that is the way forward. For common foreign policy to take effect, Muslim countries must recognize strategic significance of their location. In fact, stretching from Morocco to Indonesia, the Muslim world occupied a large landmass loaded with natural resources, occupying many trade routes. The Muslim world has many leverages to play. Unfortunately, repeated wars imposed by outsiders for the control of the vast and varied natural resources has created mutual distrust. There is a dearth for Muslim experts on Muslim world. There is a need to increase the number of Muslim area experts in the academia, besides having such experts in the foreign ministry. These experts must be point of reference on language, culture, economy, and politics of each and every Muslim country. Muslim unity cannot take place without understanding the diversity within Muslim community. There is a communication gap between Muslims. Besides encouraging Muslims to study Arabic for religious communication, it would be better, more of the other Muslim languages also taught. Exposure to Muslim cultures need to be promoted. A lot of prevailing misunderstanding among Muslims will disappear if more people-to-people relation is established. These nation states have only kept people apart. Increasingly, they are becoming open prisons. Perhaps Muslim countries could offer dual citizenship or even permanent residency to Muslims who do investment in their countries. This free movement of Muslims will encourage economic activities and an opportunity to know more about each other's culture. Only when this information barrier is removed, we can envisage a common foreign policy. Increasingly, Muslims are drifting apart from each other. Each is contented with its own ethnicity and is building his world around it. The brotherhood which the Prophet ﷺ established must be re-established. That is, pairing could be done either individual to individual basis, business to business basis, or even institution to institution basis. The idea of sister cities could be further strengthened to encourage people-to-people relation through special tourism visa, so they can spend more time knowing the cultural nuances and differences between Muslim people. This lack of understanding of differences between Muslim communities have led the West to exploit these differences to their advantage in creating ethnic, linguistic, and denominational conflict between Muslims. As they have long established programs to study the Near East, Middle East, and Far East, they have covered the entire Muslim world and have documented in minute details the issues surrounding the various Muslim communities. In the Muslim world, there are no such institution to study the West in such details. It is this lack of such study that has brought those migrating Muslims in conflict with states. Apart from this, the West has, through the use of science and technology, also identified the natural resources that each Muslim country possesses. In order to take control of these sources, West create conflict and chaos in the country through the fault lines of cultural differences and exploit them for their advantage. Efforts must be made to understand and differentiate in the cultural divide between the Muslim countries. History as a subject, and that too particularly about the historical injustice committed by colonialists, are not being taught as a subject in Muslim educational institution. It is important to convey the right perspective of our past, since the West has started the campaign to reclaim and redraw the lands, including their historic past, and with it their resources through archaeological reinterpretation, thereby casting doubt to the claims of Muslims. Case in mind is the Dan Gibson's Petra fallacy, and the Masjid al-Aqsa being located in Arabia and are nothing but deliberate attempts to create confusion in the minds of Muslims and to claim legitimacy for the illegitimate entity. It is in this respect, I firmly believe that Muslim countries must create centers for the study of Muslim world in the aspects of history, geography, resources, opportunities, heritage, etc. Muslims have failed in this respect for so long, since we were deliberately kept apart by colonial interests that divided Muslims, suspecting the intention of each other, that we need to get the counsel of the West in talking to each other. This is a shameful situation. To redeem the pathetic situation, Muslim countries can start collating details as outlined below on their respective countries and make it available or other via online, so that people will get better understanding of the fellow Muslim countries. I have given a big table of it that I will show it later. And there is also a need to introduce courses on geographical history of the Muslim world and a general understanding of the resources they have, so that people will not become complacent in defending their rights. some serious soul searching is needed to rectify the situation and to secure the future of Islam and Muslims before charting a common foreign policy. One may wonder, is it possible to achieve this when we are divided in into so many ethnic lines and in many political persuasion? I certainly believe that it is very much possible, since we are the best community ever created for the benefit of humanity, enjoining good and forbidding evil. But for this to happen, we need to believe in ourselves and to believe in the power of the Almighty. When competing colonial powers can overlook their differences and form a European Union with a common foreign policy to keep Muslims out of Europe after having created the cause for Muslim refugees, why can't Muslim work towards
Could you
a
please
common
wrap up?
foreign policy that promote Islam and its values? Yes, I'm going to finish it. And as the panacea for a secure future for all. To achieve that, let us unite in our resolve to bring justice to the Palestinians by not advocating for 2 states, more states, no state, but only one state, that is called Palestine. Also, not to ignore the plights of Muslims in Kashmir and other parts of India, Myanmar, etc. Let's not be complacent witness to the crimes committed against Muslims throughout the world. Time has come to take affirmative action against all perpetrators of crimes and violation against Muslims and all those أمة وسطا لتكونوا شهداء على الناس ويكون الرسول عليكم شهيدا وما جعلنا القبلة التي كنت عليها إلا لنعلم من يتبع الرسول ممن ينقلب على عقبيه وإن كانت لكبيرة إلا على الذين هدى الله وما كان الله ليضيع إيمانكم إن الله بالناس لرؤوف رحيم. With this, I conclude. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Walaikum assalam. Walaikum assalam. Şükran cezilen. Thank you very much. Hikmetullah Bey'e çok teşekkür ediyoruz.
We would like to thank Mr. Hikmetullah very much. It was a very comprehensive presentation. I mean, he actually took us on a journey on the Islamic geography. He first spoke about the challenges, and also there is a very hot and intense topic, the issue of Palestine, Kashmir, Myanmar. He discussed those important matters, and then he speak about the position of Israel in the region. And he actually took us on a journey to every part of the Islamic geography. He really broadened our horizon. And he didn't only speak about the empty side of the glass, and at the same time, he actually gave us a hope for the future, for the horizon. And he stated that the Muslim countries, if they want to develop a common foreign policy, he stated that we are in need of an infrastructure. The intellectual convergence in that regard is really important. He stated that such centers should be established. I believe all his words were very valuable. And the convergence is not only about political convergence. In order to have a common understanding, the societies should interact with each other, and the institutions should interact with each other. Ulemas, I mean the wise men, the intellectuals, and the medias should cooperate and coordinate with each other. I mean, he pinpointed two very important topics. Thank you so much in that regard. Thank you so much. So, with your permission right now, I would like to yield the floor to one of our other speakers. We will have the question and answer session at the end of our panel, distinguished audience. In order to deliver his speech, I would like to yield the floor to Professor Dr. Seyfettin Abdul Fettah. The microphone is yours. Mr. His speech titled, The Effectiveness of Institutional Identity to Achieve the Goal of Islamic Union, will be the title of his speech. It will be, I believe, complementary to the previous speeches as well. The floor is yours, Mr. Seyfettin. You have 20 minutes.
شكرا لهذا المؤتمر الجديد.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
ذلك التكليف الذي خصوني به في هذه الندوة والمؤتمر المهم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ربنا لا تؤاخذنا إن نسينا أو أخطأنا. في الواقع كما أشار السيد الرئيس رئيس الجلسة حينما أكد على أن الموضوع.
As I stated at the beginning of my speech, there is one thing that I would like to attract your attention to. This topic is about reaching to the Islamic Union, and he underlined the importance of corporate identity. Reaching to Islamic Union, I do believe, is a very important target. So, when we take a look to the societies, every society should have an institutional structure because they are the ones who will play an effective role. And they have a very important place in terms of creating the civilization. In order to realize it, I do believe in order for those countries to develop and stand up on their feet, Ummah should show solidarity so that this target will be realized. So, the institutionalization of the entities and bodies are really important in that regard. According to the Islamic heritage, there is very important laws, which is called Farz Kifaya in the Islamic law. So, which means that for this Ummah, there are prerequisites to be realized. So, everyone is responsible from those fundamental laws. So we are getting together under the same laws, and belief is constituting our faith. Tawhid means the union of the beliefs. And Tawhid also means the political union and the unity of the decisions. As a result, the unity will be initiated based on the faith and belief. Let's assume that there will be the studies, and in order to come up with a common text, the whole Ummah should be connected in unison under the same text. The Ummah should be comprehensive and inclusive, and we should gather together under the umbrella of Islam. Of course, there are many challenges, there are many difficulties. There are many actors who would like to break apart this Ummah, but by defining a strategic moves, we can eradicate all those challenges, all those difficulties. I believe that is what we are supposed to realize. According to the Ali Imran, it is dictated that you should hold on to the rope of the God and all together, and you should never fall apart from each other. By making use of it, we should create this unity. As I write this article, I have written this article by focusing on the Arabic language and also the Arabic philosophy. I have taken into consideration certain fundamental ideas, and I try to come up with the directions and fundamentals which will connect this ummah all together. Of course, as you know, the Arabic starts with the letter Ain, and this creates the spaces. And at the same time, there is this, word adalet, which starts with the letter Ain. Imran, at the same time, stands for the civilization, which starts with the letter Ain in Arabic. Civilization is a value in itself, and it has something to do with Ummah, with the Islamic civilization. And Alamiyat, so being international, means comprehensiveness and inclusiveness, which is founded on the basis of Islam. And wisdom, akul, again starts with the same letter, Ain. And the wisdom should be strategic, and it should create the strategic mind of the whole ummah. Only after then we can create unity inside of our ummah. Since we have so many factors which connect us, I wonder how divided this ummah is and how divided they can live, and how come they are not able to play a more active role in the international arena. As long as this division continues, and as long as we are not able to define certain policies in order to establish the unity among the Islamic Ummah, then we wouldn't be successful. But first and foremost, we should be able to take the decisions which will create this unity. The Islamic countries can actually create this depthness among each other, because the Islamic countries can develop relations among each other. And as a result, this will create oneness and mutual development. So the Islamic countries will complement each other. They will complement each other politically, they will complement each other culturally, and we would be able to realize this oneness in other fields. But there is a strategic vision behind all those matters, and then we can connect all those divided societies together. This will be the motivation of the Ummah. In Arabic, there is ilm, science, starting with the ayn, technology, science and technology. When we take a look to all those words, they will be serving to the unity of the Ummah. And the second point that we would like to underline here is to be able to work for the Islamic deeds. With our good deeds, we will provide institutionalization. And third, being ready, which again starts with the letter Ain. So being able to prepare those societies for future is also important. The exchange of those competencies and this energy will be highly important among our brothers and sisters. And I am saying all those based on the verses of Quran. In Quran, the God dictates that if they are seeking for salvation, then they should get ready for it, as it is dictated in the holy verses of Quran. So within this sense, getting ready can be realized through institutionalization. This institutionalization will play a very important part, and it will be the most important step for the sustainability of the system. Sustainability is really important. And the sustainability can only be provided after institutionalization. And in that regard, I would like to touch upon 5 very important matters. The first one is the institutions of justice. So my target for the Islamic geography is to establish the Islamic Court of Justice, which hopefully will develop the relations among those Islamic countries and resolve the conflicts among the Islamic countries, and will play a very important role on that regard. The second one is the Court of the Human Rights, Islamic Court of Human Rights. Hopefully, such kind of an Islamic Court of Human Rights will be founded by the Islamic countries, because humans and the human beings are at the epicenter of any sort of development. That's why the Court of Human Rights is a very important idea. These ideas are not presented for the first time. Malik bin Nabi has presented these ideas long before, and the previous Egyptian philosophers have had ideas about it before the Ottoman Empire. The Arabic Union and the Islamic community, in its book, it is stated that all the institutions should be connected under the roof of one body so that they can become very effective. Another important actor for the unity is the ulema, the wise men, so which starts with the Ain letter in Arabic. So this wise men have the responsibility of protecting this ummah, and also it is the place where the fatwas will be corresponded to the whole ummah. Of course, this ummah will face with many challenges, and in the face of such challenges, there should be a council of wise men, and they will give fatwas and religious orders, and those fatwas hopefully will get rid of the disunity in the ummah. The strategic wisdom of the ummah is really important. But undertaking all those responsibilities, the research centers will carry out their researches for the future. And the fourth institution is about the construction of civilization. And the fourth institution will be dealing with the development of those countries. And hopefully, the civilization will be reconstructed from scratch, and the economic relations among the countries will be strengthened, and there will be commercial exchanges among those countries. And the fifth most important institution is Jerusalem, Al-Quds, and Masjid al-Aqsa, because this is a common cause which binds the whole ummah. This is a cause which connects the whole ummah, because the cause of Palestine is an axis surrounding to which we can bind with each other. As Hikmetullah Sahib was telling us the causes and difficulties of problems, I do believe that the Al-Quds cause stands out because it has a very important place at the hearts of all the Muslims. Well, we should act in efficiency with all those institutions of the system. And of course, only after then, Ummah would have a strategic wisdom which would be able to foresee the future. If we take a look to the current situation that Ummah is within, we will see deficiencies not only in terms of discourse and in terms of our gaps in population, but unfortunately our biggest deficiencies are stemming from the fact that we are not able to act in line with the rules and principles of Islam. And at the same time, this leads us to the fact that we are not acting efficiently in the international arena. And beyond that, we are not able to correspond the messages conveyed to us by Islam. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
كان جدا منورا يعني أشكرك كثير يا أخي الكريم.
الله يسلمك.
Thank you very much. It was very good. Thank you so much.
çok güzel bir sunum olduğunu düşünüyorum. İstifade ettik doğrusu.
Thank you so much. We benefited a lot. One of the most important points here, Tefit is interpreted as a theory, but you are bringing an additional dimension to Tefhid. So Tefit, this unity is a part of our cultural, our political, our economic, and all the fields of our expertise. You have stated that we are in need of unity in all those fields, which was very important. And I also do believe that it was really important to underline the different mechanisms of Tefhid to unity. And I do believe that we have all the potential, but the establishment of the will, which will enable this unity coming to fruition, it will be highly important. I listened to his speech from Arabic. I hopefully understood his speech right. Thank you very much. You have brought the good words to us. Thank you very much. With your permission, I would like to continue with our next speaker. I wonder whether Mansur Al-Amani is with us. Mr. Mansur is unable to attend, dear professor. All right then, what about the next speaker? Tampari and Mansur unfortunately couldn't participate to our meeting due to their other meetings to participate. So we can give a small break. We will give 10 minutes of a coffee break. So let's continue by 3:50. And this panel was very successful as well. I would like to congratulate all our participants. Thank you very much. By the way,
arkadaşlarımız olabilir.
There might be some colleagues who would like to take the floor. If you can raise your hands, I can give you the floor if you like.
Kısa bir vaktimiz var.
We have a very short time.
Anladığım kadarıyla bir sonraki
As far
oturuma
as I can say, We will give a coffee break before the next session. I'd like to thank everyone. Hope to see you in the next session. I would like to yield the floor to our Professor Cengiz. Thank you very much.
Sağ ol hocam. Ensar hocam nasılsınız? Selamünaleyküm.
Sağ olun, aleykümselam hocam. Sizi gördük, daha iyi olduk. Sizler de
Allah
iyisiniz.
razı olsun. Allah razı olsun hocam ya.
Hocalarım, bu arada canlı yayınımız devam ediyor.
Tamam.
Arada mümkünse eğer
Tamam.
soruları varsa o sorulara cevap
Tamam.
verebiliriz.
Tamam oldu.
Pardon, kusura bakmayın.
Estağfurullah hocam. Arkadaşlar, mesajlarda gelen soruları varsa yönlendirelim Cengiz hocam vasıtasıyla,
Erkan
onları
Bey,
cevaplayalım.
soracaktım ama bu konuşmayı ben Arapça dinledim. Acaba herkes Arapça mı dinledi? Yoksa?
Hocam biz Türkçe dinledik ve Adnan Paşam da kendisi de hemen bunu fark etti. Aslında Seyfettin hocam gerçekten adeta ASSAM misyonunu anlatıyor.
Evet. Evet. Ya çok kapsamlı bir şey oldu. Hikmetullah Bey de çok güzel bir konuşma yaptılar ama hep kendi dillerinde dinledim ben şahsen. Acaba o noktada bir sıkıntımız yaşanmadı umarım. Ya dinleyiciler açısından.
Hayır hocam.
Çok iyi. Pekala. Size aynen katılıyorum. ASSAM'ın misyonunu anlattılar yani Seyfettin Bey.
Osman Bey, sorular varsa, ki var olduğunu tahmin ediyorum, bu boşlukta hemen bu arada Cengiz hocama yönlendirelim. O vesileyle cevaplamış olalım.
Evet. Pekala. Teşekkür ediyoruz o vakit Ersan Bey.
Sağ olun hocam.
Bir 5 dakikalık aramız var Ersan Bey.
Tamam,
50
Osman Bey, o zaman bu arada şöyle yapalım. Zoom yayınını kesmeden mi devam ediyoruz? ASSAM'ın görüntüleri varsa video görüntüsünü aktarabiliriz.
Tamamdır
İzleyicilerimize
hocam.
karşı.
Tamamdır hocam.
Bu zulmü anlatan bir videomuz vardı. Onu yayınlayalım. Başkanım, canlı yayındaki YouTube kanallarımızda görüntü var. Ancak Zoom üzerinde bilgisayarda bir teknik arıza olduğu için Zoom üzerindeki yayında
Tamam. Esselamun Aleyküm. Sayın başkanlarım, sayın katılımcılar.
Distinguished chairpersons and distinguished participants,
Açıyorum inşallah.
I'm gonna open to to the last session. We have six presenters. They're all
Bize takdim edecekler.
share very important subjects. We have six presenters. Maybe
Katılımcıların da katılması söz
the
konusu.
participants from the other sessions who couldn't make it can make it. Şahrahat Yusuf Sahi. He's going to talk about the Ottoman and financial model and how we learned from Ottoman Empire. So he's going to make a presentation. Inshallah, that will be a very nice presentation. Shah Sahi, please.
Am I audible?
Duyulabiliyor mu sesim? Görebiliyoruz sizi.
Assalamualaikum to all the distinguished guests and panelists.
Bütün panelistlere selamünaleyküm demek istiyorum. Sayın Profesör de merhaba demek istiyorum. ASSAM İslamik Kongresi'ne teşekkür ediyorum. Bu kadar prestijli bir toplantı düzenlediğiniz için ve geçtiğimiz 2 gün boyunca son derece güzel bir kongre ve aynı zamanda yine burada bütün dünyadan çok seçkin konuşmacılar var ve çok iyi bir şekilde yönetildiğini söyleyebiliriz. Çok teşekkür ediyorum bu güzel toplantıyı organize ettiğiniz için. İzninizle hocam ben konuyla devam edeceğim.
Ottoman's financial and business model, a lesson for the present time. So I'll go through the details. I'll talk about the abstract at first. So the Ottoman Empire was for almost 800 years from 1299 to 1923. The economy was based on trade with neighboring regions, agriculture, production, and transportation. All these businesses were run as per the Sharia guidelines. The best thing was that they had land and sea both, which helped them in their economic ties with the nearby regions. They were expanding their military and conquering more and more lands. Due to military expansion, they needed more earnings through trade and agriculture productions. Their major success was conquering Constantinople, nowadays Istanbul, in 1453, and Silk Road was under their control, which was a trade route between Europe and Asia. So the Ottomans started earnings by trading through this route and also levied taxes on trade on European merchants using this road for trade. So the advancement of the Ottoman Empire by conquering more land and progress economically was unprecedented. Geographically, if we see expansion and economic progress at the same time is difficult, even in today's modern era. Our focus in this research is on economic development, trade and agri-production, and regional connectivity and cooperation of the Ottoman Empire. We will see, the above mentioned combination of the Ottoman Empire, and will evaluate how we can implement those traits and strategies to achieve economic progress in today's world. Charitable contributions, especially on Waqf, had a significant role in development and uplifting the society. Economic development and socio-economic balance was due to the strong institutions and their effective functioning in Ottoman realm. The Ottomans, if we see, the Ottomans merchants widely used the varieties of Islamic business partnerships practiced in the Islamic world from the classical era. The most frequently used methods in the financing of long distance trade and certain other types of businesses ventures were the Mudaraba partnership of classical in Islamic fiqh. If we see from the fiqh, so we can see Mudaraba, they were using that. The arrangements of Rabbul Mal, giving funds to the Mudarib to invest in halal business. The profit earned to the to be distributed as per the agreed ratio, and loss, if any, would be to the capital owner. To a lesser extent, the Ottomans also used Mufawada partnership of the Hanafi school of thought, in which the partners were considered equal in terms of capital, efforts, returns, and liabilities. In the related Musharaka or Inan, Shirkatul Inan arrangements, the partners were free to invest in different amounts, agree to share the returns and liabilities in unequal but pre-arranged amounts. One important instrument in the finance of long distance trade was the Suftaja, a bill of exchange or letter of credit. The basic purpose of the Suftaja was to expedite long distance payments or transfer of the funds. Suftaja were basically used widely inside the Ottoman Empire between Anatolia, the Aegean island, Crimea, Syria, Egypt, and also with Iran. The Ottoman court documents from 15th and 16th century Bursa, a major center in long distance trade, point to the high frequency of the use of Suftajas. Another type of letter of credit was the Hawala, which was the assigning of a fund from a distant source of revenue by a written order. It was used in both state and private transactions to avoid the dangers and delays involved in the transportation of cash. In the Ottoman monetary system, there existed 3 levels of coinage: gold, silver, and copper. The silver akte until the middle of the 17th century, and the silver kurush in the 18th century were the basic units of account and the leading means of payment in local transactions. The Ottomans took the form of tax farming arrangements in which individuals possessing liquid capital assets advance cash to the government in return of the right to farm the taxes of a given region or fiscal unit for a fixed period. The tax farming thus dominated the Islamic world from the Mediterranean to the Indian Ocean, from the earliest days through the early modern period. The Ottomans so took the form of tax farming arrangements which we discussed already, that they were doing all these things. And then we will discuss about the Isham and some other arrangements also, like, Timar, and then the Malikani system, and then the Isham. In Isham, we will talk about the sukuk and how it is an alternative, how it can be an alternative to the modern day sukuk. With the changes in military technology during the 16th century and the need to maintain larger permanent armies at the center, pressures increased to collect a large part of the rural surplus. As a result, the Timar system began to be abundant in favor of tax farming, and the tax units were auctioned off at Istanbul. The shift away from the Timar system had been designed to increase the cash received at the center, but the decline of state power in the provinces reduced the expected benefits from this change. Underperformance of the Malikani system in the long term, however, the Malikani system did not fulfill the expectation of the central government. It actually led to a decline in state revenues because the state was unable to regain control of the revenue sources after the death of the individual who had purchased them. The central government thus began to experiment with other methods of tax collection, say from 1770 to 1774, which I've already said that ASSAM was introduced. The one method of raising fiscal revenue which began to be used in 1840 was the printing in circulation in the Istanbul area of interest-bearing paper money called kaime. Since their volume remained limited, the kaimes performed reasonably well until 1852. I'm focusing on this in this research that to know about the causes and reasons of the decentralization of the charity work. The government in some countries are not managing it, rather it's open to the public. I'll, in conclusion and recommendation, I'll brief about this thing, that what the Ottomans were doing and what nowadays the countries are not doing, and they are lacking this, so they should follow what the Ottomans were doing. The cash waqf and microcredit mechanism, which was a Murabaha based mechanism, I'll talk about this also. And this is, we have to find out. And the excess funds were given to the sarafs through this, microcredit mechanism by the trustees. And underperformance of the Milkani system, which we already have discussed in the paper, it will be discussed in detail. ASSAM, which is a Sharia compliant solution for crowdfunding, why it is needed. And if it is need of the hour, then we should come up with the ASSAM, which is an alternative to Sukuk. So, and then reason of the bimetallic, gold and silver is a currency, the monetary regime, and paper currency in its performance from 1840 to 1852, and what was the reason of winding up this currency. Banking system, if we see, due to the greater economic and financial integration with Europe, the Ottomans at that time, they began, banks to establish in the Ottoman Empire for the first time in 1840s. Part of the demand from them came from the growth of trade with European and the financial needs of the merchants. In fact, the first bank to begin operation in the Ottoman Empire was the Commercial Bank of Smyrna, which had been founded in London in 1844 by the group of English merchants to meet the growing needs of European and other merchants in the Izmir region. So the bank was forced to close down during the financial crisis of 1847-48. The first bank established in the Ottoman Empire was Bank de Constantinople, founded in 1847 with a capital of 200,000 pounds. The bank was to provide short-term loans to the government and stabilize the exchange rate of the Ottoman paper currency. At that time, also there was issue of this devaluation and depreciation of the currency. The initiative in capital for the bank came from two of the leading Galata bankers because of the expansion in the volume of paper currency. However, the bank could not prevent the deterioration of the exchange rate for long due to the mounting losses and the inability of the state to continue to provide financial support for its activities. The bank was forced to close in 1852. Government efforts to establish another bank for its financial and monetary needs soon led to the formation of the Ottoman Bank by the British group in 1856 in the aftermath of the Crimean War. The bank obtained a royal charter in Britain and was founded in London with a capital of 500,000 pounds, but the center of its operation was located in Istanbul. It was given permission to open branches in other cities of the empire, except the region of Egypt. Charitable institutions or institutionalization of the charitable aspect. If you see, one of the major achievement of the Ottoman Empire was to institutionalize the charity organization, especially Waqf. The Ottoman Empire turned zakah into a tax which was collected annually by the state and redistributed to the poor. Sadaqah, which is not an obligation, but it is believed to be a means of getting closer to God. Waqf is one of the most enduring institutions founded for the giving of property for charitable use. It was the most common way for the circulation of wealth among the society. If you see in the Ottomans era, as defined in the Ottomans text, does not only mean the economic situation of the person, but also modesty, austerity, and asceticism and humbleness to the authorities. The concept of fakr zarurati duchar olmak is often seen in the text, and it means that the person is poor and needy temporarily, and as a result of unexpected events. This person can be anybody, either muhtasin, musabin, or ajiz. Other groups of the poor and the needy were the orphans, widows, families of martyrs, shuhada, and those who are dismissed from the post or veterans. The waqf, waqf is property given in the name of God. Waqf was institutionalized by the Abbasid, but the difference is that in the Abbasid era, it was only for the property. We will talk about the other waqfs, which was introduced by the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire was the heir of the waqf tradition that already existed on its land. Waqfs were endowments whose beneficiaries were decided by the waqf founder and defined by a waqafi. The beneficiaries were not only Muslim. This is one of the characteristic that the Ottoman Empire was not only facilitating the Muslim, but it was free to all. So waqf served the society as a whole. The cash waqf is where cash is a capital. This was what invented by the Ottomans. It was used in different Islamic modes to generate revenue, and that revenue was utilized for basic necessities of the public. For example, for education and health, etc. It was used in microcredit, which already I've discussed it, microcredit mechanism. In the surplus of these waqfs were transferred to the merchants, craftsmen, and other skilled people. So it was a resource of transfer channel. Money is changing hand from wealthy to poor and skilled class of the society. The revenue from the waqf is not going to the original owner, rather used for charity purposes. In the 19th century, social assistance had become stable obligation, and the local municipalities were given the role of social helper, which was one of the unique things. As a voluntary charity institution, waqf played a historic role in constructing the Muslim socio-economic development. Waqf was not limited to traditional property waqfs by the rich. Rather, the practice of cash waqfs were found in the history of the Ottoman financial institutions since the 15th century. During the 18th century, increased allocation of the funds to the trustees of these endowments, and the trustees then used the excess fund to lend based on murabaha to the money lenders or the sarafs. So the monetary regime might loosely be called bimetallic, which we discussed before that, but since both gold and silver coins were minted and circulated freely. And one of the other issue was the paper currency failure or underperformance, and the reason of its debacle was inflation in 1840, from 1840 to 1852. Isham system, that the state or the government authorities set aside an asset that delivers an annual income stream that is regular or a permanent basis, and the assets were owned and managed by the government or the state which invests just a small portion of its annual revenue in ASSAM securitization. So they are securitizing, the certain income of that stream. For example, if it is 100,000, so they were taking something like 10,000 or 20,000 and then securitizing that revenue and making sahm units for that. And then they were selling it to the public. This revenue fraction is then securitized and sold in equal shares to the general public. Each share entitles the buyer to a portion of the designated annual revenue on a pro rata basis. It can be an alternative to sukuk. Nowadays, sukuk, if properly managed and launch it again, a new ASSAM system, and the same is linked with the government-owned property instead of the expected uncertain revenue or agriculture tax. So it can be a revolution in the capital market if we come up with the ASSAM, which is linked with the property and launch it again. My lesson for the present time from the Ottoman Empire, what we can learn and what the Muslim countries or the Muslim Ummah can follow and then implement those things. Number one is military expansion is need of the hour. Yeah, we know that we need the Muslim countries, we need military expansion, but not at the cost of economy. In Ottoman Empire, there were military expansion and also economic and social development. In today's Muslim world, we can see two extremes, either spending more on the budget, more of the budget on defense, and either no spending on defense. There are two extremes. These two things, military expansion and economic development should go parallel, same like what the Ottomans did. So they were expanding their military also, and they were economically, they were also progressing. Then centralized government was one of the best characteristics of the Ottoman Empire. Political and economic demarche was from a single chain of command. Now we can see that the decentralization of the government and provinces having authority to decide and micromanage the institutions in their territory, this can affect and harm the government in certain center, and it can further lead to no standardization in policies and procedures. I'm from Pakistan, so I can see this thing that we have a decentralized units of the provinces. So some of the provinces are not performing well, but before, when it was centralized, it was performing well. So this is one of the things which we can take from the Ottoman Empire. Geographical expansion and public unity. The Ottomans helped the poor in destitutes and areas they captured regardless of their religion. The reason of the capturing was not devastation, rather helping the people in improving their social life. A lesson to be learned to be learned by the West from this very phenomena. If they are, capturing some place, so they should then develop that instead of, devastating or, destroying the assets. We can see that in Afghanistan, we can see that in Syria. They are coming, they are destroying, and they are going. But, if we see the Ottoman empires, they were capturing or conquering some area, then they were developing those people, regardless of their religion, whether they are Muslims or non-Muslims, but they develop those areas and they invest there. So this is, one thing which the world should learn. Charitable, fourth point is charities should be collected by the state in an organized way with a proper strategy of distribution. The Ottomans had a state-of-the-art institutions, especially for cash waqf, with a proper collection and distribution. The Muslims countries should have proper institution for waqf work under the government supervision to avoid any mismanagement. Nowadays, we can see that the waqf is private, so the people don't trust each other. So we can see that new waqf are not coming. So we stop that thing. It is not well managed in the Muslim countries. So very less waqf is coming, especially if I talk regarding, Pakistan or Middle East or some countries. In Turkey, it is well established, and a new waqafs are coming and they are managing it well. But in other countries, they are not. So from the Ottoman system, the Muslim world should specially learn these things and apply it. The fifth point is trade ties with neighboring region. This is one of the main characteristics of the Ottoman Empire, that they had good economic and trade ties with Europe and Africa. Economy without foreign trade cannot survive these days. Nowadays, countries are suffering because of the enmity with neighboring countries and no trade between them. They should have economic ties and trade ties which can help improve their economy. So rivalry is there, but at least, you know, we should have the economic ties with the neighboring countries, so it can, you know, really help us in economic growth. Thank you very much, sir. These are my references, and if any question, I'm welcome, sir. Thank you very much. So nice of you.
Teşekkür ederiz. Your presentation is great. Sunumunuz çok güzel.
Your presentation is very nice, and in a very short time, you summarized the subject to us. Thank you very much. The Ottoman Empire, and for 700 years, for the dynasty, you talked about the financial development model, and you talked about the Vakıf, for example, the monetary Vakıf. And this is a very discussed subject, and there is the participation banking today, and it continues like that. And for the Ottoman Empire, the economic model, the economy is not in the capital, the revenue collection was not in the ilahi kelimatullah was the only objective of Istanbul, Ottoman Empire. And of course, to have a justice system, and that was an example to everyone. And for a longer time, I talked about the Ottoman financial system, and this is the success of Ottoman Empire. It's not known by the foreign states. The Italians, they have their arrogance. Alhamdulillah, we tear it down. And that they agree that we are superior than themselves. And the Court of Accounts, Said Ahmed Pasha, the president of Court of Accounts, the previous Court of Accounts president, he supported us. And in our Court of Accounts for 9 years, so we had publications. He supported us very much, and I'd like to thank you, Shafat Bey. Now I'd like to give the floor to second speaker.
Thank you very much again, I say. İsmet Horasanlı, the
İsmet Horasanlı.
struggle for power in Afghanistan. Bu konuda bize
So he will deliver his speech about his title, and he will explain us the power struggle in Afghanistan and tell us what is going to be future there. The floor is yours, Mr. İsmet. The floor is yours. Thank you very much to you, Professor, distinguished chairperson and vice chair, distinguished participants. First and foremost, I would like to greet the speakers with respect. My presentation will be in English, so I will continue in English if it's okay.
Okay, so I'm going to share my screen first. Okay, so this is my PowerPoint. Okay, so when we look at the power conflict in Afghanistan, you see that the main reason for the power conflict in Afghanistan, as it is told very much, as it is debated a lot, it is based on ethnic conflict. Unlike it is assumed in many different aspect in Afghanistan. We cannot see the conflict between sectarians, but we see conflict between the ethnic groups. So that is why I am gonna start from the ethnic conflict. So what is the basically the denomination between the ethnic conflict? What is the ratio of the ethnic conflicts? We know that in Afghanistan there is no consensus since 1979. There is no consensus. So that is why our ratio is based on the parliamentarians sent to the parliament from different ethnic groups. So the very specific election which is taken in account here is 2010 elections. So what is in 2010? What is the ratio in 2010? So basically, you see that Pashtuns sent 96 parliament member to the parliament. Hazaras sent 61, Tajiks 53, Uzbeks 15. So based on these parliament members, we see that the ratio are here, like Tajiks and Parsi ones, which came from Persian, the Farsi ethnic, the Farsi race, 21.3% of Afghanistan. Hazaras and Sayyids are 24.5%, Uzbeks are 6%, and Pashtuns are 38 to 50%. So what are the ethnic origin of these races? Tajiks or Parsi ones and Pashtuns, they are Aryan. They are Aryan, basically Pashtuns and Tajiks, which have the same root with Iranian people. Hazaras, Uzbeks, Turkmens, Aymaks, and Kızılbaş, they are Turks. So where do they live? If you look at this map, which is prepared by Columbia University, we see that basically Hazaras, which are in orange, they are in the center of Afghanistan. In the south of Afghanistan, we see in the south of Afghanistan, Pashtuns, Tajiks are very close.
Mr. Ismet, I am so sorry to disturb you. Can you please pass to from interpretation button? Can you please pass to English? Because you are speaking English, but you are in a Turkish channel, I think.
Okay. Oh, sure.
Thank you very much.
You are very welcome. Yeah, because I was also hearing Turkish. So let me see, how can I manage this one? I saw that before, but let's stop there. Okay, English. Okay, we are good now.
Oldu, tamamdır.
It's okay now.
Okay, so thank you very much for warning me. Now I'm going to continue. So when we look at here on the map, we see that Hazara Turks are located in the center of Afghanistan, which is colored in orange. Tajiks are located in red. They are very close to Tajikistan's border. And Uzbeks are here. Uzbeks are very close to this border of Uzbekistan. Turkmens are very close to the border of Turkmenistan. But Pashtuns are located in the south, all along the border of Pakistan. So that is why we basically, this border is dividing Pashtuns to two, half in Pakistan, half in Afghanistan. So this is also the main conflict reason between Afghanistan and Pakistan as well. So I'm not going to go through this one, just very briefly, I'm going to pass to the ethnic dimensions of these groups. So when we look at the dimensions of Pashtuns, their systems are tribal systems. And they have two main big tribes, which are Ghilzai and Duranis. Not only the conflicts are between the other ethnic groups, but also these two tribes inside, within the Pashtun ethnicity is also sometimes fighting with each other. And their religion, they have a very small population of Shia, and their minority are Sunni. What is Jirga? Jirga is a kind of basically majlis, or very similar to the parliament, and the head of each tribe came together and they make a decision, like you see in the picture. So this is called Jirga, in Pashto means majlis or congregation. Okay, Tajik. Who are Tajiks? Tajiks are also coming from Aryan race, which is similar to the Iranian, and they speak Persian. And they are very good in art in Afghanistan, basically in media. So that is why in this previous Taliban regime, we saw that many of those artists of Afghanistan were basically from Tajik origin, and media were also in their hand. When we come to Hazara Turks, so who are these? Hazara Turks, they are basically originally Turk, as you see from their faces, and they speak Persian and Turkish together, and that is called Hazaragi, their language. And the religion, they are mainly Shia, and they have a small minority of Sunni as well. But I'm going to emphasize it again that in Afghanistan, we don't have sectarian conflict. We have only ethnic conflict. And they are very good, Hazaras are very good in education. When you see that even the ratio of their literacy is higher than other ethnic groups. Uzbeks are also Turk. They are Turk and they speak Uzbeki, but they also speak, almost all of them, they speak Persian as well. In terms of religion, they are Sunni. So we have basically two types of ethnic groups, two groups of ethnicities in Afghanistan. They are allies, which are Uzbeks and Hazara Turks. They are allies. When we look at their background, you see here that Abdul Ali Mazari and Abdul Rashid Dostum, both of them, they were very close to each other, and they were almost acting as a union in the northern Afghanistan. And Mazari was killed by Taliban in 1997, and then Abdul Rashid Dostum is still alive. You see the picture of Mazari he is holding here. And then we have rivals in Afghanistan. You see that here, northern Afghanistan, which are generally Turks, they are coming together and they support Tajik. Abdullah is from Tajik origin in the last election. And then the southern Afghanistan, they are generally Pashtun, and they supported Ashraf Ghani. So this map is basically based on the last election that Abdullah won the northern part, and Ashraf Ghani won the southern part, and it was very disputed election. The result didn't come out, it wasn't declared, and then they somehow made a coalition government. So that was also very debated a lot. That is one of the weak point of the last administration, and I think that was why that the last administration collapsed. Now, when we come to the Taliban, with this background, why the Taliban came to the power, and why the last administration didn't struggle, didn't fight with the Taliban. This is also basically based on ethnic origins. When we look at here, the reason for the collapse of the last administration, it is based on Doha Agreement. What happened in Doha Agreement? You see here in Doha Agreement in February 29th, 2020, the United States sat on the roundtable with the Taliban, and they agreed on 4 main articles. The first one is no group is going to threaten the United States from Afghanistan, and the second one is all foreigners should leave Afghanistan. And after that, in the third article, we say that they agreed on that the talks between Afghans should start. And after the talks between Afghans conclude, there should be, it was supposed to be a ceasefire, a sustainable ceasefire. But unfortunately, when we are in the phase 3, the government collapsed, and we didn't see the 4th article or 4th phase. So yeah, what happened and why the last administration didn't fight with the Taliban? There is a process called DDR, or disarming, dismobilizing, and reintegration. You see here all those green areas, they were disarmed by the international forces between 2003 and 2005. In this process, under this process, all the regions were disarmed except as Pashtun regions. You see Pashtun regions in the south, they weren't disarmed, and some Uzbek regions. So that is why we see now that in Taliban administrations, majorities are in the hand of Pashtuns and in the hand of Uzbeks. The second vice president of Taliban is Uzbek, as you see in their administration. And what happened was that you see here in 9 July and 16 August, almost 1 month. Within 1 month, Taliban almost took all Afghanistan. And why? The reason was that because the government was in the hand of Pashtuns, and Taliban are also Pashtun, so they didn't fight. And it is told that from the central government, it is basically the army was told to not fight with the Taliban. So that is why when the army, the soldiers didn't fight with the Taliban, then we saw that national resistance started fighting against Taliban. And national resistance also were kind of based on ethnic groups. Who were those generals or those commanders fighting against Taliban? We see that Ata Muhammad Nur and Ismail Khan, they are both from Tajik origin. Ata Muhammad Nur started fighting against Taliban in Mazar-e-Sharif, and Ismail Khan started fighting against Taliban in Herat. And then Muhakkik and Karim Halili, they are Hazara Turks. Muhakkik basically started fighting against Taliban in central Afghanistan, but it wasn't a very powerful resistance against Taliban. Then he moved to northern Afghanistan, to Mazar-e-Sharif in Charkand. He started fighting against Taliban in Charkand as well, but it wasn't a very big like fight. Khalili didn't fight. He just stood silent. And then here we see Abdul Rashid Dostum from Uzbek origin. He also kind of made an alliance with Ata Muhammad Nur. They were both fighting against Taliban in Mazar-e-Sharif, and then suddenly we saw that they also couldn't resist against the Taliban. And Ismail Khan was captured by Taliban in Herat. Then he was released and he basically fled to Iran. As you see, Tajiks are always close to Iran. Hazaras are told that they are close to Iran, but that is not true because Iran didn't always support them because of their Turk origin. Now, what happened after that? After all those like warlords and the ethnic leaders, after all they were terminated, then we saw that another resistance ally started fighting against Taliban, and that is Ahmad Shah Massoud's son, Ahmad Massoud, and Amrullah Saleh, the second vice president of previous administration, and Commander Alipur from Hazara region. They came all together in Panjshir and started fighting against Taliban, but also they couldn't resist against Taliban and they collapsed. And now we don't know where they are. Most probably Ahmad Massoud and Amrullah Saleh, they are in Tajikistan right now. So this is Panjshir. You see that why Panjshir is very important. During the last 40 years of fight of war in Afghanistan, also Panjshir was the only province who resisted against Soviet Union, who resisted against any other foreign fights. But in Taliban, they also resist, but they couldn't resist until the end. Why Panjshir is important? Because it is surrounded by mountain. You see it has only 3 ways. One is from the Badakhshan, the other one is from Baghlan, 2 from north, and 1 from Kabul. There is only 3 ways to go to Panjshir, no any other ways to go there. So because it is a valley all surrounded by mountains, so that is why it is very hard to capture Panjshir for any foreign powers. So that is why they remained free during even the Soviet Union war. And then what happened? Then on August 15, Taliban took all Afghanistan. And when they took all Afghanistan, they basically announced that we will not announce our government until we capture Panjshir as well. So they captured Panjshir on September 4th. On September 4th, then they announced their government, and then they announced their government on September 7th. This is the Taliban government you see here. So I'm gonna show you the picture in case you see it better. You see here, yes. When you look at here, you see that they are basically almost all of them are Pashtun. You see, Mullah Muhammad Hassan Hassan Akhund, he is the leader basically. No, it says prime minister, basically the leader, and then he is Pashtun. And then we have Mullah Abdul Ghani Baradar Pashtun, Uzbek Deputy Prime Minister, one Uzbek we have, Mawlay Abdul Salam Hanafi. You see all of them are, this is Sirajuddin Haqqani. Sirajuddin Haqqani is basically right now is tracked by FBI in award of $10 million. It was $5 million, but the day he became Minister of Interior, they increased, FBI increased the price to $10 million, but he is now the Minister of Interior in Afghanistan. This is also interesting. And you see, all are Pashtun, only 2 Tajik. We have 2 Tajiks here, 2 Tajik from 33 ministry. We have 2 Tajik and only 1 Uzbek. Others are, the rest of them are all Pashtun. So we see that Taliban is also kind of ethnic-centric government. So this was very debated because all the other ethnic groups and the foreign powers, they didn't accept the Taliban administration due to this fact that you build a government which is all based on ethnicity, one ethnicity, which is Pashtun. You didn't give any rule to other ethnic groups or no any other dimensions from any other minorities. So that is why they are not basically recognized all over the world. Not only in the other ethnic groups, the day they announced their government, we heard that they have some fight inside as well. Why? Because Haqqani network is very dominant in Taliban. Inside these 33 ministers, you see that 5 of them are from Haqqani network. From one family, we have 5 ministers. And Durrani, Mullah Baradar is Durrani. Durrani is, during the history, when we look at their history, we see that Durranis are a little bit moderate, but Haqqanis are kind of radical. So that is why now Kabul was captured by Haqqani network, and Kabul was in the hand of Haqqani network. But other cities like Herat and Kandahar, they were captured by Mullah Baradar. So that is also a little bit disputed. Why? Because Ghani came from Gilzai, and Haqqani network is also Gilzai. Mullah Baradar is Durrani. Karzai is also Durrani. You see, so they have some fight here as well between these 2 tribes. Okay, so this is their administration. What happened after Taliban came to power? We see that Hazara Turks are the main target of Taliban. During the history, it was like this. We know that between 1996 and 2001, also Taliban was in power. In that time, they genocided Hazara Turks, one in Mazar Sharif, in other in Yakaulang and Bamyan. Now, when they came to power this time, again, they did almost the same thing, but not as radical as before. This time when they came, they attacked Hazara houses in Daikundi province. And they removed all Hazara Turks from specific regions that they claim that they are our land. It is not Hazara's land. And they replaced it with Pashtuns. It happened in Daikundi. And then they also did the same thing to Panjshir as well this time. So, okay, what is Turkey's approach toward Taliban? Well, Turkey has a very good moderate approach toward Afghanistan. Why? Because Turkey has this boundary toward the Turks ethnic groups, which are Hazaras, Uzbeks, Turkmens, Aymaks, and Kızılbaş. Because of their ethnic origin, Turkey can make a very good connection to them. And also Turkey has not only with these groups, Turkey has a very good connection with Pashtuns as well. And Turkey has a very good connection with Tajiks as well. Because Turkish approach is not to support any groups or military groups, non-governmental groups. Turkey is approaching officially. Turkey is working officially in Afghanistan. You see that TIKA has, it is unlike any other countries. TIKA has one branch in each country, but in Afghanistan, they have 3 branches working there. Also, YTB gets a lot of students from Afghanistan. It is the most populated student group in YTB is Afghanistan. Also, we have Marif Foundation. This is very important, Turkish Marif Foundation. It has 33 schools in Afghanistan. 33 schools in Afghanistan. Many of them are in Pashtun regions even. Although Pashtuns are not Turk, but Turkey have schools in those Pashtun regions as well. In Kandahar, in Jalalabad, Marif Foundation, they have school. And they have also 10 derms in Afghanistan. Okay, so this is the situation in Afghanistan, why the ethnic groups are fighting with each other, and why they cannot get along with each other, and why the international community in other countries are not accepting Taliban administration right now. I explained. Now let's see the approach of some of those countries. First, Russia. Russia is very important for Afghanistan. Why Russia is important? Because this is the Soviet Union borders, not Russia. But in terms of politics, in terms of Afghanistan policy, it is still Soviet Union. Russia doesn't want any kind of radical movement, any kind of disputed in its old border, in its Soviet Union borders. That is why when the first Taliban came to power, Tajikistan was supporting basically Panjshir because they were Tajik. But Russia warned Tajikistan to solve their problems in peaceful way, not to fight to each other. And just after that, Tajikistan and Russia, they start a military drill in the border of Afghanistan. After that, they also conducted another military drill in the border of Uzbekistan to Afghanistan. And later, Putin warned the international community that new and refreshed ISIS members will move from Syria and from Iraq to Afghanistan. They are gonna disability. They are gonna bring disability in the Central Asia, which are the Turkmenistan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Uzbekistan. So we see that all the politics, the foreign policy of Russia is based on the borders of Soviet Union. Russia doesn't want any disabilities inside the borders of old Soviet Union. Now China is also important for Afghanistan because China, many people, they do not know this, but China has a mutual border with Afghanistan. You see here, here we have a border. Afghanistan has a border with China, and China has a very big amount of trade with Pakistan as well. So, and we know that Taliban is supported by Pakistan. So that is why for China, Afghanistan is very important. This is in one hand. On the other hand, Afghanistan is a country rich with their underground, with its underground wealth. In Afghanistan lately, lithium was found. Lithium was found in Afghanistan. We have copper, and we have like many other underground wealth in Afghanistan. Lithium is specifically important for China because lithium is used in batteries and many other new technologies. So that is why I think China is gonna be one of the first countries which is gonna recognize Taliban. And also China was the first country who sent like aids, humanitarian aids to Afghanistan. So that is why I think China is kind of preparing its way toward Afghanistan. Specifically, lithium is very important for China in the technology age, I think. This is, yes, and Iran is also important here. Well, unlike it is thought that people say that, okay, Iran is supporting maybe Hazara Turks or Iran is supporting Tajiks. But we see that in this conflict, Iran was supporting Taliban. And Iran was the first, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Iran was the first country who recognized, who basically, well, how can I explain it? Who basically said the official name of Taliban, officially called Taliban the Islamic Emirate. No any other country in the world said Taliban Emirates, the Islamic Emirate. Iran is the first country who called Taliban Islamic Emirate before they came to the power. And nowadays we also see that many talks are going on between Taliban and Iran. And previously to the power of Taliban, two main debates, two main conferences were held in Tehran. And Taliban directly went to Tehran, but they didn't come to Istanbul. We saw that. Okay, so this is what this is my presentation and my approach. My guess is that Iran, China, Russia, Qatar, they're going to, and Pakistan, they're going to be the first countries who are going to recognize Taliban in the future era. Well, thank you very much.
Teşekkür ederiz.
Thank you very much, Mr. İsmet, for your presentation.
Normal sıralamamıza geçiyoruz sunumlarda.
Thank you for listening.
Sidra Tarık Cemil var.
Sidra Tarık Cemil is presenting now. The first panelist in my panel is going to talk about Pakistan. Why Pakistan's foreign policy towards the Muslim world matters. He's going to make a presentation about this. Sidra Tarık, is he with us now? Do we have a problem? I see a raising hand. We can get the questions after the presentations. If Sidra Tarık Cemil is here with us, he can make the presentation.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Of course, you can start your presentation.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good afternoon from Rabat. I am Sidra Tarık Cemil from Pakistan and I am serving as a communications expert at the Islamic World Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, ISESCO, Rabat, which comes under the aegis of Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC. I would like to begin by thanking the organizers for putting up this conference together and giving me the opportunity to talk about why Pakistan's foreign policy towards the Muslim world matters. Before I discuss my topic, I would like to enumerate the ISESCO's contributions by uplifting and unifying the diverse Muslim world. Since 1979, ISESCO has been playing a pivotal role in promoting education, science and technology, and culture in the Islamic world. In addition, ISESCO has also undertaken concerted efforts to improve the plight of the poor and vulnerable communities in the Islamic world. Women empowerment and youth development in the Islamic world have also been a core emphasis and mainstay of ISESCO. Moreover, ISESCO has also prioritized the practice of cultural diplomacy and advocated inter-civilizational dialogue in the hope of promoting diversity, inclusivity, pluralism, and moderation within the Islamic world and beyond. On to my topic, Pakistan's foreign policy regarding the Muslim world has always been profound and significant. From holding the second OIC conference to mediating conflicts between the Arab world and the West, Pakistan has long been an instrumental factor in managing the affairs of the Islamic world. Pakistan's domestic political circumstances necessitate a diplomatic postures that entails a consistent and rational approach by engaging various stakeholders to strengthen the social fabric of the Muslim world. With regard to Israel-Palestinian conflict, Pakistan has been a key advocate of the two-state solution. Currently, Pakistan continues to be a staunch proponent of the Palestinian cause, that is, an independent Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital within the pre-1967 lines. To aid the United Nations efforts in the region following the Gaza hostilities in 2021, Pakistan stepped up its presence at various international forums by standing in solidarity with the Palestinian people. To be clear, Pakistan's Foreign Office has maintained that Islamabad will have no diplomatic ties with Israel until it gives the Palestinian people their due rights. Pakistan stands shoulder to shoulder with the Palestinians as it pertains to their suffering, injustice, and brutal repression. The Palestinians have long been in the heart and minds of Pakistani people. Therefore, Pakistan calls on the Muslim world to continue being united in fighting for the Palestinian rights, including their right to get freedom from injustice and to establish a homeland of their own. On the economic front, Pakistan continues to have a deep and fruitful economic engagement with countries in the Middle East, just as Pakistan has much to offer in trade and business opportunities. The Middle East has also been an engine of growth for Pakistan's domestic economy. Particularly in most recent times, Pakistan has been pursuing hedge diplomacy between Saudi Arabia and Iran. This balancing act is crucial to Pakistan's national interest as it is a neighbor to Iran and receive financial support from Saudi Arabia. One of the things that Pakistan can do is to attract Saudi investments to the China-Pakistan economic corridor and serve as a gateway for the Middle East to engage China. Turkey has long been Pakistan's close partner in economic and military terms. On people-to-people diplomacy, Turkey has been generous in providing scholarships to Pakistani students. Istanbul and Islamabad are good friends. They can jointly play a leadership role in the Islamic world and combating global Islamophobia. After the US withdrawal from Afghanistan and the return of the Taliban, Pakistan has been focused on cultivating closer ties with the Taliban so as to achieve a stabilized Afghanistan. A safe and secure Afghanistan is in the interest of Pakistan because of the geographical proximity and cross-border movements. To be sure, Islamabad has always vouched for the regional stability of South Asia because it is vital for the security and economic interest of Pakistan. Moreover, Pakistan has been providing aid and assistance as well as focusing its efforts at helping the Afghan Taliban to develop a sustainable governance system. As we live in the digital age, the role of media has become prominent in enhancing Pakistan's foreign policy towards the Muslim world. Islamabad has also been practicing public diplomacy to foster a strong and stable Muslim world. Webinars, seminars, dialogues through think tanks have helped bring the Muslim world closer together and strengthen the links between the Muslim world and the non-Muslim world. Pakistan has used different mediums to cultivate friendly ties with the Islamic world. From track 1 diplomacy to track 2 diplomacy, both the government and civil society have been active in forging a greater unity in the Islamic world. Religious tourism in the Islamic world has also been made easy and accessible, and employment opportunities in the Middle East are aplenty for the Pakistani people. Looking ahead, Pakistan will continue to be closely associated with the OIC and practice a balanced foreign policy in the Islamic world. It is no doubt that Pakistan's foreign policy matters to the Islamic world, as it will continue to be a critical ally for the Islamic countries and a key stalwart of a robust, united, inclusive, and diverse global Muslim Ummah. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Teşekkür ederiz bu güzel sunumunuz için.
Thank you very much for your very nice presentation. Now, we have the last panelist. The second two panelists, and when they are available, they will make their presentation. Now, I would like to give the floor from Gaziantep University, Ali Fuat Gökçe. From Gaziantep University is going to talk about he's going to talk about a very forefront subject, the geopolitics of Eastern and Cyprus and Mediterranean. He's going to give information about this. Ali Fuat Bey, please, if you're available, you can start your presentation. Distinguished participants, the distinguished board of directors, the Adnan Pasha, I'd like to salute you with respect. This is my second presentation today. We, as the chairperson, talk about the geopolitics of the Eastern Mediterranean and Turkey. The Eastern Mediterranean in the recent times has been very important in the global political situation, and because of the position of this country, this is very important in the world politics, and it is related to Turkey closely. So related to the Eastern Mediterranean, so in Eastern Mediterranean, there is a fixed warfare plane. There is the Cyprus island, and we have our territory there, and it's related to us. This is why I'd like to make a presentation about this subject. What can Turkey do? What can be the politics of Turkey? I don't want to take much of your time. I'll talk about geopolitics with few words without taking further ado, and I'd like to continue with the subject. When we look at the geopolitics, we can say that there are different approaches Carnot for the geopolitics theory covers it is the states and it's related to the geography. And in geopolitics, and if we make a general definition, it is about the world PowerPoints, and it's a unit which research makes a research about this. Geopolitics is using the Swedish scientist Woodruff Schering used this. Schering in 1969 he fed the state with as a living organism. He wrote about this, and also about that there are 5 active elements of this under socio-economic, ecopolitic, politic, demopolitic, and geopolitics, as he mentions. And regarding that, in Germany, by this German school, Mackinder and Aksar Bahar, and from the US, there are the theory of terrorism, how versus the theory of the life. There are the definitions of this, and as this is in our subject, I wanted to touch upon this. The details can be found as when we are talking about Cyprus. Cyprus within the historical process has always been important, and in today's world, it is very important in this. It's very important today. So, evaluating Cyprus as only an island will be a misleading behavior, and of course, this is on the micro level, but in very critically, in macro level, it is in the upfront. In the literature, Cyprus is in the Mediterranean, Eastern Mediterranean. It is like a fixed warfare plane, and it could be a different world and civilization. And the Mediterranean is from west to east and from east to west, hosted the civilization. And with this, there is the cultural, political, and economic geography. And when we look at this geography, there are 22 states, and there are economic relations. And in addition to that, with the Admiral Baharan in the maritime territory, the Mediterranean is a very important geography. So in the geographic, the Mediterranean and Middle East is within this geography, and with the Caucasus and with the Suez Canal, it covers this area. So it is a strategically important geography. I mean, the Mediterranean, and there are terrorism, wars, and also smuggling and illegal and legal population movements that never decrease the importance of this geography. In the Mediterranean geography, there is 16% of the world commerce is conducted there. There are 3,000 and 5,000 ships are active there. And in the Caucasus, petroleum goes there through Mediterranean to the European markets, and the companies within this Mediterranean coast. And of course, they make use of the natural resources, maritime natural resources. There is biological resources, and there are the carbon belts. Discovery increased the importance of Mediterranean. Mediterranean geography is the Suez Channel, and it opens the Suez Channel, and for the Straits of Bosphorus and the Çanakkale. So it has a very important and valuable position. And of course, it is the most the vital vein of the commerce. And of course, it is at the center of the political developments as well, and between the economic inequalities made made it necessary to come up with the theories, and the socio-economic reasons and between caused the structural changes between the north and south, and of course there is we can see that there are new policies, and the United European Union, we know that they accepted that the new Mediterranean developments, and there is the danger of covering the terrorism, and with there is the unwillingness of this, and it increases the interest of nature to the region. And of course, we can see that these are all of the allegations of nature. We have to say that. However, when we look at the mass destruction of weapons, of course that there is the irregular migration, and also the events taking place in Middle East actually are the importance problem in the Mediterranean geography. And of course, we can when we look at these the responsible, we can see the imperialists and Western countries are the reasons of that. And in Turkey, when we look at Turkey, we can there is a Mediterranean war, and this is it is a cross-section there, and of course that this is important for all of the interests of the world, and from the world, and from the Euro, this commercial relations starting in Europe and ending in China are important, and because of the migration, we can say that these are the most important geography, and of course the migration of faith through Turkey is mobilized, as we know. We see the Black Sea and the Caucasians, and also the political and social developments are important for the development of the security system, including Turkey, Balkans, and with the northern and southern African countries will be added to this. But Caucasians, Turkey has a very important place, spot, and with the increasing need of the energy by the Western countries, so we can see that it is an important the geography, and we can make the analysis is important. Making analysis is important by through through the Mediterranean, and we can say that we can address Mediterranean as the West and Eastern Mediterranean, and with the Western and with the countries in the north with warfare, and with the other countries, and the northern countries is in need of energy, and of course with these possibilities, and the southern the interaction of the southern countries is present in this region. However, the Eastern Mediterranean has observed and witnessed many important developments recently, and of course this is an area where they can act with the realization of their wills, and of course in the north we see the Arabic Gulf, and with that area it continues to the Syrian, and the distance is in 930 miles, and in the northern and south is 360 miles, and the Mediterranean is the square miles of 1,360, and Turkey has the longest coast. Turkey has one of 560. Israel is and Syria has miles of 90, and we can see there is a Kossos, Karpathos, and there's Marmaris passages, and there's the Suez Channel, and also we see the Cyprus islands are the geographical shapes that increases the importance of East Mediterranean, Eastern Mediterranean, and there are the hydrocarbon beds, and as there is a passage, and by including the Egypt and with the Suez Channel, it has an important position, and East Mediterranean has a strategic position, and all the geographical shapes are important with them, and they give priority to the countries, and this Cyprus has an important strategic importance, and by the position it covers the Israel port and the Suez Canal passage, and it covers the maritime transportation. It has a strategic importance, and with the Middle East and Caucasus petroleum, with the BTC, it goes to the East Mediterranean and transferred to the Europe, and for the liquefied, for the LPG, and in the there is the hydrocarbon beds, and of course there is the mines, and it becomes makes it the place as a terminal, and it covers 47 of the petroleum reserves and the 43% of the natural gas reserves, as proven. And of course, for controlling the, and of course, with the warfare planes, there is for the Cyprus is in the middle of the Eastern Mediterranean, and it controls the region. And the fact that there is the energy terminal as the region, and in terms of the under the sea pipelines, that there are other problems that are on the agenda. The water of Cyprus is important. Because Cyprus is important, as I explained before. So when we look at the national policies of Turkey and the Eastern Mediterranean, what should be there? And recently, and with the Greece and Israel, there is the maritime authorization areas of authorization agreements have been signed, and with Israel and Egypt, there is the agreement just imprisons Turkey in its own waters. And when we look at the political part, we can see that in the terms of the inland waters, there is always a Cyprus, and we can say that the Amman clan is against that, has the conditions against the Cyprus Turks, and it is not accepted by the Greeks, and with the following the Amman clan, the Greek part of the Cyprus has become member of the European Union, and when we look at this, we can say that the Greek Cyprus state has two policies, and they start producing policies. Turkey is the national Libya state in terms of the maritime utilization areas. So they signed a contract, Carpathos and Rhodos, this within the territorial waters and continental shelf, and there is a legal part, and Greece can be showing the this agreement as the continental shelf as the legal basis, and they have a map, and this is they said that they're breaching their own rights, and of course they wanted to have this.
Against the Turkish move, Greece and Egypt undersigned a new exclusive continental shelf agreement. With this agreement, the exclusive continental economic zone agreements have been undersigned, and the Turkish economic superiority are actually tackled due to this agreement. Cyprus and Palestine problems in the East Mediterranean has been aggravated with the Libyan internal and civilian wars, and this shows that the region is in need of peace. As a result, the non-regional actors have intervened in the region. The United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, and France were among the countries where they became part of the power struggle. In order for Russia to preserve its existence in the Mediterranean region and in order to carry out its commerce and provide logistical needs to its war planes, and the fact that Russia has no other allies than Syria, Russia strengthened the position of Syria. The anti-Turkish front has tried to seize the rights of the TRNC in the region so that the connection between TRNC and Turkey will be lost, and the TRNC was deemed to be null and void so that the TRNC can be ensnared inside of the Greek Cypriots. Since there are so many actors in the East Mediterranean region, Turkey is one of the greatest powers. So one of the most important policies that the Turkey should follow is to protect its economic and political rights, contributing to the peace in the region. For hundreds of years, the Ottoman Empire has dominated over the region, and this geography stretching from Greece to Libya to Syria, Turkey is a very important actor for the welfare and peace in the region. There are numberless actors in the region, so Turkey cannot stay indifferent to the region. And at the end of the day, Turkey is trying to protect its own economic and political rights. The fact that Turkey is depending on the natural resources, the reserves in the Eastern Mediterranean makes the region appealing. So in those maritime areas, there is a natural right for Turkey to carry out exploratory activities for finding the natural gas and oil. And those reserves will be very instrumental for providing self-sufficiency to Turkey. So as a result, Turkey should follow and never sacrifice from the policies of protecting its own rights and the rights of the TRNC. The imperialist countries and their proxies are trying to cooperate and coordinate with the actors in the region. So the relations with Syria and Egypt should be developed. And the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar, which are the active policymakers in the region, should be got in touch, and the diplomatic relations with those countries should be strengthened even further. On the fact that Greece is carrying out its policies via those countries like Egypt, we should take the necessary measures in order to limit the maneuvers of Greece. As a regional actor, Turkey has a high level of competence in terms of convincing its policies and dictating to other countries, thereby increasing the economic relations. The LNG can be brought to Turkey via Lebanon. As a result, the pipelines in the region should be renewed and those pipelines should be reactivated again. The Middle East oils can be transferred to Mersinli and Yumurtalık ports, and as a result, the barriers in front of that purpose, which is present in Syria, should be tackled as soon as possible. The bilateral commerce should be developed with Saudi Arabia and the OPEC countries, which are trying to diversify their economic resources, should get in touch with Turkey in order to diversify their economic resources. By making use of the industrial development and also development in the defense industry, Turkey can take an additional step. Hopefully, the technology transfer from the defense industry will be carried out so that we will have additional gains. In addition to all of those that Turkey is supposed to do, Turkey should also take its stance against France and Greece and United States of America, because those countries are trying to turn Greece into a military base, and the English bases on the Cyprus are used as the resting stations. This is showing us the importance of the Cyprus island for those imperialist countries. All the Islamic countries should essentially act together in the Eastern Mediterranean. Thank you very much for listening to my speech. I greet you all with respect. Thank you very much, dear professor. Thank you so much. We really benefited from your presentation. After Ali Fuad, we had two more speakers, but most probably they are not able to participate. Muhammed El Nokabli and Emet Gözü Güzelli. Unfortunately, they will not be able to make their presentations. I would like to thank all of our participants for their beautiful presentations. I mean, since it is close to my area, I also benefited a lot from the presentation of Shah Yusuf. I mean, with a different perspective, Ms. Yusuf actually presented us the trade model implemented by the Ottoman Empire, and I mean, Ottoman Empire has a unique model in terms of the military expenditures. I mean, there was Süleyman Magnificent. I mean, if you think that Süleyman the Magnificent spent all his life on the horseback, and still Ottoman Empire until the recent times, until the Crimean War, didn't turn those expenditures to the burden. So until the Crimean War, this was the case. But after the Crimean War, this was not the case.
İsmet Horasanlı'nın sunumu da çok güzeldi.
And the presentation of Horasanlı was very important. I mean, when we take a look to the interest of China, it is quite striking. After the Bolivia, Afghanistan is the second greatest country with the highest amount of lithium reserves. I mean, it has trillions of dollars of natural resources. It has an important reserve of copper, iron, and unfortunately, all those natural reserves are actually turning those lands into the playground of the Western countries, because they would like to abuse those natural reserves, and they are doing their best in order to make sure that the Islamic geography will not benefit from those natural resources. All the presentations were wonderful. Thank you so much for your presentations. Thank you so much, dear participants. This was our last session. And together with this session, we have come to the end of all our presentations. Right now, we will have one more session to evaluate all those sessions. Professor Dr. Mr. Mehmet will be moderating the session. Once again, I would like to thank the ASSAM head, Andran Tanrıverdi, and also Ersan Hoca. I would like to thank them and all the ASSAM family in their presence. I would like to thank each one of you for your contributions. Thank you so much. I would like to yield the floor to our head, Ersan.
Çok sağ olun Cengiz Hocam. Mehmet Sarık Hocam'ın bir rahatsızlığı.
Thank you very much. Due to his illness, one of our professors will not be able to participate in this session. Unfortunately, we couldn't invite all our participants, but let's make an assessment. First and foremost, I would like to thank all our participants, but right now I can ask from our participants to take the floor with 2 or 3 sentences in order to contribute to our declarations. If you would like to take the floor, there is this raise hand button. You can actually push that button in order to contribute to our declaration.
Osman Bey, bu arada irtibat kurabileceğimiz varsa eğer
Mr. Osman, if we can get in touch with our participants, we can actually take their comments.
Ali Fuat Hocam, sizin bir iki cümleyle...
Ali Fuat, maybe you can make some contributions to our declarations, which will cast light to our declarations, if you have any. Mr. Arslan, greetings to you all. Thank you so much for giving me the floor. The series of those congresses and symposiums which we have initiated as of 2017, I guess, brought wonderful results and will continue to give such results. And the fact that the Islamic countries should act together is an essential fact in the face of the attacks coming from the imperialist countries, and this is becoming crystal clear. The United States of America is carrying out containment policies towards Turkey, and in the face of the Turkish policies in Africa, France is also carrying out such a containment policy in the Mediterranean. So we once again understand that the policies, the foreign policies followed by Turkey is right, because Africa is really important for France. The fact that Turkey is developing its relations with Africa bothers them. Before this Congress, the African Summit has been held, which is quite meaningful. Of course, France will not keep silence about it, and the United States of America will not be silent about it. As a result, all those Islamic countries will be provoked by the aforesaid actors, or they will be manipulated, and there will be elections in Libya. The Libyan elections might be delayed, which will be the result of the plays played by the West. The Libyan elections are very important for Turkey as well. And we hope that the legitimate government hopefully will win the elections, which is supported by Turkey as well. This will be crucial for the foreign policies of Turkey in the Eastern Mediterranean. Otherwise, if the Haftar wins the election, which is supported by France, the foreign policies of Turkey might be changing. As a result, I do believe that within the framework of the Islamic Union, I hope that our participants will work in order to be effective and efficient in their countries. Once again, I would like to greet everyone. I would like to greet Adnan Pasha and Mr. Ersan and everyone who took part in this organization. I wish all of you a wonderful evening. Thank you so much, Professor. Ms. Sheila, would you like to make some comments? Would you like to make some comment about our sessions? Would you like to say a couple of words which can contribute to the declaration of our Congress? Would you like to say something? Ms. Sheila, do you hear us?
Are you talking to me?
Ben.
Evet, Hikmetullah Sayıp Hocam el kaldırıyor.
Hikmetullah is raising his hand. Let's give him the floor. Hikmetullah, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay. Yes. Okay. A lot about the, and I feel that one of the things we have to look into, as Professor Ali Fuad was talking about Turkey entering into Africa, it should be also Africa should not be a privilege of the West. All along they have been taking it as their private property. Every colonialist have looted Africa, and they have kept the rest of the people from engaging with Africa, and they have painted Africa in the darkest color. And that needs to be stopped. And what Turkey has done is a bold move, and they should go full steam in what you call dealing with Africa. And because there are a sizable number of Muslims, and we are beholden to their security. And they are playing Muslims against each other. And the West has got no role to play in a bold step. And I hope also other Muslim countries also participate in securing the future of Africa. Okay. And the another interesting aspect is we have to have a declaration in such a way that an attack on one is an attack on all. So this will prevent West from creating menace in the Muslim world, because that formalism must be put in place. Because what is happening is they are doing everything systematically to undermine Muslim community by attacking it at will. Every Muslim country is under the mercy of this colonial power. That needs to stop. That needs to stop, and affirmative actions must be taken. And also, one of the things we have to come into is to bring all these perpetrators to international court of law. No matter how powerful the country is, we have to bring a collective and consensus concerted effort must be made to bring these perpetrators to international court of law. If it is international court of law is under their influence, we create our own court of law and deny them the rights. That is very important. It requires courage and political will. I hope our Muslim leaders will have the will. Thank you.
Evet, Hikmetullah hocam da çok teşekkür ediyoruz.
Thank you very much, Professor Hikmetullah, for your words. Well, in the upcoming Congress of ASSAM, we will speak about this common justice system to be established by the Islamic countries, which will not be under the influence of the Western countries. And we will speak about this Congress where we will be discussing the establishment of a common justice system among the Islamic countries. Kazım Uysal, our professor, is with us, but he will participate to another meeting. So I would like to yield the floor to him first. Mr. Kazım, if you can connect with us, we would like to hear your contributions to our final declarations. Professor Kazım, can you hear me? Yes, we do.
İslam Birliği gibi
First of all, I would like to congratulate and thank Adnan Tanrıverdi Pasha and to you for organizing such an important Congress on the matter of Islamic Union. This is my praying to God. Hopefully God will help us and we will be able to establish the Islamic Union. There is one thing that I would like to say here. The Islamic civilization, the Islamic Union is not important only for the Muslims. The whole humanity needs it. Why? Because the materialist philosophy and the European civilization doesn't give anything to the humanity, but quite the contrary, they led humanity to destruction. Even in the most advanced countries, the people are suffering and people are grieving. For the whole humanity, we are in need of the rise of the Islamic civilization. How can we make sure that this will happen? As you also know very well, the Islamic civilization is based on the truth and realities of Quran. So we are listening to the words of the God, to Allah. So the ones who knows that they cannot stand against us are trying to deceive us through certain dirty games, and they try to instigate, they try to feed us with the instigation so that the Muslims will be in conflict with each other. So in order to establish the Islamic Union, we should know that those dirty games are being played by those Western powers. If we cannot establish Islamic Union among ourselves first, we can never succeed. That's why the Muslims should reconsider the order of the God, the brotherhood and solidarity, which we should establish among ourselves first. As you know, the ones who are acting with bad deeds, we should know that nothing good will come out of it. So if you are not acting with the good deeds, if you are acting selfishly and egoistically, and I'm speaking on behalf of individuals and state as well, thinking about your own interest only, thinking about the interest of your country only, but overlooking the interest of the Islamic Ummah will show us and will prove that this is not a good deed at all. So as long as we work, as long as we pray and supplicate ourselves to God, the future will be ours. Because I totally believe in that, and the truth that we hold in our hands are the truths of the Quran. And Quran came to us 1,400 years ago, and the science also proves the reality is of the Quran. That's why we shouldn't be in despair and we shouldn't be afraid, as long as the Muslims are really praying for it, and as long as the Muslims are undertaking their responsibilities, the Islam will be revived to the fullest extent, and we will prevail, hopefully. And there is one thing that I would like to mention once again. Every creature, every human being on this planet has this feeling. The most important feeling and the need is to protect its own life. And unfortunately, since the Islamic countries are not able to provide safety and security, some Islamic countries actually went into bed with the snakes in order to protect their lives. So I do believe that as long as the Turkey and the Islamic countries are strong in the defense industry, then the people in the geography of our hearts will be standing by us, and shoulder to shoulder and hand to hand, hopefully Islam will prevail. So if you take a look to certain unfortunate incidents in the past, we shouldn't be in despair, as Allah the Almighty can clear the clouds within one day only and show us the sunlight. As long as the Muslims are doing their responsibilities, the God's blessings will be upon us, and hopefully the Islamic Union will be established, which is needed by the whole humanity. Without taking into consideration their positions and their role, I would like to greet all the Muslims and make a call upon them to do their job. As long as we do our jobs, I do believe that our dreams will come to fruition. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. May our Congress be auspicious for everyone. Thank you very much, Mr. Kazım. In the 11th verses, it is dictated that as long as a society doesn't want to change, God will not enable that society to change himself, it says. As we were speaking with Mr. Ali, as long as more than 3 people believes in Islam, then the Islam will prevail. So your speech also supports it. Thank you very much. Ms. Sheila, the floor is yours.
Okay, tamam. Actually, for better management of future conferences, I think that we need to look at the translator, you know. I think the translator must be given the scripts before the translators start to translate. Otherwise, we don't get the translation done in a better way. And secondly, the time management. I think we have to be more disciplined in time management. Otherwise, some speakers can only speak within 10 minutes or 15 minutes, and they are so rushed. And so they can't even, you know, complete in presenting their paper, and it was not done well. And thirdly, I think we have to have respect for other countries' practices. I think you know what I mean, Esanbe, yeah? Okay, and then secondly, I would like to propose, because now the focus is on Afghanistan, that we should have a forum for women. Okay, so we will talk about gender equity, women's rights. So if we are going to deal with the Taliban through Turkey, I think that we should look into that. Yeah, about the women's rights in the Quran and the Sunnah. And I think this is one way of trying to get the Taliban to listen to the moderate views. Okay, and thirdly, I think we should have our own media, because we don't even get publicized through other medias. So if we have our media, we will put everything right. information will be correctly, communicated. And this actually will put us in a good stand. I think that's all from me. Teşekkürler.
Çok teşekkürler.
Thank you very much, Ms.
Thank you.
Sheila. We will take your recommendations into consideration from now on, and we have received your message that you would like to convey. I would like to elaborate this issue regarding to the South Africa Professor Ibrahim. Maybe wasn't understood very clearly, but we will be in contact with him. Mr. Ibrahim actually gave us an example from South Africa, so we believe that he is a good Muslim himself as well. So rest assured, Ms. Shula, that is what I would like to clarify. Thank you very much. Mushtaq Ahmed, I believe he is raising his hand.
Thank you so much, Arsan Hujum, for giving me the opportunity. I would just like to thank ASSAM for this brilliant conference. And I would like to again reiterate that this is a hope for the Ummah, this at a time of hopelessness. So once again, I really appreciate these efforts and make dua that this becomes beneficial for the whole Ummah in deciding, future course of action in terms of bringing together the Ummah in different matters. Apart from that, I also would like to thank the Republic of Turkey for the different concerns that it is taking in terms of resolving the issues that are faced with the Ummah, whether it is Afghanistan, whether it is Kashmir, whether it is Palestine. So while we have different issues at hand, whether it is Palestine or Kashmir or any other issue, Turkey has been playing its role very instrumentally. So I once again would like to thank from the core of my heart to this country and to this organization for rekindling the spark of hope in our hearts. So with these words, I would once again like to congratulate ASSAM for this brilliant conference. Thank you so much.
Çok teşekkürler.
Thank you very much, Professor Mushtaq Ahmed. I hope we will continue to do wonderful jobs in the future. Hopefully, we will deserve those compliments again. I don't see any other professors who are raising their hands. If there are any, I can see them as well. So in the opening speech, Abdulmejid Zindani and Ali Kardavi professors made, opening speeches yesterday, which I would like to raise once again. Ali Kardavi, our professor, has stated that Quran is separating the policies to be followed by the Muslims and the prayings, but he stated that the Muslims are binding with each other under the umbrella of Quran in order to ask for their rights. And at the same time, regarding to the Islamic Union Congress, the Abdulmejid Zindani make a recommendation for establishing the Council of Representatives. Those matters will be taken into consideration, of course. If there are no other participants who would like to speak, yes, please. Professor, from Noon Center, there is Ahmet Ojila. I cannot see him. Noon Center, they didn't leave us alone from the beginning of our Congress. Mr. Ahmet.
Ersan Hocam, Muhammed Sıddık Hasan Abdülkadir el kaldırmış, öyle gözüküyor.
Muhammad Siddiq El-Kadiri raised his hand as far as I can say. Mr. Muhammad, I couldn't see you. Mr. Muhammad, yes, please.
Sanırım ulaşamıyoruz Ersan
I
Bey.
think we are not able to reach out to them. Mr. Ersan, go please.
İstanbul Sivil Toplum Kuruluşları Birliği Genel Sekreteri Avukat Ali Kurt Bey'e
Ali Kurt, I would like to yield the floor to him.
Selamun Aleyküm ve Rahmetullah ve Berekatuhu.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. Once again, for 2 days, we have been listening to the valuable speeches of our distinguished colleagues. I am so happy that I have listened to their speeches. So on this occasion, I would like to congratulate ASSAM for organizing such a beneficial congress. I do believe that such congresses in which we are making so many consultations are really important. We are always complaining about the challenges that we are facing with, but as we are facing with such challenges, in addition to pray for the solution of those challenges, we should also act and take action. As long as those summits and those meetings are strong, then we will come up with good results. So our scientists state that the deeds of the created ones are created as well, as it is said. So there is one thing that I would like to underline once again. The glory is not destined to us. We can reach the glory if we work, because the good results will be bestowed on us by the God, by the Creator. We have many challenges to deal with. Afghanistan, Africa. Africa is the future of not only the Islamic world, but the whole world. But unfortunately, we ignored this great geography for many years as the whole Islamic world. And that's why both in the spiral of Middle East and Africa, and also in Afghanistan, in such area of crisis, we should take the necessary initiatives as the Islamic world. The foreign policy, which was the main theme of this Congress, has shown us a very important reality. Yes, there are states, there are diplomatic missions, and those institutions should fulfill their responsibilities, but as the NGOs, we have many responsibilities to fulfill. So within this framework, such kind of consultation, such kind of exchange of views like we have in this summit, we should believe in them. Once again, I would like to thank Mr. Adnan, Mr. Ersan, and all the members of our team, and I would like to congratulate you. May God help us all. Selamun alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. Thank you very much, Mr. Professor. Noon Center. They have been with us as of 2017. We always walk with them shoulder to shoulder. I would like to give the floor to them, Mr. Ahmet. Of course, all those endeavors cannot be overlooked. For the Islamic Union, there has been a lot of efforts put forward. I would like to thank Mr. Ersan, and I would like to thank all the staff which has been working for the success. Hopefully those endeavors and activities will be beneficial. The 5th Congress discussed very important topics, and the most important one of them was the fact that the Afghanistan issue has been discussed as well. because Afghanistan has had many important developments. I hope that the future in Afghanistan will be very positive as well, but we should actually focus on the peace which is dictated by Islam to us. This third African-Turkish summit was carried out in parallel to this Congress, as Ali Kurt also stated that Turkey is a very important country, and the Islamic world, the Turkey in the Islamic world is very important as well. So with the African continent and by increasing our relations with the African continent, I do believe we are taking important steps, and the research centers should carry out researches about the African continent. In order to solve the problems of the African continent, we need to carry out researches, so we know that there are ongoing safety and security concerns and societal concerns in Africa. And the positive sides of our conference is as follows. This is really important to be underlined, but I hope from our brothers and sisters from ASSAM, I hope all those presentations and all those ideas will be further discussed in the workshops. And the translation was also very high quality, both Turkish, both English, and both the Arabic interpretation was very good. I paid special attention to the translation. It was of high quality. And our brothers and sisters from ASSAM actually carried out very important activities. The presentations were wonderful. I hope to see you again in the upcoming meetings. May God's blessings be upon you. Thank you very much, Mr. Ahmed. Muhammed Gül, you were raising your hand and I have seen you. The floor is yours. Once again, I would like to congratulate ASSAM representatives and all our audience. I would like to extend my deepest appreciation and gratitude to each one of you. The Islamic world is in greater need of an Islamic union. So organizing such a summit under such kind of title was very meaningful, I guess. Hopefully, inshallah, as the Islamic world, with the permission of God, we will come together, and within the auspices of the non-governmental organizations, we will carry out further studies for the establishment of the Islamic Union. There are many bleeding wounds in the Islamic world: Palestine, Afghanistan, Kashmir. There are many problems in the Islamic countries, but I do believe hand to hand and shoulder to shoulder, we will overcome all those problems, all those obstacles, and hopefully in cooperation and collaboration, through union, through brotherhood, through solidarity, we will solve those problems. Thank you so much for inviting us to this summit. May God's be blessing upon you all. And hopefully, thanks to all those studies, the Islamic world will open its eyes to brighter future, to better days. In the opening speech of our rector, the good days hopefully await the Islamic world, and I do believe in that. As long as the Islamic world takes the full responsibility, and as long as the Islamic world work for this unity, we will overcome all those obstacles. We should remember the verses of Quran, and hopefully we will continue our path as such. Thank you so much. I thank you all, and I wish all of you successful studies. Thank you very much, Mr. Mohammed Gül. We would like to thank you as well, distinguished participants and distinguished speakers and dear audience. The architect of the ASSAM vision, showing us a good roadmap. And this institution has enabled us that we can go for our targets, but as Ali Kurt stated that going on the journey of glory is our duty. Whether we will be glorious or not is the final decision of our God. So without further ado, I would like to yield the floor to our head, Adnan Tanrıverdi, and after that, we will pray for the members of ASSAM who unfortunately passed away, but before we will give the floor to our head, Adnan Tanrıverdi. Dear colleagues, dear friends who participated in this meeting, I'd like to greet you all with respect, longing, and affection. I do believe it was a very beneficial summit. I would like to thank Dumlupınar University, who was with us in the summit. I would like to thank all our NGOs who were with us. You gave us strength. We acted together. It was a very wonderful summit. Wonderful speeches were presented. We have listened to 37 presentations from 18 different countries, and I do believe that there are many messages that we should understand from those speeches and presentations. At the end of the day, we are working in order to establish the Islamic Union, and foreign policy is one of the 5 pillars, which we do believe will serve to that purpose. And at the end of our Congress, we have come to this point. First, on the way to Islamic Union, we should develop our foreign policy principles and procedures. And there will be, of course, brand new principles and procedures for our foreign policy after the Islamic Union is established. So there will be a before and after situation. So if we want to heal our bleeding wounds today, then the foreign policies of the Islamic countries should be common. If the Islamic countries can define the common foreign policy procedures and principles, and if any of those Islamic countries act on those matters within the framework of those Islamic principles, I do believe that the majority of our problems will be resolved. I mean, if 61 Islamic countries show the same response to the China in the case of East Turkestan, or if we show the same response to the China as the 61 Islamic countries in the issue of Kashmir, then I do believe, to the India, let me correct, I do believe that we will be succeeding. We will share our final declaration with the participants, and we have to state it very clearly. I mean, the Islamic countries, they might be a member to the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, or today, as you know, there is the African Summit, and 40 countries have already participated in this summit. So those principles might be articulated in that summit as well. So first and foremost, we should take the necessary measures, and we should establish our foreign policy going forward for the Islamic Union. Even if we don't have the union, the Islamic countries should come to consensus on those basic principles. I mean, after the establishment of the Islamic Union, hopefully we will define our brand new foreign policy procedures and principles. And there is one third important factor. As our Prophet has conveyed his message to the whole humanity, we should also convey the messages of Quran to the whole humanity by establishing either cultural centers in those geographies. So we should transfer the knowledge and the values and the norms of Islam to the non-Muslim countries as well. Otherwise, of course, we can do it in a much better way if there is Islamic Union, but even without Islamic Union, I do believe that we will take the necessary steps in order to convey the right messages. Thank you so much to all our participants for their wonderful presentations. Hopefully, in the upcoming Congress, we will discuss how we can establish a common jurisprudence system. And then we will discuss how we can establish a common internal affairs policies and common security policies after that Congress as well. The declarations that we published so far will be combined, and hopefully after that we will initiate our legislation studies. Once again, thank you so much to all our participants, all our speakers. I am, certain that everyone contributed a lot to those studies. They ask us, why didn't you try to establish the Islamic Union? At least we will be able to say that we tried as ASSAM. So we tried our best to establish the Islamic Union, and those congresses will be our witness for our efforts to establish Islamic Union if one day we are asked in the afterlife. So in the past, Turkey has very low number of embassies in the African continent. Right now, we have embassies in 41 African countries. And the Turkic Council in the Asia was constructed, for example. So our studies, all our congresses, all our summits will be a reference, a model to our decision makers, to our leaders. We are not the executive body. We are a non-governmental organization. As a civilian organization, we have responsibilities. We are not in an official position. We don't have the executive power. We are only creating ideas, and we are trying to put forward a model. And all those models hopefully will be appreciated. The more it is appreciated, it will be better. I mean, we want our ideas to be appreciated by 61 countries. I mean, the number of our presentations might have been not 37, but 137. Hopefully, those presentations in the future will increase as well. We will put our efforts as a civilian, as an academic. We will do our best to put more efforts in our own countries. So hopefully, similar civilian organizations, civil society organizations like ASSAM, hopefully will be constructed. We will work with them. We will cooperate with them. Hopefully, we will organize similar congresses. So the civil society organizations will take further responsibility, and hopefully we will get rid of all our problems, all our obstacles. Hopefully we will see those developments during our lifetime. Maybe we will not be able to see it. Even if we go to eternal life, one day we will see that, our graves will even turn into heaven. Then we will understand in the eternal life that the Islamic Union is established. I would like to greet you all with respect. You have contributed greatly. May God give us what we deserve and enable us to succeed. I greet you all with respect and wish all of you good evenings. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, distinguished audience and distinguished participants. With the congresses that we organize as ASSAM, we are doing our best in order to establish the Islamic Union in the Asian continent as well. We have undertaken such a role, and with this role, the mission and vision of Islam is tried to be reached out to 61 Islamic countries. I would like to conclude my remarks. I apologize for keeping it so long, but if there are 4 people in a room, if one of them has a lamp, if the other one has a gas, if the other one has a trigger, then at the end of the day, we will have this gas lamp, and this gas lamp will put light to 4 people. So what I'm trying to say is that if we connect our power, we will find a lamp in order to cast light on the door. I mean, if we don't share our resources with each other, unfortunately, 4 of those people will be under darkness, deprived of the lamp. The Islamic world is going forward step by step economically, and as a foreign policy, we are putting forward a will. Turkey will be most probably the leader of this world, and hopefully our dreams and targets will come to fruition. Once again, I would like to remember Yahya Abdullah, who unfortunately passed away and reached to his creator from Chad, and we have and also Emin Üstün, who passed away, one of the founders of ASSAM, and Abdullah Kaplan, one of our brothers from Gaziantep, who unfortunately passed away. We have many contributors who passed away, and hopefully we will pray after Ayatul Karimah and Al-Fatiha to their spirits. So our brother will take the floor right now to pray with us surah. Mr. Muhammad.
الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والعصر إن الإنسان لفي خسر إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات وتواصوا بالحق وتواصوا بالصبر صدق الله العظيم على نية التوفيق الفاتحة.
Son söz olarak başkanımın adına
As the last words of the Congress, on behalf of our chairperson, we would like to thank everyone who supported us technically, who made sure that this organization works smoothly. We have heroes behind the scenes, and I would like to thank them. May God's blessings be upon all of you. Selamun Aleyküm.